A lot of action in Week 3 in the NFL yesterday. The Bills obviously sitting at 3-0 in the AFC, and the Chargers joined them with a late win over the Denver Broncos, a late Keenan Allen touchdown, and then a field goal at the end. LA beats the Broncos 23-20 to improve to 3-0 on the season. There were a bunch of blocked kicks early on in the 1 o'clock window. The Jets got a block six to take the lead against the Buccaneers, but Tampa drives down and wins it 29-27 at the end of the game. The Eagles storm back to beat the Rams. They got a blocked kick and a touchdown from Jordan Davis as time expired. They win 33-26. Some other scores from around the league. The Panthers surprise with a 30-0 shutout of the Atlanta Falcons. The Jaguars hang on to beat the Texans 17-10. The Colts, by the way, also at 3-0 in the AFC. They doubled up the Titans 41-20 with a win yesterday in Tennessee. The Minnesota Vikings cruised a win over the Cincinnati Bengals. Jake Browning filling in for Joe Burrow. That did not go well. 48-10 was the final. And on Sunday Night Football last night, the Chiefs avoid 0-3. They win over the Giants 22-9. And then Monday Night Football tonight is the Baltimore Ravens hosting the Detroit Lions. We'll have that right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it, complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown from 5 yards out. Josh Allen looking like Magic Johnson on the fast break. It's a screen pass to Shakir. Has a blocker in front, racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown. As Shakir got great blocking downfield, got up the sideline and into the end zone. And the Bills have the lead back again. Back to pass, looking left, and stretching and reaching for it is Kincaid, and he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown. A 20-yard touchdown hookup. Allen to Kincaid, and the Bills are an extra point away from tying it up early.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey everybody, it's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase, after a nice weekend off. Hopefully you had a good weekend. It's raining, or has rained, and appears it will rain more. But it can still rain.
Yes.
And it was the first rain in a year.
It can thunder and lightning, which there was a little bit of yesterday.
Yes. So expected some showers throughout the day today, and actually throughout the week. This is the joke where as soon as the calendar turned to fall on the calendar, the astronomical fall, whatever. It's going to rain for a couple days, which is nice, but it's still going to be in the 70s, and beautiful.
It's been more the AC on this weekend a little bit.
It got hot.
Yeah,
it got hot.
Got into the 80s, so it was like, close the windows. Allergies were kicking up a little bit. Like, put the AC on. It's warm enough to do that.
It was a goofy week in Sunday football, maybe, depending on what your picks were, who you thought was going to win. But the Browns beating the Packers. I don't know how many people saw that coming. That happened. Saw a lot of games decided on blocked kicks. Maybe you watched and looked at it through the eyes of, what does this all mean for the Bills? And maybe you'll do that tonight with the Ravens playing the Lions. So I had a good time watching these games. Stress-free Sundays.
Yeah, there were 2 blocked kicks for touchdowns by one player, which was more than the rest of the league had since 2000.
Wow.
Because Jordan Davis blocked it and then returned it for a touchdown. Will McDonald blocked it and returned it for a touchdown. Did you notice were you watching that game, Jets and Bucks, yesterday? I was looking for him on the game-winning kick The Bucs are lining up. They're down 2. It's like a 30-yard field goal. Like, it's not very far. And I'm looking for McDonald because he had jumped over the long snapper to block the previous kick before he returned it, and I didn't see him out there. And if he was out there, he certainly wasn't over the long snapper. So that was weird to me that the Jets decided, hey, the thing that just worked on this, on a kick that they're probably going to make, no, let's not have him out there. I don't know if they were scared of him hitting the long snapper and then they got to re-kick it, which could have been it on a game-winning field goal, but just felt weird that they wouldn't do the exact same thing that had just worked.
We're almost at that time of year, the annual, here's what you actually are not allowed to do while blocking a kick, right? There's a penalty for leaping.
Yeah, what's how confident are you know what leverage is?
Oh,
that's what lost the Broncos the game against the Colts.
They called leverage on the play?
They called leverage, yeah.
Yeah. All right, once a year, maybe twice a year. It's actually, you're not allowed to do this in order to block a kick. Well, it was wild. Unintentionally hilarious to watch the Jets block a kick to potentially win a game and have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers respond with, oh, all right, fine. All right, we'll drive down and kick again.
Right, right.
Just imagine Aaron Glenn running on the sideline, so happy in that moment. We might get this one. Upset of the century. Here comes the culture. We've got it. Down the field kick. All right, maybe next week.
Yeah.
Maybe next week.
I appreciated watching Baker have a chance to drive down the field again. That's 2 game-winning drives in 2 weeks for him.
Yeah.
From a team where, like, this is one thing I was thinking a lot of in the league yesterday. Tampa is like the only team in the league that is still throwing the ball down the field on every single drive. Like, that final drive, it's, all right, more chances to watch Emeka Egbuka make great catches along the sidelines, and he was doing that. And Evans earlier in the game was doing that. The whole league, everybody's doing it the same. Like, how many, the Giants are a little different, but, you know, because they're not a great team. How many times did you see passes thrown to running backs yesterday? The Giants did it, it felt like 20 times.
Yeah.
Cam Scatabo was like the only thing I saw happen in their offense yesterday. Neighbors had like 7 yards, right? Like,
right.
I guess it's just that easy to shut down another team's number one receiver, especially if you don't have a good quarterback, is probably the point here. But the Eagles in that whole first half were just, no, this is what we want to do. 2nd and 16, let's run the ball. Doesn't that mean their season's over, by the way?
2nd and 17 is when
2nd and 17.
That's when your season
so they got away with it with 1 yard.
Yeah.
But everyone in the league, I feel like they're just throwing it short, throwing it short, throwing it short.
There's one other team you forgot that's not doing that.
Who's that?
The Chargers. The Chargers throw down the field. I've got Herbert's week 3 passing chart here, and it's, down the field. How many throws behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 47.
Okay.
He's down the field.
All right.
Now, it's interesting you mentioned that because maybe Bills fans are really keyed in on that because of what we just watched against the Dolphins and how Allen's average depth of target was 3 yards. Did you catch? It would have been after Eagles-Rams. It had to be, because it's Nate Burleson talking about the Eagles and what they do and how they play, and Saquon Barkley, and Hurts had not had maybe a completion over 10 yards in 2 games, or like the numbers on where Hurts was throwing the ball, it was all short stuff. And then, of course, in this game against the Rams, it opens up a little bit more.
Well, was that at halftime he said that, or was it before the game?
Okay, maybe it was halftime.
Because he had 18 yards, I think, at the half.
Yeah.
Like, he had done they were just trying to run it. That's all they were trying to do in the first half, and they couldn't.
Yeah.
So
I think it was after the game, to be told. I think it was afterwards. And basically what he was getting at was, it sounded like he was talking about the Bills. And it made me feel better because Bills fans, you know how it goes. You're out there. Good morning, 803-0550. Maybe in the group chat you're arguing about whether or not Josh Allen should be throwing the ball farther. And one side of the group chat is saying, guys, they keep scoring 30. Who cares? And the other side says, yeah, but 3 and 5 yard passes, it's a waste of Allen. If I've defined your group chat, that's what Nate Burleson said about the Eagles. And what are the Eagles? A team that just won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if you feel like you're arguing about this with Bills fans, and only Bills fans do this, and we're so spoiled. The Super Bowl champs, I watched Nate Burleson give a breakdown of, like, I know Eagles fans, sometimes it doesn't look pretty, but they keep winning because they do have this formula, and I mean, it might as well have been a carbon copy kind of statement about the Bills.
Not just that. If you ever think you're spoiled, the Eagles just won their second Super Bowl, how long ago was it? 7 months ago? Right? 6 months ago. Now they're Philadelphia, and this might not come as a surprise, but loudly booed off the field at halftime. Loudly booed off the field at halftime. They won the trophy this calendar year. So there are levels of spoiled. It could be worse, right? I don't know if maybe Bills fans would boo. I don't know. If they had a bad half after winning the Super Bowl 3 weeks later, I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't. But they were booing loud, and it was because they wouldn't throw the ball.
Yeah.
Now that's different than even what the Bills do. Like, the Bills will throw it. You're just seeing screens, and you're seeing, short stuff around the line of scrimmage sometimes, or these little check downs. The Eagles just weren't throwing it at all. They went run, loss of down, penalty, 2nd and 16, run, 3rd and 17, run. Like, that was the drive that got them booed off the field at the end of the half. Was run, 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 and that was the whole first half for them. There's a lot of but by the way, what they did in the second half, they just all right, we got to start throwing. And we got to start throwing down the field. Hey, that dude that wears number 11, Brown.
He's good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. We started throwing it in his direction, and then he had the biggest half any receivers had of the season. So they have it, just kind of when they want to do it.
Right, which is that the Bills? They might not have it on the level that the Eagles do. They have the better quarterback. The Bills do by a lot. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
But, all right, so the Eagles, there's one team to talk about. The Chargers, maybe you watched Chargers-Broncos. We didn't get it here, so you would have had to have the ticket, right, or been watching on Red Zone.
Yep.
Herbert is a conversation because Herbert ends this game against the Broncos with 300 yards, 28 of 47. They're throwing down the field. And he engineers a Josh Allen comeback against the Ravens, right? A touchdown, a stop, a field goal to win, all inside the final 3 minutes. The Bucs had a comeback. The Chargers had a comeback. And for the Chargers comeback, the touchdown pass to Keenan Allen, if you've not yet seen it, prepare yourself. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, Justin Herbert watched a bunch of Josh Allen highlights and thought, what if I tried to extend a play once in a while?
Yeah.
My experience watching Herbert has always been that he is disappointing in that element, in that regard, where there's pressure, he's not going to get away. He's fast, isn't he? How come he never runs to the spot? How come he never beats a defender? He's a very good athlete. He's supposed to be able to do some of these things. Of course, very few can do them on the level of Josh Allen. The touchdown pass to Keenan Allen shrugs off a defender that's got his shoulder pads, steps, turns, throws across his body the wrong way, and finds Keenan Allen in the end zone for a touchdown.
30-yard throw, too.
Yeah.
It was a good throw.
Exactly. A laser beam to Keenan Allen. If I'm a Charger fan, I'm happy about 3-0, of course. I'm feeling good. Jim Harbaugh's a good coach. Justin Herbert, they're putting it all together. And then Herbert makes that play, and it's, okay, I'm going to need those plays. I don't know if they've gotten those plays from Herbert that much. He's an incredible passer. He's not the off-script virtuoso that Allen is. And I think you maybe don't have to be as good as Allen at it to win, but you have to be good. You have to know that that's in there. And, man, what a play from Herbert. So they're 3-0. The Broncos are 1-2 and probably feel like they should be 3-0.
Yeah.
But, hey, whatever. Here are the Chargers with a huge lead in that division and 3 wins in that division. They're 3-0 and 3-0 in the AFC West. So a good start.
2-1, right?
They beat
They beat the Colts.
The Chargers.
Yeah. Denver lost the Colts.
Yeah, the Chargers beat the
Raiders.
Chiefs, Raiders, Broncos.
Yes, okay. 3 division wins, right?
3-0 and 3-0 in the division.
Oh, they started their schedule with 3 games in the division?
Yep.
That's wild.
And they started in Brazil, don't forget.
And that right.
So they went to Brazil and won, came home and beat Vegas, and then beat Denver. 3-0 to start.
Yeah. They might be doing it out of necessity a little bit. They ran the ball better yesterday, but isn't that the thing they're not supposed to have to the same degree because of their injuries on the line? And Hampton's look pretty good. Najee Harris out for the season now, right? So that hurts their backfield a little bit. I wonder if they were doing it more out of necessity a little bit. But yesterday they could run it, and they were still creating those plays down the field. So, all right, that's the team for the 1 seed right now until Baltimore plays tonight.
Unless you want to consider the team that is number 1 in the NFL in point differential,
which is the Colts. Still can't get there.
Okay.
Still can't get there.
You definitely don't have to get there.
Let me just put it this way. I wasn't there yet after they won against Denver. I'm not going to get there after they beat the Titans.
Right. They did, of course.
Not the Titans.
They did demolish the Titans.
They did.
And never had to sweat, which, fine.
They'll play at the Rams next week.
Okay.
That's a
legitimate test.
So who's who game. They beat the Rams and look impressive. I think you can't really deny it anymore. Yeah. That'll look really good.
The Colts. Here we are, the Colts.
But not for the 1 seed though. Right?
No,
I'm thinking about them for maybe that's the team that wins the AFC South. But I'm not thinking about them for the conference.
How much of the 1 seed is how much of a walk is your division? Isn't that the ultimate defining characteristic? How did the Patriots get it so many times in the Brady era? The division's a walk. How come the Chiefs have been able to get it so many times? The division has been disappointing. Mm-hmm. At least the Bills had the Dolphins in the division a couple times, and the Patriots were a contender. And how'd the Titans get it? When they did get a 1 seed, the division's a mess. The AFC South, Houston, dead on arrival.
Houston has the worst offense in the league.
Houston is a disaster.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence.
No, they're
stinks.
They're Jacksonville, right? Like they won yesterday, right? But they never look impressive.
No, they don't look very good. And then there's the Titans. The Colts could go 6-0 in their division, 5-1 in their division, which means the Bills have to match that. So it's important to remember the 1 seed isn't always the best team. It's of course just the best record. Do I think they have a legitimate shot at the 1 seed? No, I don't think the Colts are going to have more wins than the Bills this season. But right now it's a tie, and I know that they play in a, I don't know, do I want to call it a softer division?
Well, maybe I'm looking at their schedule.
The Bills division looks over as well.
Because they're not playing a first-place schedule either. They're playing a third-place schedule even.
Yeah.
Like great teams, they play the rest of the way. Rams this week, they play the Chargers. They play Kansas City.
I'm sorry.
They play.
You said great teams. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the Chiefs in that conversation.
At Arrowhead, and then they play the Niners late in the year.
Right.
Like that's kind of it for like really tough games along the way. Like Atlanta's not a super tough game right now. Arizona isn't. Pittsburgh isn't. The Raiders, like these are their non-division games, but still. Daniel Jones.
Yep.
Come on, the reckoning is coming, right? Like, nobody is that bad for 7 years and then gets this good in an instant. That's not happened, right? Not being bad that long with multiple coaches.
Well,
like
as you say, this good, he has 3 touchdown passes.
Okay, but they haven't punted yet this season, right?
But he has 3 touchdowns.
Right.
How good does he have to be? They have a lot of great weapons. Jonathan Taylor is running all over everybody's faces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how good Daniel Jones has had to be. His quarterback rating is a 111, which is a market improvement since last year where he was an 79.
I mean, he leads the league in yards per attempt.
Okay.
9.3. So
that's not bad.
He's almost averaging a first down for every time he drops back to pass.
It's good.
That's crazy.
803-0550. You know, it's a Buffalo Bills football Monday after a Bills weekend, a Bills-less weekend. So if you watched games, had impressions, have had some thoughts about the Bills, join us. We're wide open today. Sal joins us at 8 o'clock. You know, we run through highlights and some game stuff, and we'll check schedules. The Bills open as a 16.5-point favorite against the Saints.
Thank you to the Saints for bumping that up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, the Saints and Seahawks played yesterday, and halfway through the second quarter, the game should have been called.
Yeah,
21-0 Seahawks after the first.
Right.
38-6
What's the mercy rule? Yeah.
I don't think 16.5 is big enough. I know the Bills play to run and might play a kind of game script that might keep the Saints closer, but the Saints are every bit as bad as people expected them to be and put up a touchdown late in the fourth quarter. Otherwise, they're down 44-6 on the road to Seattle, and Seattle didn't even try in the second half.
Yeah, it was 38-6 at the half.
Yeah.
I mean, they might even, would they go to the rookie next week?
They'd be insane to do it. Well, maybe we should take that back.
Spencer Rattler, by the way, 0-9 as a starting quarterback now in the NFL.
Maybe they look at the Bills' defense and think, the
Bills' defense is
not that tough a test. Listen, that's a conversation.
You might
in its own
think,
right.
too, hey, like the offense is going to be so good that, hey, it's going to be a lot of garbage time, soft zone coverage because they're up by so much. That's an easy environment for the rookie.
Counterpoint is, next week they're home against the Giants.
That's where you want him.
And home against the Patriots to follow, and then at the Bears and home Bucs. Like, you'll have 3 out of 4 at home.
That's where you put him.
So Spencer Rattler gets one more kick at the can, and then let's go ahead and get Tyler Shuck in there against the Giants at home.
He'll play the second half anyway.
Maybe.
If the Bills are up by as much as Seattle is.
803-0550. The Sabres play a preseason game tonight.
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
If you want to get
Right,
in on
misspoke in the update. We don't have Monday Night Football. We have the Sabre game tonight.
Right.
7 o'clock. So
Monday Night Football's good, though.
it is.
Lions and Ravens. And your boy over here needs a miraculous performance from Jared Goff and Mark Andrews to avoid the guillotine chop.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a tough
How
one.
many?
I need like 25.
Sure, that's not.
It's
the problem is Mark Andrews doesn't exist at the moment. So
correct. I
you
have,
kind of need Jared Goff to get 25 points.
which he could. If it's a shootout, he could do it.
I moved him into one of my other lineups because I was looking at some of the over-unders, and I'm looking at Goff. I'm like, 265 and a half. Who has an over-under in the NFL these days at 265 and a half? Which is like 30 yards beyond some of the other guys, but because what? They have a bad defense, and they just scored 52 points, and they're going to have to keep up all day.
Yeah,
So
probably.
Tonight should be offense.
It should be. Should be fun. The Ravens, what do they? They wear the black jerseys with the Midnight Falls. Is that what they call it?
Are they wearing it tonight?
Right, they did that against the Bills last year. A night game. Their record in night games at home is 20.
Darkness Falls.
Darkness Falls.
Yeah, they're doing it tonight.
21-3 in this spot. Like, their record at home in a primetime game is, they're good. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Got some clips around the league on what people are saying about the Bills. Colin Cowherd has a big, long thing about Josh Allen that I think is very interesting to dig into, about how Allen shouldn't exist because basically he's the perfect player now who doesn't make mistakes.
He also, in his Colin Cowherd way, compared Allen to Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
Which, you know what?
Maybe I didn't see that part of it.
Okay, there's that part of it. When he started that part of it, I thought, okay, here we go. And then I'm like, by the end of it, it wasn't bad. Not a bad comparison.
Boy, let me see if I can reach for it. Is it, you always saw the talent, you wonder if he could be a truly leading guy, and then he just all of a sudden one day is like, oh yeah, he's the best.
Yeah, but this is kind of part of our conversation about the Bills. It was, he's doing all the special things, right? Like Titanic is jumping over a linebacker, and Catch Me If You Can is chucking the ball 80 yards down the field. And then Leo did Revenant,
right?
Which was kind of boring, but it was an amazing acting performance, and that's what he's saying Allen is right now. Little more boring, little more mature, but this is when he wins the Oscar.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the boring one, he got attacked by a bear. Spoiler alert.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, well, the story is basically...
I know he got attacked by a bear.
It's
a meme.
The story is he got attacked by a bear.
Right.
That's the Revenant.
And he doesn't say a word in the whole thing? He just grunts?
There's not really people to talk to.
Okay, it's just him. Right.
Pretty much. Yeah. All right. This has been our review of The Revenant.
Right.
If in the chat, post other movies you'd like to see us review. Leo DiCaprio movies in 10 words or less.
Yes. Allen plays to Leo DiCaprio movies.
Okay.
That's what the game was, I think.
All right, fair enough. In that case, what is the throw the pass to Amari Cooper, get it pitched back to him, and dive for the pylon?
That's Wolf of Wall Street.
All right.
That's Wolf of Wall Street.
I like it.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah. No notes. 803-0550. We'll get you some of these clips around the league, get you highlights of the games from around the league. A fun day in the NFL yesterday. Hopefully you had a good time. Colts, Chargers, the Chiefs. Man, the Chiefs.
Hey, look, they can throw the ball down the field again on the Giants, who I think everyone's going to be able to do that.
It's not as annoying watching them get lucky when they're 1-2 as if they were 3-0. But the Chiefs' luck, they still have it.
Yeah, was the luck play...
Two things. There were two things.
Okay.
One,
because one play I might fight you on luck. Go ahead.
The Giants kicker can't kick.
Right.
All of a sudden, I'm in a close game, and he can't kick.
Right. He did kick later in the game, though.
All right, well, he couldn't kick earlier.
Right, and the replacement, who? Was that the punter?
Got a kick blocked.
Yeah.
Because The kicker can't kick. That's luck. And then the other luckiest play of all time, Mahomes throws it behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And it's clearly a fumble. The Giants players get 2 cracks at it, including the second player actually getting it up into his hands, only to have Mahomes dive in and swipe it away at the 6-yard line.
Yeah.
That's a hustle play.
Is that that's luck, but also that was incredible by Mahomes.
It is.
I'll give it to him.
Definitely luck. Yes.
That was luck.
Fumble recoveries are luck to begin with.
But that wasn't a fumble recovery. That was, you have the ball, I am taking it back from you.
He didn't have the ball. That's the thing. The guy was trying to get the ball.
I actually saw a lot of people not complaining, but a lot of people on Twitter going, shouldn't that be 1st and 10 Chiefs because the Giant player had possession?
No, because he didn't have possession.
You don't think he had possession?
Nope. He was still trying to pick it up. He should have had possession or fallen on it, but 2 Giants players tried to pick up that ball and run with it.
Well, it should have been a scoop and score, really, right?
Yeah.
That should have been 6. It should have been, that was at the end of the half. It should have been 13 to, well, I guess they might have missed the extra point again. Should have been 12 to 6.
They missed an extra point, too.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Giants, they're a mess. Russell Wilson, it's over. Call it.
Yeah, they got to get
Call that thing
He's
now.
bad.
Get Jackson Dart in there. All right. Random reviews of the week that was, and tonight, Lions and Ravens. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Have some thoughts on what I'm hearing out there. Had friends over talking about the Bills. There seems to be, can I say frustration with the offense? And then the defense is going to be a work in progress. We got a lot to talk about with this defense and what happened to them on Thursday night as well. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Tell us something you saw from Sunday's slate. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR.
Hand off to Cook. Going to cut it back to the left side, through a hole, out to the 50. Trying to get away from the defender, shakes another tackle, and he's into Miami territory at the 44-yard line.
Bills fans, you know how it goes. You're out there. Good morning, 803-0550. Maybe in the group chat you're arguing about whether or not Josh Allen should be throwing the ball farther. And one side of the group chat is saying, guys, they keep scoring 30. Who cares? Mm-hmm. And the other side says, yeah, but 3- and 5-yard passes, it's a waste of Allen. If I've defined your group chat, that's what Nate Burleson said about the Eagles. And what are the Eagles? A team that just won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if you feel like you're arguing about this with Bills fans and only Bills fans do this and we're so spoiled, the Super Bowl champs, I watched Nate Burleson give a breakdown of like, I know Eagles fans, sometimes it doesn't look pretty, but they keep winning because they do have this formula.
Yeah.
And I mean, it might as well have been a carbon copy kind of statement about the Bills.
Not just that. If you ever think you're spoiled, the Eagles just won their 2nd Super Bowl, how long ago was it? 7 months ago? Right? 6 months ago. Now they're Philadelphia, and this might not come as a surprise, but loudly booed off the field at halftime. Loudly booed off the field at halftime. They won the trophy this calendar year. So there are levels of spoiled. It could be worse, right? I don't know if maybe Bills fans would boo. I don't know. If they had a bad half after winning the Super Bowl 3 weeks later, I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't. But they were booing loud, and it was because they wouldn't throw the ball.
Yeah.
Now that's different than even what the Bills do. Like the Bills will throw it. You're just seeing screens and you're seeing, short stuff around the line of scrimmage sometimes, or these little check downs. The Eagles just weren't throwing it at all. They went run, loss of down, penalty, 2nd and 16, run, 3rd and 17, run. Like that was the drive that got them booed off the field at the end of the half. Was run, 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 and that was the whole first half for them. There's a lot of but by the way, what they did in the second half, they just all right, we got to start throwing. And we got to start throwing down the field. Hey, that dude that wears number 11, Brown.
He's good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. We started throwing it in his direction, and then he had the biggest half any receivers had of the season. So they have it, just kind of when they want to do it.
Right, which, is that the Bills? The Colts could go 6-0 in their division, 5-1 in their division, which means the Bills have to match that So it's important to remember the 1 seed isn't always the best team. It's, of course, just the best record. Do I think they have a legitimate shot at the 1 seed? No. I don't think the Colts are going to have more wins than the Bills this season. But right now it's a tie, and I know that they play in a, I don't know, do I want to call it a softer division?
Well,
maybe
I'm
not.
looking at their schedule.
The Bills division looks over as well.
Because they're not playing a first-place schedule either. They're playing a third-place schedule even.
Yeah.
Like great teams, they play the rest of the way. Rams this week, they play the Chargers. They play Kansas City,
I'm sorry.
they play...
You said great teams. I don't want to hear.
Sorry,
I don't want to hear the Chiefs in that conversation.
At Arrowhead, and then they play the Niners late in the year.
Right.
Like that's kind of it for like really tough games along the way. Like Atlanta's not a super tough game right now. Arizona isn't. Pittsburgh isn't. The Raiders, like these are their non-division games, but still, Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Come on, the reckoning is coming, right? Like. Nobody is that bad for 7 years and then gets this good in an instant. That's not happened, right? Not being bad that long with multiple coaches.
Well,
like
as you say, this good, he has 3 touchdown passes.
Okay, but they haven't punted yet this season, right?
But he has 3 touchdowns.
Right.
How good does he have to be? They have a lot of great weapons. Jonathan Taylor is running all over everybody's faces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how good Daniel Jones has had to be. His quarterback rating is a 111, which is a market improvement since last year where he was an 79.
I mean, he leads the league in yards per attempt.
Okay.
9.3. So
that's not bad.
He's almost averaging a first down for every time he drops back the pass.
It's good.
That's crazy.
Brought to you by Paula's Donuts, made with love. Paula's Donuts game day donuts are back. Chocolate frosted, Dunkin' crushed pretzel and chips, drizzled with red and blue frosting. Plus football frosted donuts, red, white, and blue sprinkle donuts, and more. Order your game day donuts ahead of time for in-store pickup at paulasdonuts.com.
Wild day in the NFL. There were 7 game-winning scores in the final 3 minutes of games yesterday. Adam Schefter tweeted out that is an NFL record for a Sunday in the NFL, at least since 1970. Blocked kicks at the end, wins it for the Philadelphia Eagles over the Rams, who were attempting a game-winning field goal as time expired. The Jets got a blocked kick for a touchdown, only to have Baker Mayfield come back and lead them down for a game-winning field goal at the end. Cleveland with a 10-point comeback. They were down 10-0 to Green Bay. In the fourth quarter, they score 13, including a 55 game-winning field goal at the end. They are 1-2 on the season, sending Green Bay to 2-1. 2 teams joining the Bills at 3-0 in the AFC. The Chargers come back to beat the Broncos 23-20. The Colts have an easy time with the Titans, so it's the Bills, the Colts, and the Chargers at the top of the conference. The Chiefs avoid 0-3 with a 22-9 win over the Giants last night. Couple of big injuries in the league yesterday. Cardinals running back James Conner is out for the season. He was carted off the field yesterday. So is Chargers running back Najee Harris, who it's believed has a torn Achilles. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight in preseason game number 1. That's 7 o'clock in Columbus. You can listen right here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Second down and 6. Herbert to the air. Pipkins the block at the right tackle. Got away from Allen. Herbert alive in the throw. Caught. Touchdown. Allen. What a play.
Allen, what a play. Not Josh Allen. Keenan Allen there on a strike from Justin Herbert. The Chargers rally to beat the Broncos, who have some game management issues through 2 weeks. They've made some rough mistakes. 1-2, and feel like they should probably be 3-0. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe here on a Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Highlights of the game. In that case, the Justin Herbert throw. Brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Of course, the Bills played on Thursday. They'll play Sunday, 1 o'clock against the Saints and be huge, huge favorites. Biggest favorites in the league to this point, upping the mark from last week when they beat the Dolphins as 12.5-point favorites. 16.5 is the most recent I've seen it. I bet it climbs. I bet it goes up. But we'll see. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. One game we didn't mention. How much of Cowboys-Bears did you see?
Good amount. Good amount.
Party day for the Bears. Absolute party.
Yeah.
Flea flickers.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the flea flicker? Because the flea flicker, which they throw a bomb to Luther Burden, looked like a more discombobulated flea flicker than I've ever seen before. Mm-hmm. Is that why it worked? Because DeAndre Swift sold it with maybe an extra step? If you're a defender covering that, he got deep into the line and hit by a lineman and then turned and threw a moon ball.
Yeah, it was really high throw back to the quarterback.
And then Caleb Williams threw it 62 yards.
That's why I think it really worked.
Yeah.
Right, like the throw was a laser 60 yards down the field. Because the rest of it, I'm not sure how well they would say that it was executed. But yeah, there was a trick play the Vikings ran at the end of the half against the Bengals. Did you see that one?
I did not see that one.
I thought the Bengals, that might be one of those plays that like we get the unwritten rule conversation after the game because the Bengals can't get out of their own way. They've just turned the ball over twice. They hand it off. They're like, we got to get out of here. It's 31-3, and there's like 30 seconds left in the half. So they hand the ball off to Samaje Perine just to ice the clock, right? Like, get us out of here. Here's the ball to a veteran running back. He fumbles. Like, this is the first play of their drive. They've just turned it over. He fumbles. So what do the Vikings do? They're in midfield. I'm like, are they just going to be nice here and, like, will they kneel it out? Like, they're up by 28. The Bengals can't do anything. So what do? The complete opposite. They throw it backwards to Justin Jefferson, who then throws the ball down to the running back. You're up by 28.
Kill shot. Yeah.
They're trying to get to halftime, and you're throwing the ball with your wide receiver. Right. Like, not even kill shot. Like, let's embarrass them right here. I didn't see anything about that afterwards, though.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I posted a poll on Twitter talking about the Bills' defense. We can get to this a little bit, and some other Bills matters as well. Through 3 weeks, how are you feeling about the Bills' defense? Your three options are, because it's about through 3 weeks, encouraged, help coming, because we all know Hoyt, Hairston, Ogunjobi, like, there are guys coming back. So encouraged, help coming, same as before the season, or troubled. What do you think about this Bills defense 3 weeks in? Give us a call on it. Vote in this Twitter poll. We'll see how things come out. I don't know what I expect the answer to be. Encouraged or troubled or same as before season. It kind of gets to each individual person that's voting in this Twitter poll how you felt. If you felt great, maybe you couldn't be even further encouraged. If you were terrified, maybe you would be feeling better. I think my answer is about same as before the season. Like, I've not yet been moved. I want to say help is coming. Not yet. I don't know.
I'm definitely where I was before the season, but I was very much like, I'm not sure they're going to be good on defense before the season. I guess the best sign I have is that Bosa looks like he's going to be a real player.
Yeah.
All season. But even that, like, that's the injury risk with him, is that at any moment that could just end because it seems to happen every year with him. But I guess the troubling signs would be, like, Milano is a bit of a question right now as to what he's got left, I think. And I would say that the secondary overall looks like, all right. Like, I haven't yelled at Cole Bishop yet through 3 games, but Taylor Rapp, on the other hand, like, I don't know. So I feel okay about it, but I still feel like it's not a defense at the moment that I would have a lot of confidence in a big playoff game against the league's top offenses. I think you would have to keep up with some of those teams. How would they play against the Chargers might be a question now to ask.
Yeah.
Like, maybe okay. I think they need one of these guys that's not available to them right now to be like a real impact player for them.
They need Hoyt to give them a pass rush. Because right now,
or Hairston to be like a true
good enough
corner
number 2
that you could put in man coverage and not have him get destroyed like Trey White will.
Yeah.
Like that might be as big of an impact as Hoyt. Because the pass rush, like if Ed Oliver were to get healthy, like I could get there on the pass rush could be good. Hoyt would help it. But I'm pretty concerned about their secondary if Hairston can't give them anything.
Yeah, what happens when they play quarterbacks that can wing the ball all over the place? And Herbert might be that against this defense. Like, he might carve them up. Or he might come on the road in January, sorry. Or he might come here in January and look like he just can't do it. Like, we'll see if the Chargers, if their game travels by the time they get to, the playoffs, if they make it. Last year, they go in the playoffs, he threw 4 interceptions in Houston. So it also doesn't have to be a factor for weather. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. You can vote in that Twitter poll. You can give us a ring. Nick writes in, Sean's defense scares me. They look slow. One of the reasons that they might look slow is because some of the guys they drafted to be and signed to be the difference makers, like Hairston's fast.
Yeah.
Hairston's fast. And I don't know about Michael Hoyt just being a fast player, but I think he is we saw it in the preseason. He flies. He looks like he makes them more athletic and more malleable or whatever, multiple, whatever you want to say.
Yep.
Like, why would they look slow? Probably because Tre'Davious White's out there instead of Hairston. But past that, like, I don't know, Bishop's athletic. You know who else is really fast, by the way? Dorian Strong's very fast.
Yeah. If you think they look slow, I think the guy that might be doing that for you right now is Rapp. Right? Rapp's the guy.
He's not a very fast safety, right?
Rapp is he's outrun by Bills linebackers, right? So like that would be the guy to look at if you think they look slow. I think that's the player that you're watching, that you're seeing on the third level. I mean, the Henry play sticks out, but there were a couple of plays against Miami where he was getting outrun to the sideline. Because overall, like their defense as a whole, is it slow? Like Bernard isn't slow for his position. Milano at this point, maybe you want to say that. I wouldn't. I haven't thought it. Benford's not slow. Maybe Trey would be the other one, right? Trey getting outrun by Waddle on like some of those mesh routes last week.
Then again, Waddle outruns a lot of players.
That's true. But Hairston would be the guy you would think would run with him.
Yeah.
So that I think it's probably mostly those two. You have two guys in your secondary that they're not going to give you wheels right now.
Sean in Orchard Park is up to start us off this morning. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning. How you doing, guys?
Good.
Good. Hey, just wanted to see what your thoughts were on Dawson Knox. I feel like I haven't seen him the last 3 weeks as part of the offense. Maybe I'm just not seeing something, but just curious your thoughts on that.
He's playing. He dropped a couple passes against, was it Miami? Yeah, he dropped a couple passes against Miami, but he's playing. The Bills are playing their 3 tight ends a lot. You've got Knox getting, let me pull up his snap count here for the season. 58%, sorry, this is last season, 2025.
I know he played about half against Miami.
Okay.
Because they all played about half against Miami.
56, 55, 53 are Dawson Knox's snap counts. He led all tight ends the first 2 weeks, and this week Kincaid got him by 2%. Knox is 56, 55, 53. Kincaid is 51, 48, 55. Jackson Hawes, 19, 47, 43. You're going to see a lot of this 3 tight end. And Knox leads tight ends in snaps with 121, Kincaid at 112.
Okay.
So I think he's a fixture. If you're looking for him to get a bunch of catches, like that ship might have sailed.
He should have had more against the Jets.
Okay, was the Jets game with the drops?
He had, I think, 2 drops in that game, and he had 5 targets.
Yeah.
5 targets, 2 for 19 was the stat line at the end of it. So tried to get him the ball a little bit there. He did not have a target against Miami. But no, he's not. He's never going to be again. He had a 71 target season for the Bills and scored 9 touchdowns that year.
Yeah,
like, he's not doing that ever again for them.
Probably. I mean, they drafted that away from him by getting Kincaid in here. Now they have a tight end that commands more of that kind of attention. But he's still been a role player on this team, and 3 tight ends. I think you're going to continue to see it. Thanks, Sean, for the phone call. Bob writes in on this question about the defense. Troubled and same as before. That's somebody else writes that's the same answer. But Bob writes in, they need to get a dynamic offensive weapon because they will need to keep up against good teams. Don't let Olave or Shaheed leave town next weekend.
I like both those players. Olave's a big trade, right?
Yes.
It's a big trade.
Rashid Shaheed, we'll see what the Saints do. Are they going to try and hit over the top with him on Sunday?
He is he's very fast receiver.
He's very fast.
Yeah, and he's pretty good. I'm not saying this would happen every week. Saw a lot of clips from the Miami game where guys are open down the field.
Yeah.
Like Kincaid, right? There's one play where he threw it to Cook for like 5 yards, and he had turned down like a 30-yard pass down the field that would not have been a gimme, but Josh Allen makes that pass to Dalton Kincaid 30 yards down the field. There's a play to Coleman where he's down there. Like there's a few of them. Like I don't know how often is that going to happen though, where those guys are going to be constantly running down the field, because in other games you might decide to take those passes and maybe they're not there. Shaheed is a guy that is going to be running those routes all the time down the field. Also, why would he be available? I guess would be my question. Is he young enough? New Orleans wouldn't want to just quit on that right now? No, he's 27. Never mind. A little older than I thought. It's not like 23. All right, don't let him leave town. I'm in.
Watch the Patriots yesterday?
Some.
Drake May and Josh Allen comparisons will continue while May throws careless interceptions early in his career.
And runs.
He also might have been concussed in that game and allowed to stay in and play.
He at least should have been pulled.
Yeah. He threw an interception 2 plays after a play where it looked like he got knocked out.
He slammed his head on the back of the
and
turf.
reached for his head with his hand.
Yeah, he should have been pulled.
He should have been pulled out of the game for sure. All right, 803-0550. Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and Ravens, and the Sabres' first preseason game against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Feels like the preseason is a lot of Buffalo and Columbus. Prospects Challenge.
Are they the Bills, Lions?
I think so. These teams are best.
Sabres and Blue Jackets.
These teams are besties now. Columbus and Buffalo. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. Sal at 8. It's a Buffalo Bills Football Monday and a Victory Monday at that. Why can't we have a Victory Monday after we had a Victory Friday? Consider it a victory long weekend. It's Victory Monday here on WGR.
Back to pass, looking left. And reaching for it is Kincaid, and he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown. A 20-yard touchdown hookup. Allen to Kincaid, and the Bills are an extra point away from tying it up early.
The Colts could go 6-0 in their division, 5-1 in their division, which means the Bills have to match that. So it's important to remember the 1 seed isn't always the best team. It's, of course, just the best record. Do I think they have a legitimate shot at the 1 seed? No. I don't think the Colts are going to have more wins than the Bills this season. But right now it's a tie, and I know that they play in a, I don't know, do I want to call it a softer division?
Well,
maybe
I'm
not.
looking at their schedule.
The Bills division looks over as well.
Because they're not playing a first-place schedule either. They're playing a third-place schedule even.
Yeah.
Like great teams they play the rest of the way. Rams this week. They play the Chargers. They play Kansas City.
I'm sorry.
Play.
You said great teams. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the Chiefs in that conversation.
At Arrowhead, and then they play the Niners late in the year.
Right.
Like that's kind of it for like really tough games along the way. Like Atlanta's not a super tough game right now. Arizona isn't. Pittsburgh isn't. The Raiders. Like these are their non-division games, but still. Daniel Jones.
Yep.
Come on, the reckoning is coming, right? Like, nobody is that bad for 7 years and then gets this good in an instant. That's not happened, right? Not being bad that long with multiple coaches.
Well,
like
as you say, this good, he has 3 touchdown passes.
Okay, but they haven't punted yet this season, right?
But he has 3 touchdowns.
Right.
How good does he have to be? They have a lot of great weapons. Jonathan Taylor is running all over everybody's faces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how good Daniel Jones has had to be. His quarterback rating is a 111, which is a marked improvement since last year where he was an 79.
I mean, he leads the league in yards per attempt.
Okay.
9.3. So
that's not bad.
He's almost averaging a first down for every time he drops back to pass.
It's good.
That's crazy.
Through 3 weeks, how are you feeling about the Bills' defense? Your 3 options are, because it's about through 3 weeks, encouraged, Help coming, because we all know Hoyt, Hairston, Ogunjobi, there are guys coming back. So encouraged, help coming. Same as before the season, or troubled. What do you think about this Bills defense 3 weeks in? Give us a call on it. Vote in this Twitter poll. We'll see how things come out. I don't know what I expect the answer to be. Encouraged or troubled, or same as before season. It kind of gets to each individual person that's voting in this Twitter poll how you felt. If you felt great, maybe you couldn't be even further encouraged. If you were terrified, maybe you would be feeling better. I think my answer is about same as before the season. I've not yet been moved. I want to say help is coming. Not yet. I don't know.
I'm definitely where I was before the season, but I was very much I'm not sure they're going to be good on defense before the season. I guess the best sign I have is that Bosa looks like he's going to be a real player.
Yeah.
All season. But even that, that's the injury risk with him, is that at any moment that could just end, because it seems to happen every year with him. But I guess the troubling signs would be Milano is a bit of a question right now as to what he's got left, I think. And I would say that the secondary overall looks all right. I haven't yelled at Cole Bishop yet through 3 games, but Taylor Rapp, on the other hand, I don't know. So I feel okay about it, but I still feel like it's not a defense at the moment that I would have a lot of confidence in a big playoff game against the league's top offenses. I think you would have to keep up with some of those teams. How would they play against the Chargers might be a question now to ask.
Yeah.
Maybe okay. I think they need one of these guys that's not available to them right now to be a real impact player for them.
They need Hoyt to give them a pass rush. Because right now...
Or Hairston to be a true
good enough
corner that you could put in man coverage and not have him get destroyed like Trey White will.
Yeah.
Out there running the routes. He doesn't care. He's just going to go through his progressions and take what's there and trust everybody's going to be in the right spots. And I think that there's so much power to that. I think you even see on, early in the game, he went to go throw a stop route to Keon, and boom, they played base defense with it, found James Cook right there on a check down, and it looks like another check down. That's such elite football play. Just not going from one side of the field to then having to go to the other side and then scramble around, boom, I just take it and I keep it moving. And those are things that they're not sexy, but it's really good play.
Joe Brady on Josh Allen making smart decisions. Big topic around town. I was mentioning, your group chats out there. Maybe you guys and gals are all arguing in the group chat about whether or not Allen should have more at his disposal, should be throwing deeper down the field, should be more aggressive instead of these 3-yard passes. Got a clip from that on Colin Cowherd coming up as well. And I'm ready for the big, long thesis for you, Joe. I've been crafting it over the weekend, thinking about it over the weekend. So I'll get that for you next.
Shouldn't that give less credit to Miami, though? All of that? All these plays, I'm watching some of them again right now. These plays where Kincaid's open down the field, throws it short to James Cook. And here's Palmer, open down the field. What's he do? Throws it short to Dalton Kincaid. All these plays, shouldn't that go to say, hey, Miami, you actually didn't do anything great. They just chose to keep you in the game. Isn't that all that is? Like, these plays Daniel Jones was ripping down your throat in week 1, and the Bills just decided we didn't need them. So is that actually Miami doing a good job playing the game close, or is it just they got lucky that the other team decided they didn't need to take those chunk plays?
It's probably Miami doing a good job and executing their game plan, right?
They're open. Like, Kincaid's open for 35 yards. He throws it 5 yards to Cook. Why is that a good job by the Dolphins?
Well, I feel like one play might not be representative of all the rest of the plays where Miami puts on, a big shell and says, we're not going to give up shots down the field. And maybe they think Allen won't take them. They might hear Joe Brady talk about how great it is and see how Allen has been, coached up and has done a great job of taking exactly what a defense gives. So, let's give them underneath. Let's see if we can get them to go on a 12-play drive, and maybe there's a holding penalty, or I don't know. I don't know how you stop this Bills offense.
No, that's the point. Is really there probably isn't.
There's not a lot of good answers.
Way to do it. They kind of. It does feel like they kind of can do it however they want to.
Yeah. 803-0550. It is Victory Monday. That audio from the locker room brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Joe Brady there talking about Josh Allen. And we also, of course, here did Eye on the Quarterback on Josh Allen. So Eye on the Quarterback brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The Colts punted. Finally punted. Once.
Well, I was going to say it was only once, though, right?
They punted once. Yes, they have their first punt. And they're 3-0.
And the Texans are 0-3.
And they're bad. They're bad.
How did they let that happen?
C.J. Stroud went from a very good young quarterback to misses a lot of throws, isn't very good.
I have trouble blaming him a lot, though, because he is under duress on every play.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where, are the Texans kind of ruining this? Like, this is your window. He's on the rookie contract. He was great in year 1, and you can't keep defensive linemen off him.
The Texans are the only team in the last 20 years to start 0-3 despite allowing fewer than 54 points.
Wow. Yeah, because the defense is great.
The defense is awesome. Very good.
Yeah.
And the offense is a mess. They're 0-3, and they've given up 55 points.
Brutal.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Sal coming up at 8 o'clock here on WGR. Bills fans, you know how it goes. You're out there. Good morning, 803-0550. Maybe in the group chat, you're arguing about whether or not Josh Allen should be throwing the ball farther. And one side of the group chat is saying, guys, they keep scoring 30. Who cares? Mm-hmm. The other side says, yeah, but 3- and 5-yard passes, it's a waste of Allen. If I've defined your group chat, that's what Nate Burleson said about the Eagles. And what are the Eagles? A team that just won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if you feel like you're arguing about this with Bills fans and only Bills fans do this and we're so spoiled, the Super Bowl champs, I watched Nate Burleson give a breakdown of I know Eagles fans, sometimes it doesn't look pretty, but they keep winning because they do have this formula. Yeah. And it might as well have been a carbon copy kind of statement about the Bills.
Not just that. If you ever think you're spoiled, the Eagles just won their second Super Bowl, how long ago was it? 7 months ago? Right? 6 months ago. Now they're Philadelphia, and this might not come as a surprise, but loudly booed off the field at halftime. Loudly booed off the field at halftime. They won the trophy this calendar year. So there are levels of spoiled. It could be worse, right? I don't know if maybe Bills fans would boo. I don't know. If they had a bad half after winning the Super Bowl 3 weeks later, I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't. But they were booing loud, and it was because they wouldn't throw the ball.
Yeah.
Now that's different than even what the Bills do. The Bills will throw it. You're just seeing screens and you're seeing, short stuff around the line of scrimmage sometimes, or these little check downs. The Eagles just weren't throwing it at all. They went run, loss of down, penalty, 2nd and 16, run, 3rd and 17, run. That was the drive that got them booed off the field at the end of the half. Was run, and that was the whole first half for them. There's a lot of team, but by the way, what they did in the second half, they just all right, we got to start throwing. and we're going to start throwing down the field. Hey, that dude that wears number 11, Brown.
He's good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. We start throwing it in his direction, and then he had like the biggest half any receivers had of the season. So they have it, just kind of when they want to do it.
Right, which is that the Bills?
Week 3 in the NFL, couple of teams joining the Bills at 3-0 in the AFC. The Chargers come back to beat the Broncos 23-20 to stay perfect on the year. The Indianapolis Colts blow out the Titans 41-20. Both of Indy and LA are now 3-0 along with the Bills at the top of the AFC. The Chiefs avoid 0-3. With a win against the New York Giants. Russell Wilson unable to do much of anything in that one. Chiefs are 1-2 on the year. Some other scores from around the league. The Jets came close. They blocked a kick and returned it for a touchdown to take the lead in the final minutes, but Baker Mayfield drives the Bucs down to kick a game-winning field goal at the end. Tampa gets the win. Cleveland with a crazy upset on the Packers. Green Bay was up 10-0 in the fourth quarter Green Bay, who had not scored in the game, puts together 13 points and wins the game on a last-second kick. Panthers shut out the Falcons 30-0. Steelers beat the Patriots 21-14. The Bengals not able to do anything without Joe Burrow. They get blown out 48-10 by Carson Wentz and the Minnesota Vikings. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Lions at the Ravens just after 8 o'clock. Also, a couple of season-ending injuries in the NFL at running back. Cardinals running back James Conner out for the year. Chargers running back Najee Harris out for the year, both sustaining injuries yesterday. And the Sabres play their first preseason game tonight at 7 o'clock against Columbus. That's in Columbus, and you can listen to the game right here on WGR. The game is also being televised on MSG. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
.2025 Josh Allen shouldn't exist. You should not be that gifted, that fast, that talented, jump over linebackers, yet he never throws interceptions. Usually 6'6" guys with that engine and that ability, I mean, they are letting it rip. Josh, you get all the upside and you get none of the downside. I mean, listen to this. His last 12 games, including the playoffs, 30 total touchdowns, 1 pick. That makes no sense. His ability to control, have the discipline to not just, I'm going to let it rip and throw it through that coverage is unbelievable.
Colin Cowherd on Josh Allen. No turnovers. He just does not turn the ball over.
And really, it's 30 touchdowns and 1 interception in 11 games. 12 games counts the 1 snap he took against the Patriots, by the way.
All right. The 1 interception was also against the Patriots on a 3rd and 16. Throw to the end zone?
Yeah, I had a tweet go viral over the weekend because I used the term arm punt, I guess. And everyone in the football world started, not everyone, people on Twitter started debating the term arm punt.
Haven't we been talking about it for years?
We have. I guess everybody else hasn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ravens fans are really the ones. Ravens and Chiefs fans.
They're mad about
We're
it?
both very offended by the idea of an arm punt.
I see what happened. You got into the Lamar, Mahomes, or Allen Twitter verse where it's just constantly conversations about that.
Yeah. I just turned that off because that is just like, I'm not here to do this.
My favorite non-controversy that happened this weekend is the Zapruder film breakdown of whether or not Josh Allen successfully kneeled out the final play of the first half.
I did hear or see a little bit about that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What? And
so what had happened there? He fumbled it.
He fumbled and kneeled on the ball and then picked it up with the knee down and then threw it to the official. And I guess Dolphins fans are a little mad about that. There's 2 things that happened. By the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. You know how sometimes, I'm going to actually take this another direction, but right back to it. You know how sometimes we look back on the drought and we fondly think, man, can you believe what our lives were like back then? Where a team gets a win, the Bills get a win over the Packers, and it's like, oh, this is the sign. Mm-hmm. It's all coming back. The Dolphins, the Jets had this, the moral victory against the Steelers where they score 30 points. Like, oh, hey, maybe Justin Fields is a real thing, and he's not. This happened in the Dolphins game twice. The Dolphins and their media and fans latching onto 2 different things. One, this end of half non-kneel down where the Bills broke the rules. Something should have happened. There's that one. And then I saw Dolphins fan, I think Palm Beach Post, Joe Shad. Mm-hmm. Allen pointed to a player and signal, like, get him out of here. The flag's on him. And there was a controversy, again, the Dolphins fan making this up, that Allen had used a violent gun gesture. So should he have been flagged or ejected? And I thought, do you remember all the sad things we used to do when they would lose a game to the Patriots and we would just say, like, well, they're getting the calls. The other teams are cheating. The officials are working against us. Like the game in Denver where the 2 officials once fist bumped each other after a spot. And Bills fans thought it was proof that the officials are conspiring. When you're just so down in the dumps that your weekend after a Thursday loss involves looking at whether or not Josh Allen kneeled out a ball effectively at the end of the first half. A ball you did not recover. Just what would have happened, Miami? What are you hoping happens there? The official I can't catch that ball, and then the Dolphins can recover it.
And run it back for a touchdown.
Just the biggest loser's energy on earth.
Yeah.
And we used to live there. We don't live there anymore.
His knee is also down when he has the ball.
Right.
Like when he scoops it back up, his knee is still down. It's actually not. It's not even close to as bad as the Bills Texans playoff game,
right,
where at the beginning of the half, the kick returner who had not kneeled or anything just handed the ball to the ref. This is his knees on the ground. So, and also from that experience, don't we know that giving yourself up is like a term in the league?
Yes.
It's been labeled giving yourself up.
So to Cowherd's point here, and that Allen doesn't throw interceptions anymore, and 30 touchdowns and 1 interception in his last 30 games, or whatever the number was.
11
games. I'm sure the numbers are amazing over even 2 years. Like he doesn't make that many mistakes anymore. I was thinking about it from a framework of Tua's interception against the Bills on Thursday night. Benjamin Solak did a big, huge breakdown of this play. Maybe you saw this breakdown, maybe not. Basically, what he got to was Tua throws this pick a lot. Like, this is a mistake that Tua makes all the time, where he's predetermined where he's going to throw it. Their offense is so based on timing. It's so based on him trusting the offense and throwing it to where a receiver is not yet, knowing Waddle's going to get to that spot. And Ben's big takeaway on this play that not everybody agreed with. I mean, there's a little bit of a dispute about this Tua turnover. But his big takeaway was when you build an offense that's entirely built on Tua looking, reading, and throwing before he has all the information, you're going to lead to sometimes you got the information wrong and Terrell Bernard is in there to jump that and take it away. And it happened against the Ravens once, and it happened earlier. He had 4 or 5 different spots in Tua's career where he throws the interception to the linebacker who guessed right or read it right. And here's Bernard talking about how the linebackers coach had coached them up on this. Like, if you get this look, go for it, because they do this. Mm-hmm. And I want you to think about something, Bills fans. When's the last time Josh Allen threw an interception like that? Because if I tell you to picture a Josh Allen interception, aren't almost all of them 20 to 30 yards down the field?
He's heaving it down the field in some desperation.
Sure. Some
play broke down.
Maybe it's double coverage. Maybe it's I like my chances on this play. But Josh Allen interceptions, the number of times it happens where it's like the Tua one, where he drops back and throws, and it's like, oh, he just didn't see the linebacker? Mm-hmm. That doesn't happen. And it's no coincidence, Joe. What's the active streak? Knocking on wood. Somebody said it when I knocked on this last time. It doesn't count as wood. Let me find some real wood.
This isn't wood?
It's
wood colored.
It's laminate, whatever. What's the current streak at Josh Allen passes without a pick six?
I'll look it up, but I think he was approaching the NFL record.
Okay. Why is that? Why does Allen not throw those interceptions? And the answer is because he doesn't have to do the game the way Tua does. He can make stuff happen off script. If he doesn't like something, first off, he'll take the checkdowns. He'll be smart about it. It's the point Cowherd's making there about how he'll eat the ball. He just
I mean, it's a fatal flaw of the Miami offense, I think.
Yeah.
Because he's always made mistakes.
Yep.
He fumbles too a lot.
Yes, he does. Protecting the football. Here's the other part of that, though. So this might be where, I don't know. I don't know if you guys out there are, like I said, I keep mentioning the group chats. Give us a call, 803-0550. Do you have an argument in your group chat with friends about whether or not this offense is good enough? Because it scores points. And multiple times this weekend, I'd just be hanging out and like, oh, yeah, how about the Bills? I don't tell you, I don't like Joe Brady's offense right now. You've got fans that are frustrated by the dink and dunk and by the average depth of target. I ran into that a couple times. I was kind of surprised how frequently I heard it over the weekend. But I guess the question I would ask is, or the way I would phrase it is, this is a regular season process. And this regular season process is going to consistently win them 13 games, right? Mm-hmm. If you have Josh Allen and you never turn the ball over, if I just told you...
They're going to win.
For the next 5 years, you're going to get that. What will you get out of your regular seasons? AFC East titles and 14 to 13 wins every year. Your defense could be good. Your defense could be mid. Your defense could be great. You're going to win 13 to 15 games. Because not turning the ball over can be a pretty consistent formula. There's one spot, though, that this might be the genesis for all of it. There's one spot where that doesn't really work, and that is the playoffs. They have lost 2 straight playoff games to the Chiefs in which they do not turn the ball over. They win the turnover battle. Like, a lot of their story is they win the turnover battle and they win all the time. They've won the turnover battle against the Chiefs the last 2 times and lost in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And to me, Joe, it's a separation of the regular season is about processing, and the Bills have great process, and the postseason is about results. Like, you can take your perfect process, bring it to the playoffs, and if loss, all right, that's it. The book is written on how you're built in one game against the Chiefs. All right, guess that's over. What do you do next year? Try to not have any turnovers, win 13 to 15 games, do it again. And I feel like that's where maybe some of the disconnect is, because people want to be convinced they're going to beat the Chiefs, and there's almost really no way they can do it other than scoring 50 or having a defense that can hold another team to 10, and both of those things are, lofty goals.
What I don't like about how their current formula presents itself against the Chiefs is I feel like they're a better team than the Chiefs right now. Like, I think if they just went toe-to-toe and threw to who was open and played offense, maybe you do it a little bit differently. Maybe you press a little bit down the field, just a little bit more than you do in the regular season. Like, I like their team right now better than I do the Chiefs team. But they play a style that is designed to keep that game close. And what I don't like about that against Kansas City, I would want to play Kansas City to blow them out. That's how I'd want to play them, because I don't trust them at the end of games. If you're playing to keep it close, then I'm giving the Chiefs coaching staff that 1 or 2 plays that they haven't run all season and they're just waiting to break it out, and you're not ready for it and it costs you your season. And by playing their style, I think you invite Kansas City into those situations as opposed to playing them to be up 14 at the end of the game instead of playing them to be up 3. Baltimore, you want to play that way, I think there's a better argument.
I wonder about Baltimore, because
Baltimore, I can get down with that style against Baltimore, because I don't think they could go toe to toe with Baltimore just playing a firefight.
No,
but Kansas City, I would expect the Bills to win that game, and I don't know that they would play it.
One thought I've had a lot about that opener against the Ravens is if they are to play again, which could be the AFC Championship game, and you're Baltimore coming into that game, or you're Buffalo coming into that game, like however you want to do this, you'd say, all right, the last time we played, how much of it do you value? If you're the Bills, do you think we can't be conservative because they can score? If you're Baltimore, do you think, listen, 16 isn't safe? We're walking in the door to score 50, right? Because we know on the other side that freak show quarterback can lead them back from anything. So if Baltimore had to do it again, would they, play so conservatively on the final possession they had, where they throw it over the middle and just punt it back to the Bills?
Right.
Would they go for the 4th down next time? 4th and 3 instead of punting to Josh Allen. It's part of the fascinating thing about the regular season and the postseason is how would you do it differently? What have you learned? What would you do differently? Dennis in Lockport is up. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, Hey, guys. Love the show. Hey, I actually agree with how you call it, the dink and dunk offense they're playing. Only for a couple reasons, and then I'll give it back to you guys. A couple things. Patriots use it. How many Super Bowls they got? Kansas City does use it when you watch them at times. They will do it, and they win off it. And actually, if you think about it, since Josh is a golfer, the shortest way to the pin is right through the middle. You don't have to hit it the longest. You just got to keep it in the fairway at all times. And I look at that as it could wear time off the clock and wear down a defense by just making your way down the field, giving your defense time to rest up, and also getting some of the people for some other looks. On that, I'll give it right back to you guys.
Thanks, Dennis. I mean, the Patriots, the idea is they were a dink and dunk team. They had Tom Brady, and they threw the ball to Julian Edelman 100,000 times.
Yeah, there
on short plays.
Were times where they were an offense like that. Not all of them. 07, they don't win 07. But 07, they're chucking the ball down the field to Randy Moss. But they did, right? Like Edelman and Welker and like Gronk was their vertical threat for a while.
I just wonder how relevant any of those conversations or comparisons really are. The Chiefs have won enough Super Bowls where they've done it both ways.
Right.
Like they've won 3 and they've been to 5.
Yeah.
And the earlier version of the Chiefs did it the other way, where they're always looking down the field. And this version of the Chiefs right now that stinks, by the way, they stink. Their offense
is bad.
In part because Rice and Worthy are out, so their number one receivers, Tyquan Thornton and Juju Smith-Schuster.
He finally made a couple plays for them.
He did. What are the Chiefs? The Chiefs want to be vertical again. And Mahomes is constantly looking down the field. And you see the last play of the first half, right before the end of the first half?
The one where he chucks it down the field.
Yeah.
And they get the pass interference.
Escapes and throws it 50 yards.
Yep.
Like the Chiefs want that part of their game back. So I think it's always ebbs and flows. And if we're talking about how the Patriots won a lot of Super Bowls, we're talking about a 20 season stretch where other teams also did win it, and they had the best quarterback of all time and the best defensive coach of all time, arguably. I don't know.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they're able to do it if they get their receivers back, because I've been asking for like a year now. Like all these defenses are packing, or not? They're packing the backfield. They're going cover 4, too high safety shell. Like every defense in the league is daring you to take what's given to you. Methodically move the ball down the field and not make mistakes. And I've been wondering, is there a coach or a team out there that is searching for a way to be that vertical offense again? And we'll see if I feel like Kansas City is trying to figure it out. Kansas City is trying to be that first team back to, we're going to throw it over top of you no matter what you're doing. And I don't feel like the Bills are attempting to do it.
No,
the Bills are perfectly content just sitting here, taking 5-6 yards at a time, and having Allen not throw the ball more than 15 yards in a game. While Kansas City, I feel like they are searching to be that first through the gates again.
Yeah. Well, first through the gates, if you're asking me, is the Chargers. The Chargers are that now.
Right.
They've not had success with it before, but yeah, they've got it now. The problem with looking up average depth of target for right now in the league is that I get like wide receivers and how far they've thrown the ball. So I'm looking for team.
Oh, like on one attempt?
Yeah, right. Team depth. Did you see the highest rated quarterback ever retired? And it was Mohamed Sanu, wide receiver Mohamed Sanu.
Oh, really?
Because in his career, his passing career, he was 7 of 8. I should pull up his numbers.
He had like 7 touchdowns.
He was amazing.
He had some good throws too. Because I think he was a high school quarterback. I think.
That makes sense.
He retired. He's been out of the league for 5 years.
Mohamed Sanu finished his career 7 of 8 for 233 and 4 touchdowns.
Wow. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good for a receiver. Anyway, yes, he is retired. And he, his last season was 2021. But apparently he has officially called it quits. I don't know. Why did his name... Oh, sorry, no. His last year was...
Has he been like on practice squads?
Yeah, 2021.
Maybe he's been on practice squads.
Maybe. 803-0550. This guy did everything. He also had 14 tackles on interceptions.
It's probably bad because those are interceptions.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Talking about this Bills team, they are 3-0. Chargers 3-0. Colts 3-0. Chiefs got a win last night. Anything you want to chat about? The division? I mean, the division is in shambles outside of the Bills. Patriots 1-2 after a loss to the Steelers in a game that they outgained them and just got crushed by turnovers. And we got to tell you Drake May's new nickname in New England. It's not exactly the best nickname. I'll tell you what that is next.
Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it, complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown from 5 yards out. Josh Allen looking like Magic Johnson on the fast break.
Through 3 weeks, how are you feeling about the Bills' defense? Your three options are, because it's about through 3 weeks, encouraged, help coming, because we all know Hoyt, Hairston, Ogunjobi, there are guys coming back. So encouraged, help coming, same as before the season, or troubled. What do you think about this Bills defense 3 weeks in? Give us a call on it. Vote in this Twitter poll. We'll see how things come out. I don't know what I expect the answer to be. Encouraged or troubled or same as before season. It kind of gets to each individual person that's voting in this Twitter poll how you felt. If you felt great, maybe you couldn't be even further encouraged. If you were terrified, maybe you would be feeling better. I think my answer is about same as before the season. I've not yet been moved. I want to say help is coming. Not yet. I don't know.
I'm definitely where I was before the season, but I was very much I'm not sure they're going to be good on defense before the season. I guess the best sign I have is that Bosa looks like he's going to be a real player.
Yeah.
All season. But even that, that's the injury risk with him, is that at any moment that could just end, because it seems to happen every year with him. But I guess the troubling signs would be Milano is a bit of a question right now as to what he's got left, I think. And I would say that the secondary overall looks all right. I haven't yelled at Cole Bishop yet through 3 games, but Taylor Rapp, on the other hand, I don't know. So I feel okay about it, but I still feel like it's not a defense at the moment that I would have a lot of confidence in a big playoff game against the league's top offenses. I think you would have to keep up with some of those teams. How would they play against the Chargers might be a question now to ask.
Yeah.
Maybe okay. I think they need one of these guys that's not available to them right now to be a real impact player for them.
They need Hoyt to give them a pass rush. Because right now...
Or Hairston to be a true
good enough
corner that you could put in man coverage and not have him get destroyed like Trey White will.
Yeah. The Colts could go 6-0 in their division, 5-1 in their division, which means the Bills have to match that. So it's important to remember the 1 seed isn't always the best team. It's, of course, just the best record. Do I think they have a legitimate shot at the 1 seed? No. I don't think the Colts are going to have more wins than the Bills this season. But right now it's a tie, and I know that they play in a, I don't know, do I want to call it a softer division?
Well,
maybe
I'm
not.
looking at their schedule.
The Bills division looks over as well.
Because they're not playing a first-place schedule either. They're playing a third-place schedule even.
Yeah.
Great teams they play the rest of the way. Rams this week. They play the Chargers. They play Kansas City.
I'm sorry.
They play...
You said great teams. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear the Chiefs in that conversation.
At Arrowhead. And then they play the Niners late in the year.
All right.
That's kind of it for really tough games along the way. Atlanta's not a super tough game right now. Arizona isn't. Pittsburgh isn't. The Raiders, these are their non-division games. But still, Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Come on, the reckoning is coming, right? Nobody is that bad for 7 years and then gets this good in an instant. That's not happened, right? Not being bad that long. With multiple coaches,
as you say, this good, he has 3 touchdown passes.
Okay, but they haven't punted yet this season, right?
But he has 3 touchdowns.
Right.
How good does he have to be? They have a lot of great weapons. Jonathan Taylor is running all over everybody's faces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how good Daniel Jones has had to be. His quarterback rating is a 111, which is a market improvement since last year where he was an 79.
I mean, he leads the league in yards per attempt.
Okay.
9.3. So
that's not bad.
He's almost averaging a first down for every time he drops back to pass.
It's good.
That's crazy.
Planning a home improvement project? For a safe and code-compliant electrical setup, call Empire Electric. Whether it's a new room or a new fixture, Empire Electric will make your home renovation easy. Call Empire Electric at 716-634-0330.
Week 3 in the NFL, a couple of teams joining the Bills at 3-0, including the LA Chargers, who beat the Broncos, and also the Colts, who had an easy time beating the Tennessee Titans on the day. The Kansas City Chiefs avoid going 0-3. They win over the Giants pretty easily last night to go to 1-2 on the season. The Bills' next opponent, the New Orleans Saints, got smoked by the Seahawks, so the spread for next Sunday is 16.5 for Bills and Saints in Week 4. James Conner, Cardinals running back, out for the season with an injury he was carted off with yesterday. Najee Harris, Chargers running back, also out for the season with an Achilles injury from yesterday. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Blue Jackets in preseason game number 1. You can listen to that game right here on WGR. It'll also be on MSG. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
May will fire it. It's picked off. Intercepted by Echols.
Drake May, an interception. He had a couple turnovers in the Patriots' loss to the Steelers. And the Steelers are 2-1. The Patriots are 1-2. Yards in this game, and the Patriots were, well, the more successful offense, but just had their share of turnovers. May 268 passing, had an interception, and Rodgers passed for 16-23 for 139 and won the game. So, you had Hunter Henry with 90 yards. May was here are the Josh Allen comparisons, right? May was the Patriots' leading rusher and passer in this game, and they lost 21-14. So anyway, Drake May's new nickname there in New England is Drake Maybe, as they walk the line of, is this guy the guy? Is this guy
Drake
good enough? Drake, maybe.
Not the most creative nickname I've ever heard in my life, but it fits, right?
Yeah.
I would be...
The Patriots turned the ball over 5 times in this game.
Yeah, there were a lot of fumbles from the running backs.
Yep.
Stevenson had 2. They put Gibson in. He fumbled. Finally, they put the rookie in, Henderson, who probably should have been playing the whole time. So, yeah, a lot of turnovers. The one that came right after May hit his head on the ground.
Yep.
Otherwise, he's not looked spectacular through 3 games, right? It's looked okay.
Definitely not spectacular.
There's still signs that there's a good quarterback in there.
Yeah, I think he's...
But I don't know how much help he has. The line, it's still struggling a lot. Diggs doesn't do anything down the field. He's just a slot guy.
Yeah, he plays in the slot, and they've got...
And he had the injury, too.
Their outside guys, Butte and Demario Douglas, all right.
Mac
Hollins' appearance yesterday, I watched them a little bit.
Yep. But 1-2 through a not that hard part of your schedule.
No, you would have thought they would be 2-1. I mean,
they've not done anything that makes you think they could be a little challenge to the Bills this year,
right,
in the division. They were the team for that, and they've not done anything through 3 games that makes me think they'll be within even 4 games.
Right.
Once we get to December.
Their next 3 games, I mean, they play the Bills next week, not this week, but the following week. But other than that, it's Panthers, Saints, Titans. So they could get back on track. We'll see. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Streaming on YouTube. You can check us out as well. All right, injury conversation. I'm sure it's just a random note. You remember, I don't know if this was the first time you saw it. 2 years ago when the Bills opened against the Jets and Rodgers' Achilles goes and it pops.
Yep.
Unscientific poll. How many times had you seen that before? And how many times have you seen it since?
Not many times before, and I feel like I'm seeing it a lot now.
Yeah.
Najee Harris.
Najee Harris. Yeah. And the Syracuse quarterback on Saturday against Clemson, Steve Angeli.
Yeah.
100% popped. Like the visual of the calf.
I think I remember.
What do I say? Like pulsing, whatever. You can see it happen.
Yep.
100% what happened to the Syracuse quarterback. Oh, let's hope it's not too serious. Hope it's not too serious. I mean, it's as clear as if his leg fell off. That's what happened. He's done.
Right. I remember. I think that happened with Kobe. When Kobe tore his Achilles, I think it was that pop. But I don't remember it ever happening between that and the Rodgers thing. Or at least, like, watching it and knowing it.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm sure it obviously happened a million times.
Because Eckler was clear as day. Like, again.
Eckler, everyone knew it.
He plants
right
his
away.
foot, and it's over. His season's over.
And these guys, I was wondering about that with Brian Burns yesterday.
Najee Harris, who I'm thinking of.
Najee Harris.
Yeah.
I was wondering that with Brian Burns yesterday. He comes down on his leg after jumping and swatting a ball, and he immediately goes down, and he's like, he's kind of looking down at that area, and I'm waiting for a replay. They show the replay, though, and like that's the first thing I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Is I'm looking down at his ankle area to see, like, did you see a pop there or anything? Because now I think a lot of fans know what they're looking for with those injuries. He was fine. He came back in a couple plays later.
Burns, yeah.
Was a heck of a player, by the way.
Yes, he is. They had the stat on him last night. He has played. How many games did he play in the NFL?
I think that was his 100th game.
Okay, yes. He's played in 100 games. Brian Burns, defensive end for the Giants, who was with Carolina, and made a couple nice plays. And on the broadcasts, it's last night, Collinsworth and Tirico, right? So they're talking about Burns, like, heck of a player. You don't notice him because he's not been on good teams. And they dropped the stat that in 100 games, he's been on the winning side 27 times.
Yeah, right. 27 and 73.
And 73.
Yep. Brutal.
I guess he just doesn't know how to win.
He's the defensive Joe Thomas, maybe.
Yeah.
He might have won less. Joe Thomas?
Maybe.
He had a 0-win season there for like he might have won less.
803-0550. Bills and Saints this week. A lot of high mark memories this week. The storyline will be
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
That's the storyline.
And the prices. Like these tickets are expensive. I wonder if anybody during the week will ask a Saints head coach, like, you guys know you're the hottest ticket in town? Bills fans really want to get to this game to see you guys?
Yeah.
Sunday 1 o'clock.
Then they could use that as their bulletin board material.
They could.
Like, guys, Bills fans are expecting a blowout. Look at this. Prices are going up.
I feel like Bills fans expect a blowout no matter what. But, yeah, the cheapest ticket in that stadium at the site I'm looking at right now is $310.
$310.
You can go to a playoff game for less than that. I bet you right now
there'll be a playoff game for less than that.
The first playoff game you can go to will be cheaper than this.
Than this Saints game?
Yes. There will be a ticket available for less than $300 to that game.
Your opponent might matter for that. If they play Kansas City at home.
If they play Kansas City
in the divisional round.
At home in the divisional round. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for that game. Go for a hike. I'm not going to watch that. I can't. You text me when it's over. They made it.
Your tickets will be the ones that sell for less than.
That's right.
You're just going to put them up there for anything.
I can't bring myself to watch it. I can't even stomach the idea of them losing to the Chiefs, who stink.
I mean, that's what I mean, though. They're going to be going on the road in the playoffs.
Listen, I'm guilty.
I would bet right now heavily. I thought before the season they wouldn't win the division, and right now they're going to make up a 3-game gap on the Chargers.
I mean, are they going
to make the playoffs?
Am I going to finish that sentence?
Playoffs, right? They're going to make the playoffs.
Okay. They're going to be 1-3 because they're going to lose to the Ravens next week.
Give me 7 teams that'll make the playoffs ahead of them.
7 teams that make it ahead of the Chiefs.
Yeah,
Okay.
right now.
All right. My division winners: Bills, Chargers, Colts, and
The North.
the North is the Ravens.
Yes. There you go. There's 4.
Okay. Who else is going to make the playoffs? The Broncos are going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
I need 2 more.
2 more.
The Steelers are going to make the playoffs.
Sure. They don't look great either.
Listen, I can't tell you how excited I am for the Steelers to make the playoffs, go to L.A. and lose 37-10. It's going to be great.
Yep.
All right, but I got to find one more playoff team.
This is part of the conversation. I'm not telling you the Chiefs look great. I think there are so many bad teams in the AFC.
Yeah.
The Titans are bad. The Texans are bad. The Jags are bad. The Browns are bad. Bengals are bad. The Raiders are probably bad. The Dolphins, Jets, and Patriots, all bad.
Yeah.
Like, the conference stinks. Half of it.
It's top heavy.
It's really top heavy.
There might be 3 really good teams. It's the Bills, the Ravens, and is someone else really good? Are the Chargers that?
Right.
They might be.
And that would be the only other team you would, I mean, I guess the Colts still, like, that's the team you would consider, but I just can't. I can't bring they're not a tier 1 team. They're going to make the playoffs because somebody has to.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I mean, the Jags are 2-1, but they have not looked impressive at all. So the Chiefs are probably getting in no matter what.
But they're not winning the AFC. 3 games in, are we going to be the people guilty of that? And then old takes exposed? They look terrible.
I would be with you. They'll get Worthy back at some point. They'll get Rice back at some point. I don't personally believe that'll make enough of a difference to jump the Chargers. And if they've got to go on the road and play 3 road playoff games, like I don't think they make it through that. Not with the way they play football right now. Last year, like such a key difference. Because you could just sit there and say, hey, last year they looked like this and they made it.
Yep.
And you would have been right. They got a lot of breaks along the way, but they did. They got to the playoffs and they made it. What'd they have to do? They had to win 2 home playoff games, one against a Houston team that probably didn't deserve to be there, and then they beat the Bills. Yep. So 2 home playoff games to get there. They'd have to go 3 road.
Yeah.
Including likely trips to probably one of the 2, if not both, Baltimore and Buffalo. So I don't think they make it through that. That's the difference. If they had that slate last year in the playoffs, I don't think they make the Super Bowl.
803-0550. Bills fans probably become Lions fans tonight. I mean, it's
definitely
pretty easy. Root for the Lions.
Yep.
Knock the Ravens to 1-2.
Yep.
Full 3 games behind you in the race for the 1 seed.
They're still the team I'm most worried about. Even though they have 1 loss, Chargers don't. Ravens are the team. So give them that loss wherever you can get it.
Yeah.
And they play Kansas City next week. So
we've got the Sabres tonight. Sabres and Blue Jackets. Preseason begins in the NHL. It's underway. Preseason's underway. And for the Sabres and Blue Jackets to get started tonight, that game is on MSG. And that game is also
MSG.
Here on our station, WGR Sports Radio 550, with the Monday night game. Is that going on WBEN? I should have checked this already.
Bet 15-20.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I wonder how many starters, how many opening night lineup guys the Sabres will play tonight. I saw in their first couple practices, they were like evenly split. Like only the NHL guys in one group, only the AHL guys in the other group. So if they want to hold that together,
the full NHL team might play.
Then maybe they play.
Who's the
they
starting?
Get tonight? Or will they save that for tomorrow? Would the AHL guys get tonight and then the NHL guys would get tomorrow? I don't know what they'll do.
Because of where their game is? Because tomorrow they're in Buffalo?
Yeah, like give the fans at home the starters and not the third line Rochester guys.
Sure. You could do it that way. You could also decide to give the Rochester guys the nugget of playing in Buffalo, playing in that building.
Yep, that's right.
Who's the starting goalie, by the way, if they're playing the entire NHL team?
Alex Lyon is my answer.
All right. 803-0550. Hockey season begins. The preseason begins, and it'll be a fast and furious preseason. They play tonight, they play tomorrow, they play Thursday and Saturday. So 4 Sabres games before the next Bills game. Bills and Saints, 16.5-point spread.
If it gets to 20.5, I believe that's the Bills' record for being favored in a game.
I mean, to move another 4
points. It'd have
points.
to move 4.
Which...
It could.
It really could.
We saw the Panthers line move 6 points last week, and by the way, that was a mistake.
Yes.
Because they won easily. Penix was terrible.
803-0550 if you're on hold. We'll get to your calls. We'll check in with Sal, see what he thought of the weekend that was, with the Bills sitting comfortably watching around the league. Jeremy and Joe, it is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday here on WGR. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Here's the snap, pitch play to the left to Cook. Blockers in front, has a hole, and he threw it. 40, 50, and just tackled from behind by the final defender at the Miami 41-yard line, or he would have been Gone gone.
Can't even stomach the idea of them losing to the Chiefs, who stink.
I mean, that's what I mean, though. They're going to be going on the road in the playoffs.
Listen, I'm guilty.
I would bet right now heavily. I thought before the season they wouldn't win the division, and right now they're going to make up a 3-game gap on the Chargers.
I mean, are they going to
make the playoffs?
Am I going to finish that sentence?
Right? They're going to make the playoffs.
Okay. They're going to be 1-3 because they're going to lose to the Ravens next week.
Give me 7 teams that'll make the playoffs ahead of them.
7 teams that make it ahead of the Chiefs.
Yeah,
okay.
right now.
All right. My division winners: Bills, Chargers, Colts, and
the North.
The North is the Ravens.
Yes. There you go. There's 4.
Okay. Who else is going to make the playoffs? The Broncos are going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
I need 2 more.
2 more.
The Steelers are going to make the playoffs.
Sure. They don't look great either.
Listen, I can't tell you how excited I am for the Steelers to make the playoffs, go to L.A. and lose 37-10. It's going to be great.
Yep.
All right, but I got to find one more playoff team.
This is part of the conversation. I'm not telling you the Chiefs look great. I think there are so many bad teams in the AFC.
Yeah.
The Titans are bad. The Texans are bad. The Jags are bad. The Browns are bad. Bengals are bad. The Raiders are probably bad. The Dolphins, Jets, and Patriots, all bad.
Yeah.
Like, the conference stinks. Half of it.
It's top-heavy.
It's really top-heavy.
There might be 3 really good teams. It's the Bills, the Ravens, and is someone else really good? Are the Chargers that?
Right.
They might be.
And that would be the only other team you would... I mean, I guess the Colts still. Like, that's the team you would consider, but I just can't. I can't bring my... They're not a Tier 1 team. They're going to make the playoffs because somebody has to.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I mean, the Jags are 2-1, but they have not looked impressive at all. So the Chiefs are probably getting in no matter what.
But they're not winning the AFC. 3 games in, are we going to be the people guilty of that? And then old takes exposed? They look terrible. They look terrible. Drake May's new nickname there in New England is Drake Maybe. As they walk the line of, is this guy the guy? Is this guy
Drake
good enough? Drake, maybe.
Not the most creative nickname I've ever heard in my life, but it fits, right?
Yeah.
I would be...
The Patriots turned the ball over 5 times in this game.
Yeah, there were a lot of fumbles from the running backs.
Yep.
Stevenson had 2. They put Gibson in. He fumbled. Finally, they put the rookie in, Henderson, who probably should have been playing the whole time. So, yeah, a lot of turnovers. The one that came right after May hit his head on the ground.
Yep.
Otherwise, like, he's not looked spectacular through 3 games, right? Like, it's looked okay.
Definitely not spectacular.
There's still signs that there's a good quarterback in there.
Yeah, I think he's...
But I don't know how much help he has. The line, it's still struggling a lot. Diggs doesn't do anything down the field. Like, he's just a slot guy.
Yeah, he plays in the slot, and they've got...
And he had the injury, too.
They're outside guys, Butte and Demario Douglas, like
all right.
Mac Hollins' appearance yesterday. I watched them a little bit.
Yep. But 1 and 2 through a not that hard part of your schedule.
No, you would have thought they would be 2-1. I mean...
Like, they've not done anything that makes you think, like, oh, they could be a little challenge to the Bills this year in the division. They were the team for that, and they've not done anything through 3 games that makes me think they'll be within even 4 games once we get to December.
Their next 3 games, I mean, they play the Bills next week. Not this week, but the following week. But other than that, it's Panthers, Saints, Titans. So... They could get back
All
on
right.
track. We'll see.
Within the game, it's a matter of, okay, we get together more on the headset. We talk about it as a staff. What do we like? And sometimes, we just need to get back to what we do best. And, looking forward to getting that bad taste out of our mouth on third down. Certainly, you said it, you go from 0 for 11, whatever they ended up, which wasn't good. I know the percentage. But, to get them into 16, third and fourth downs, that's excellent. But we got to get off the field.
Bobby Babich, looking back on that Dolphins win and how the Bills were able to improve on third down defense. They were great against the Jets, not so great against the Dolphins. That locker room audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, even though they played on Thursday. Victory Monday and Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Get a call in here, but first, the stat of the day for you. This Pro Football Reference doesn't exactly have it the same way, but a fantasy writer, Jacob Gibbs.
Okay.
So, had a couple things, including one on Ashton Genty, because Ashton Genty, pretty much the consensus number one pick in fantasy drafts and dynasty fantasy drafts, is not putting up big numbers with the Raiders. It's really going poorly.
Yep.
Because their line's a mess. And there are a lot of different ways to look at this, how often he's met in the backfield. He had, Jacob Gibbs of, where is he? CBS Fantasy Sports Writer. Yeah, CBS Sports. Of his 145 rushing yards this year,
Yep.
140. Sorry, I'm going to start again because it's even more impressive. He has 143 rushing yards this year, and 145 of those are after contact.
Wait.
Yeah.
So he
has negative yards
Before
rushing
contact.
before contact.
That's unbelievable.
according to Jacob Gibbs, CBS Sports fantasy writer.
Yeah, minus 2 would make sense for
right.
that, right?
That he just is in the backfield. He's met on every play.
I thought I saw he was met in the backfield on 11 of 17 carries yesterday.
Okay.
So
sometimes that could be like a -5 or a -4.
yeah. Bonus stat of the day. Do you know who the rookie rushing yardage leader is through 3 weeks?
Is it a running back?
It is a running back.
Is it Tootin?
Nope. He has 74. This player is 155. Genty's at 145 in second.
It's not Hampton.
Nope.
It's not R.J. Harvey.
Nope.
It's not Caleb Johnson, who got benched yesterday.
It's not. Nope. It's not him.
Scatabo.
No.
Man,
102. That would have been a good guess, though.
He looked good yesterday.
He looks good. No, the answer is Quinshad Judkins.
Oh, who played one
who
game.
Played a game and a half
Yeah.
so far, and he leads with 155 yards.
Scatabo looked good.
Henderson only 65, by the way. New England needs to give him the football.
Yes, they do.
Maybe after the Bills game.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in with Sal on the other side. Get right to him. Sal Capaccio joins us. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, and we'll see what he had to say about Chargers, Colts, Jets. Everybody losing out there. Jets, but they stuck with the Bucs. Moral victory for the Jets, I guess. 3 games in, you got 2 moral victory games.
Yeah.
Not so much with the Bills. Or against the Bills, Victory Monday here on WGR. Through 3 weeks, how are you feeling about the Bills' defense? Your 3 options are, because it's about through 3 weeks, encouraged, help coming, because we all know Hoyt Hairston, Ogunjobi. Like, there are guys coming back. So encouraged, help coming. Same as before the season or troubled. What do you think about this Bills defense 3 weeks in? Give us a call on it. Vote in this Twitter poll. We'll see how things come out. I don't know what I expect the answer to be. Encouraged or troubled or same as before season. It kind of gets to each individual person that's voting in this Twitter poll how you felt. If you felt great, maybe you couldn't be even further encouraged. If you were terrified, maybe you would be feeling better. I think my answer is about same as before the season. Like, I've not yet been moved. I want to say help is coming. Not yet. I don't know.
I'm definitely where I was before the season, but I was very much like, I'm not sure they're going to be good on defense before the season. I guess the best sign I have is that Bosa looks like he's going to be a real player.
Yeah.
All season. But even that, like, that's the injury risk with him, is that at any moment that could just end, because it seems to happen every year with him. But I guess the troubling signs would be, like, Milano is a bit of a question right now as to what he's got left, I think. And I would say that the secondary overall looks like, all right. Like, I haven't yelled at Cole Bishop yet through 3 games, but Taylor Rapp, on the other hand, like, I don't know. So I feel okay about it, but I still feel like it's not a defense at the moment that I would have a lot of confidence in a big playoff game against the league's top offenses. I think you would have to keep up with some of those teams. How would they play against the Chargers might be a question now to ask.
Yeah.
Like, maybe okay. I think they need one of these guys that's not available to them right now to be like a real impact player for them.
They need Hoyt to give them a pass rush. Because right now...
Or Hairston to be like a true
good enough
corner that you could put in man coverage and not have him get destroyed like Trey White will.
Yeah. The Colts could go 6-0 in their division, 5-1 in their division, which means the Bills have to match that. So it's important to remember the 1 seed isn't always the best team. It's, of course, just the best record. Do I think they have a legitimate shot at the 1 seed? No. I don't think the Colts are going to have more wins than the Bills this season. But right now it's a tie, and I know that they play in a, I don't know, do I want to call it a softer division?
Well,
maybe
I'm
not.
looking at their schedule.
The Bills division looks over as well.
Because they're not playing a first-place schedule either. They're playing a third-place schedule even.
Yeah.
Like, great teams they play the rest of the way. Rams this week. They play the Chargers. They play Kansas City.
I'm sorry.
Play.
You said great teams. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the Chiefs in that conversation.
At Arrowhead, and then they play the Niners late in the year.
Right.
Like, that's kind of it for like really tough games along the way. Like, Atlanta's not a super tough game right now. Arizona isn't. Pittsburgh isn't. The Raiders, like, these are their non-division games. But still, Daniel Jones.
Yep.
Come on, the reckoning is coming, right? Like, nobody is that bad for 7 years and then gets this good in an instant. That's not happened, right? Not being bad that long. With multiple coaches,
well,
like,
as you say, this good, he has 3 touchdown passes.
Okay, but they haven't punted yet this season, right?
But he has 3 touchdowns.
Right.
How good does he have to be? They have a lot of great weapons. Jonathan Taylor is running all over everybody's faces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how good Daniel Jones has had to be. His quarterback rating is a 111, which is a market improvement since last year where he was an 79.
I mean, he leads the league in yards per attempt.
Okay.
9.3. So
that's not bad.
He's almost averaging a first down for every time he drops back to pass.
It's good.
That's crazy. Couple of teams joining the Bills at 3-0 in the AFC after the Bills took care of Miami on Thursday night. The Colts destroy the Titans 41-20. They stay perfect on the year. The Chargers come back to beat Denver 23-20. Late field goal by Cameron Dicker wins it for LA. They also remain 3-0, winning 3 division games through 3 weeks in the NFL. Elsewhere around the league, the Chiefs avoid an 0-3 start, beating the Giants on Sunday Night Football 22-9. The Bills' next opponent, the New Orleans Saints, got blown out 44-13 by the Saints. That game could have been worse. It was 38-6 at the half. Seahawks were on cruise control afterwards. Crazy game in Philadelphia. The Eagles were down big at half. They come back to win 33-26. A blocked kick returned for a touchdown by Jordan Davis as time expired. The Bengals couldn't do anything without Joe Burrow. Smoked 48-10 with Jake Browning at quarterback by the Minnesota Vikings. Tonight on Monday Night Football, the Ravens hosting the Detroit Lions. Baltimore looking to go to 2-1. And the Sabres will be on tonight here on WGR. 7 o'clock, preseason game number 1 against the Columbus Blue Jackets. That game will also be televised on MSG. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase. Watching Ben Johnson's speech. I watched it a couple times because I wanted to know what he was saying. Did you see the chant he did? Is pretty good.
Not.
Good, better, best. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. If your good gets better, then your better gets best. Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3, Bears. Pretty cool. Cool moment for them. You know, their first win with Ben Johnson in the home game. Big window. Sal Capaccio joins us on the Western Hotline. So I don't know if you caught that game or what game you might have caught over the course of the weekend, if it's Chiefs and Giants or Chargers and Broncos, but I always like a good locker room speech. You know, those are great. I like that we get to see those in Ben Johnson's. It gives you a window, and maybe you're not sure the kind of energy a coach carries, and get him in a moment like that. It's pretty cool.
It is, yeah. Good morning, guys. I kind of spent yesterday watching Red Zone on one television, and then my computer was open, and I think the computer had Red Zone on, and then I was kind of flipping between games on the other TV. Bucks and Jets were on, and of course Steelers, Patriots. I was really dialed into both those games.
Yeah.
And what was happening, and obviously some a really close game in both of those. Interesting, and speaking of that, watching Baker Mayfield, basically his talking about Steve Wilkes was the guy that cut him,
yeah,
and now he's the DC for the Jets, and that was personal for him. The Jets, Aaron Glenn, and talking about his team at the end of the game, and he's trying to still send the right message as much as possible. A lot of these things. What caught my eye this weekend, a couple of things. I was just looking at some stats. I know they haven't played world beaters, but I shouldn't say that. I was looking at it. The Colts have scored more points than the Bills now.
Yeah, they are the number 1 point differential team in the NFL, the Colts.
Yeah, they scored 33 against Miami. Bills scored 31. They scored 29 against a good Denver Broncos defense. They scored 41 against the Titans. It's a team that's becoming a bit interesting, but look at their schedule. It gets a little tougher coming up. They have the Rams next week. And yeah, the Chiefs, I know they need to kind of survive till they get some receivers back. That's what people are talking about with their offense, but it just looks disjointed. It really does. And their biggest play is just heaving the ball downfield at Tyquan Thornton
and hoping for
Otherwise,
a penalty.
They can't do much. Yeah, and it's interesting kind of watching them. I do wonder and think about Brian Daboll's situation in New York right now. Obviously, not only are they 0-3, they can't seem to they're very inconsistent throwing the football with Russell Wilson, and their schedule's tough, guys. They get the Chargers, then the Saints, then the Eagles, Broncos, Eagles. Woo.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when it's Jackson Dart time there. The Chiefs, we also saw, second time we've seen this now, and this time it flipped around. Travis Kelce didn't bump Andy Reid. Andy Reid bumped Travis Kelce.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
So I guess that does give a little context to that thing from the Super Bowl a couple of years ago where they have a relationship where they are allowed to physically bump each other.
Yeah.
It's inbounds for those two.
Yeah, and I read something today, going back to the Giants real quick. I can't remember who tweeted it, said, Brian Dable shouldn't be worried about his job because of the Giants. Maybe he should be worried about his job because how good Daniel Jones looks, right? I mean, it's kind of interesting that he goes there and looks that good. But you're right about that with the Chiefs as well. And it just doesn't look right now with Kansas City. They were much better after the half, but at halftime I looked at the stats. I tweeted something out last night because I said, this is crazy. I can't believe how poorly their offense is playing. At halftime last night, the Chiefs were averaging 3.57 yards of offensive play.
Yeah.
I went and looked. They had not been that low in a game other than the game they rested their starters against the Broncos last year since 2014. That's how poorly their offense was playing last night.
Yeah. They get the win. They find a way, so they are now 1-2. And tonight we watch the Ravens, who, if they lose to the Lions, they could go to 1-2. Of course, Bills fans would remember the Ravens are quite good at home on Sunday or Monday night football. Their home record in primetime games, 21-3 or something in the last 24 games. So, but if they lose, Sal, it's Bills, Chargers, Colts atop the AFC, and then I don't even know who you'd consider next. The Ravens might still be the best team or up there in the top three, but to be 1-2 would be a big blow for them. So we'll keep an eye on that.
I have a question I thought about this morning, and I was going to bring it up in the Extra Point show too. I'm watching the Chargers. I'm like, yeah, they look pretty good, right? But they also, don't look like they're insane, like unbeatable or anything. They have a very legitimate chance to win the AFC West the way that they're playing. Would you take it though? Would you take it? Would you take the Chargers winning the West if it meant if it meant they would have to get the 1 seed and then the Chiefs would be the number 7 coming to Buffalo?
And the Bills are the 2 over the 7? I guess I don't. Why would I take it?
Yeah.
What am I afraid of?
I guess because you would go to Kansas or go to LA. How about this one? I'll rephrase it because that you probably wouldn't take that. You take them winning the West, the Bills get the 1 seed, but the Chiefs still get the 7. And that means if the Chiefs win, they're coming to Buffalo in the second round.
Sure. Take it. Because I think the Chiefs are...
Yeah, I mean...
they're about to expire.
That would go... Right, like, part of, Sal, why I wanted them to get the 1 seed so bad is so they don't have to play both Kansas City and Baltimore. And you probably are inviting that scenario back in. I guess it also comes down to how confident you would be that the Chiefs would go on the road and beat the Chargers. And even though the Chargers won in Brazil... I mean, we've seen that movie a lot. It wouldn't be hard to see the Chargers puking on themselves and the Chiefs winning with some fluky way at the end of the game.
Right. Yeah, and hey, right now, the Colts are the team that would hold the Ravens back from getting in the top 4, right, if that were to happen. So, or top 3, I should say. So maybe the North Division winner gets 4. Anyway, a lot of talk for down the road, but I don't want to waste that this morning. But it's just something I thought about this morning with how the AFC West is shaking out.
Well, Sal, the Bills, of course, are going to have another week of dealing with expectation, I suppose. It's like the best storyline you could get for Bills Saints in terms of how the Bills approach it. Trap game in finger quotes, or not taking an opponent too lightly. They'll be 16.5-point favorites as of today, and that's an even bigger spread than the Miami game, which was the biggest spread of the year in the league. So they'll of course be expected to win. So let's get that in on a Monday for anybody saying, how does Sean McDermott make sure? How do the leaders of that team make sure that they don't take an opponent lightly?
Well, I just don't think it's ever really an issue with the Bills, to be honest with you. There have been games over the years. Jacksonville, 21 maybe, 22, whatever year that was. There was a stinker that they laid out in Jacksonville. It can happen, right? But generally, I just think that the theme of the Bills in this era has been consistency. They don't do that. When they have teams that they're supposed to beat, they usually beat them pretty badly. Now, I know that the Dolphins, that it was a 12 and whatever half-point spread, they still won by 10. It's a division game. I mean, the score still was a 10-point, the double-digit victory. I mean, you go back to last year, guys. The Jacksonville Jaguars, the Tennessee Titans, 47-10, 34-10, right? I mean, like these are games they're supposed to put away. And so I never worry about that with the Bills, to be honest with you. I never think, well, the Bills, they should win this game by 20 and they're going to lose. Yeah, I thought the spread last week was a little high for a division game. I don't think that's the same situation. But generally, I don't think about this team having letdowns because of trap games. They are consistent in their approach, always. And they always have been consistent in their approach. What I find a bit frustrating, to be honest with you, and you guys know this, is I just think the expectations are unrealistic from a lot of the fan base, to be honest with you. Like this week, if you don't win by 30, it's like some sort of failure. If you don't score 40 points, it's some sort of failure. Like it is still the NFL, and I know that the Saints got completely demolished by the Seahawks. That's fine, and that's right. And the Bills should take care of business this week. But man, last week after winning 31-21 over the Miami Dolphins, just still some of the to me, overreaction of how they didn't play perfectly and didn't have 50 points and didn't get Mike McDaniel fired. I just think we're just getting really ahead of ourselves with how you really expect and think the NFL should be played and how it goes for every team around this league.
I do think that Bills fans are not alone here. I mentioned to Joe, I was watching the CBS post-game show off of Rams-Eagles, and Nate Burleson was saying the same things about the Eagles. Basically, like, they just won the Super Bowl, and their offense doesn't look like it's totally firing, or they're not impressing their own fans enough. And it felt like he was talking to us as well, Sal. And I think for Bills fans, that's just a function of they can't convince you they're going to win the Super Bowl in September. It's hard to do. So you want to see them play well enough to make you feel good about it. And, we also want to see Josh Allen put up 50 every week and win AFC Offensive Player of the Week. So I think it's part of it. If there is concern amongst Bills fans, it might be that the defense has had, its share of issues so far. They were great against the Jets, which, take that for what it is. But against Miami, third down defense kind of crept back in. Inability to get to the passer crept back in. Tua took a long time to throw the ball, and they were not able to get to him that much. So I feel like you're seeing these small departments of the defense that are problems rearing their head, and that's what leads Bills fans to wonder, like, all right, if you can't stop Tua, what are you going to look like when you play Herbert or the Chargers or the Ravens again? Because, this defense has let them down a couple of years in a row, and they're looking for it to start to trend in the right direction.
Yeah, I think third down defense was the biggest issue on that side of the ball on Thursday night. Otherwise, I thought they played pretty well. I mean, the Dolphins, 4.7 yards a play is not good. Like, the Bills pretty much held them in check. They were very good on first and second down most of the night. They were not good on third down. 10 of 15 is not a good percentage. Sean McDermott pointed out, I thought it was very interesting after the game, guys, and again on Friday, mentioned getting them in 15 third downs is a good thing, right? Like, that's a lot of third downs you're forcing. That means you're playing very good defense on first and second, but they have to be better on third down, and they weren't. And that's something that was an issue last year. Understood. If anybody is concerned about that, they should be. I want to give the Dolphins some credit here because I thought the Dolphins did a nice job of getting Tua out in space a little bit where and a couple of times he was flushed out, but they did move him a little bit, and that's not something that's normally a strength of his, and I thought they did a good job. And when you play a quarterback or a team that goes against the tendency, that can, that could be bad for them, or it could really help them. And I thought on third down, it would help them a little bit. So no doubt about it. I mean, those are issues and areas, and, you look at it and say, why is that? Well, number one, sure, they didn't finish them. The pass rush had to be better. They did force him out of the pocket a few times. Again, they didn't finish the play. That's the issue. They didn't finish, and that's been the issue in playoff games where they didn't finish, and why they went out and signed Von Miller years ago, why they went out and signed Joey Bosa. You got to finish the sack. Joey Bosa was very close, but he didn't get it there, and he didn't finish. And then giving a lot of room on the outside to Waddle and Hill, and especially Waddle and Tre'Davious White, and I've seen a lot of criticism of Tre'Davious White, and it's fair that he definitely gave up some big plays. I also think he was basically probably he's probably thinking, or maybe even Bobby Babich, well, I'm not giving up a touchdown, though. I don't want to give up cheapy, right? So now, and when you do that, you're giving a fast guy a little bit more cushion and room. Now you're making it a bit easier on the offense. So these are things that they're going to have to look at and think about. And it's got to start this week against the Saints. And again, you get a team coming in here, don't give them any life. Go out there and do what you're supposed to do and shut them down on defense, and people would feel a little bit better. Not a lot, because it's not some world-beating opponent, and they want to see it on the field against those types of teams. But the Bills can only play who's on their schedule and get ready for that game.
Are you seeing, Sal, what they maybe want to be on third down defense? It looked to me like they were more aggressive on some of those downs, and maybe it was a little more of a challenge for Trey White, and even Ben. There was the one Tyreek Hill conversion on a third down that maybe they're putting their corners on a little bit more of an island in the name of going after that quarterback and not giving him time back there.
Yeah, it's a good question, Joe. I think so. I think the Bills are blitzing at a higher rate. I have to look now, and I can go over and look at it what their blitz rate is, but I think the Bills are blitzing at a higher rate than we have normally seen. Here we go. Right now, I have the Bills
Second in the
According
league?
to Pro Football Reference at second in the league. By the way, holy cow, what a gap.
Yeah.
Miami first in the league at 41%. The Bills next at 29.
Wow.
Percentage of blitzes. Kansas City is third at 27. So yeah, I do think so because that's been a kind of a departure. They have the personnel up front that they have, and they're using them. And you want to see, Joey Bosa was great the first 2 weeks. He wasn't bad in this game. He didn't finish, like I said. Greg Rousseau was better than I thought when I went back and watched the game. Like, after the game, a lot of people said to me, arrow down, Sal. Like, Greg Rousseau was invisible. Didn't show up in the stat sheet. He actually played a little bit better than I thought. One thing I do think is really important here, and you can't do anything about it now, and injuries happen and all these other things happen, suspensions. I think Michael Hoyt is a big plan for this team. I really do. I think Michael Hoyt is going to be someone they're going to really employ on third down and other passing situations that allows people. You guys know like the way a basketball team works, right? Somebody's playing point guard because the normal point guard's off, so you move the shooting guard there, right? Like this right now, Javon Solomon's kicking inside. Ed Oliver's out. When Michael Hoyt returns, I think he's going to be a guy that they move around, and it's going to allow other people to do different things. So I'm interested to see weeks down the road, okay, how that looks and how that impacts some of the numbers and different things they're trying to do.
Yeah, we have a Twitter poll up about like your expectations, how things look on the defensive side through 3 weeks. And, I feel like there were probably a lot of people that thought I'm going to have to wait 6 weeks to find out what it really looks like because two of their biggest pieces in free agency are out for 6 weeks. And then there's Hairston, and we'll see where he is in 6 weeks. Mm-hmm. Sal, as we're looking at blitz percentage and how the Bills are second in the NFL in blitz percentage, do you know where they are in pressure percentage? How often the quarterback gets hurried, knocked down, or sacked per dropback?
I do because I have it in front of me, but I'll let you say it.
Number 1.
That's right.
Doesn't that sound nuts?
According to Pro Football Reference, 30.7% if we're looking at the same number.
Oh, look, let's all what?
Right.
Sometimes it's hard to contextualize. It feels like they never get to the passer. They lead the league in pressure percentage.
I mean, this is a great example of what I just said a little while ago, right? It's a great example, Jeremy, which is, oh my God, we can never get pressure on the quarterback. They're actually, according to these numbers, and maybe this can be subjective in some way, the way people measure this, they're actually the best in the league at it.
Yeah.
You got to watch the rest of the league, folks. Right? That's the lesson here. You have to pay attention to the rest of the league. You can't just focus on your team and think because they don't make every play that they're not that good or they're not doing things right. You can't just watch Red Zone and every single time they go, let's go to this game, look at this highlight, look at this great catch, and think, why is my team not doing that? Well, they're showing you only the highlights of those games. And what you have to contextualize is the fact that every team in the league has a lot of different kind of areas they need to improve or things they're good on. And the Bills are actually really good at this when the rest of the league is not as good. And it might seem like that because all you see is them making plays.
Yeah. To this point, there's probably a comparison here to make, Sal, which is close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Because someone out there saying, congratulations on your pressure rate, I need the quarterback on the ground. Because if I go to quarterback knockdown rate, now they're a little further down the board, middle of the pack. And if I go to sacks, the league lead in sacks, the Broncos and the Rams have 12. The Bills only have 6, which is down the board a little bit. Now that, again, sack percentage would matter based on how many dropbacks and game script and all that. But the point is they are pressuring the passer, and they're maybe not getting there as much as they want to. That's what Bosa is here for. That's what hopefully Rousseau can get a little bit better at, and that's kind of the Michael Hoyt point you bring up. Let's see how he fits in, because if he's a guy that helps them get to the finishing of the pressure, then that's a big deal. I'd also want to point out one last thing. I'd also want to point out the quarterbacks you play are very, very big in this.
Yep.
Tua is not a guy that has often taken a lot of sacks. He had this year until this game, and then Lamar is a guy that also gets away quite a bit. So, we'll see. Work in progress, but there are signs that they are pressuring the passer.
Right, and I'd also want to point out pressure led directly to the game-sealing interception. Right, it wasn't a sack, but that's pressure. Because I don't know if they got a pressure on it, right? But we know that Deion Walker was into his face. Walker was into his face, and he looked like he did graze the football. That's pressure leading to a turnover. I think on one of the Joey Bosa fumbles against the Jets, it was not a sack, but they pressured him enough to have him run, and then they forced a fumble, right? So those things can matter. It's not perfect. You want to get more. Again, finish the play, finish the sack. it's not just, by the way, it's not just like the guys at the front four. I mean, what a great call by Bobby Babich on a blitz from Tre'Davious White, and Tre'Davious White takes a bad angle and doesn't get Tua down. Right? Like, that's something where, man, they had that dialed up. They knew exactly what they wanted. Perfect call. Tre'Davious White is in position. All he has to do is settle his hips for a brief moment and go to the back shoulder of Tua, but instead he goes to the right shoulder, right? The front shoulder, excuse me, and Tua spins away from it. It's kind of like the Sauce Gardner play against the Jets a couple weeks ago. Same thing, right? And those are things where you got to finish those plays. You're in position to make that play.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline on the Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
Sal, this game coming up on Sunday, feel like they could stack some of these numbers against New Orleans. I don't know how much you saw of that game yesterday, but it would have been easy to skip the second half because it was out of control or quick.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, I do think that. I mean, New Orleans they're not showing to be a very good football team. They hung with Arizona and they hung with San Francisco. Give them credit for that. They just got completely blown out immediately. There was no chance against Seattle. Did you guys see, like, one area I'd love to see the Bills take some advantage of? Yesterday was a really big special teams day in the NFL.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the Seahawks they had big plays on special teams against New Orleans. They had a big kick return or a punt return for a touchdown.
There was a block punt. I know.
A block punt. Like, these are when your roster isn't that good, your special teams suffer because that's the back end of your roster pretty much. Guys that are backups that are filling in. And I'd like to see the Bills have a better bounce back game because I don't think the Bills were that great on special teams this past week on Thursday night. So that would be nice. But yes, then offensively, you're facing a rookie quarterback. And Sean McDermott's numbers against rookie quarterbacks are very, very good, and that needs to continue this week against Spencer Rattler. Defense against the Saints defense, yeah, I mean, there's going to be opportunity for the Buffalo Bills. So I just think this is a game where you just need to go out, do your business. It would be great, and I know, again, NFL, it doesn't have to happen like this. It'd be great if you get to the fourth quarter, the Bills have things in hand, and Josh Allen can put a baseball cap on and sit on the sidelines. I mean, that's what this season's about. Getting through these games, staying healthy, maintaining your spot atop the division and the conference, and getting to the playoffs like that.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Game time temp for Sunday with the Saints right now. Forecast is for sunny and 70.
I love it. It looks great. I mean, same kind of weather we've been having here. And I know we had some baseball this weekend. It was just awesome to be out at the park, man.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Sal, thanks so much.
All right, I'll be on Extra Point Show at 10 a.m.
Beautiful. Oh, and by the way, big win for Syracuse, huh?
Hey,
our
we should have
guys
opened with
beating
that.
Clemson.
Beating Clemson.
Terrible injury, though, for Steve Angeli.
Yeah.
Man, I just feel so bad. Ricky Collins is a nice, backup to have, transfer from LSU, but what a terrible, terrible injury. Yes, I love it. This is what it looks like when you hire the right coach, right?
Yep.
It looks like they've hired the right coach. And, I know that Clemson is a bit down and maybe not as good as everybody expected them to be, but that was a fun day. That was a fun day, Jeremy. It was a fun win. And, just to watch it from the beginning and see the aggressiveness. I thought about you because they showed the tailgates and the parking lots. I'm like, man, it would have been nice for Jeremy to be at this game. You know what I mean?
I know.
It would have been nice for all of us to be at this game and see all that. And then the lightning delay was like, okay, I think, a lot of the fans didn't come back in, so that kind of helped Syracuse in the second half as well.
Did you see the comments from Clemson quarterback Cade Klubnik on the game?
Oh, this guy.
Oh, I
saw
did.
that.
Yes.
Oh, what a sour grapes.
After the game, he said that the reason that the Clemson offense struggled, props to them, they stopped us on third downs at certain times. Then, they have an injury or something like that when we really got going. That's up to them if they want to be honest about that. Okay, buddy. My favorite thing of the weekend, my favorite moment of the weekend, Sal, was seeing that tweeted out from like the Clemson side of it and going in on the replies from all the Clemson fans saying, you're a loser. You lost that game and you're making that excuse, like loser energy. And Dabo's a guy that whines, so of course his players are going to whine.
That's what I saw too.
Yep, no accountability. Good for Clemson.
You're taking your cues. And listen, I mean, Dabo deserves all the respect for all the winning he's done. Really, it's been amazing what he's done at Clemson. But he is a guy that whines and complains, and that's kind of taking the cue from your leader when you do things like that, right? So yeah, for sure. It was a great win for sure. Duke next week, I think so.
All right,
keep it rolling.
Syracuse's path to the playoffs, Sal. Let's get it.
Syracuse Duke. Yeah, I mean, we think about basketball, Jeremy. It's a big Syracuse football game against Duke next week.
And Duke just had a big win. They put up 44, beat NC State. All right, thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio. Little chance to talk about Fran Brown's Syracuse. The backup quarterback went in and they started throwing the ball. They were aggressive after taking that big lead on Clemson. They kept at it. But yeah, Stephen Shelley out for the year, of course. That's not good news. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Something you saw from the weekend, give us an observation. You had a nice weekend off of Bills football, stress-free, feet up, Victory Monday here on WGR.
Fakes the handoff, throws in the right flat, complete to Shavers. Up the sideline, 20, and forced out of bounds at the 15-yard line by the nickel corner, Jason Marshall, who also pulls up lane. 15-yard gain.
Drake May's new nickname there in New England is Drake Maybe. As they walk the line of, is this guy the guy? Is this guy
Drake
good enough? Drake Maybe.
Not the most creative nickname I've ever heard in my life, but it fits, right?
Yeah.
I would be...
The Patriots turned the ball over 5 times in this game.
Yeah, there were a lot of fumbles from the running backs.
Yep.
Stevenson had 2. They put Gibson in. He fumbled. Finally, they put the rookie in, Henderson, who probably should have been playing the whole time. So, yeah, a lot of turnovers. The one that came right after May hit his head on the ground.
Yep.
Otherwise, he's not looked spectacular through 3 games, right? It's looked okay.
Definitely not spectacular.
There's still signs that there's a good quarterback in there.
Yeah, I think he's...
But I don't know how much help he has. The line, it's still struggling a lot. Diggs doesn't do anything down the field. He's just a slot guy.
Yeah, he plays in the slot, and they've got...
And he had the injury, too.
They're outside guys, Butte and Demario Douglas, all right. Mac Hollins' appearance yesterday. I watched them a little bit.
Yep. But 1 and 2 through a not that hard part of your schedule.
No, you would have thought they would be 2 and 1. I mean...
they've not done anything that makes you think, they could be a little challenge to the Bills this year in the division. They were the team for that, and they've not done anything through 3 games that makes me think they'll be within even 4 games once we get to December.
Their next 3 games, they play the Bills next week, not this week, but the following week. But other than that, it's Panthers, Saints, Titans. So they could get back on track. We'll see. through 3 weeks, how are you feeling about the Bills' defense? Your three options are, because it's about through 3 weeks, encouraged, help coming, because we all know Hoyt, Hairston, Ogunjobi, there are guys coming back. So encouraged, help coming, same as before the season, or troubled. What do you think about this Bills defense 3 weeks in? Give us a call on it. Vote in this Twitter poll. We'll see how things come out. I don't know what I expect the answer to be. Encouraged or troubled or same as before season. It kind of gets to each individual person that's voting in this Twitter poll how you felt. If you felt great, maybe you couldn't be even further encouraged. If you were terrified, maybe you would be feeling better. I think my answer is about same as before the season. I've not yet been moved. I want to say help is coming. Not yet. I don't know.
I'm definitely where I was before the season, but I was very much I'm not sure they're going to be good on defense before the season. I guess the best sign I have is that Bosa looks like he's going to be a real player.
Yeah.
All season. But even that, that's the injury risk with him, is that at any moment that could just end because couple of teams joining the Bills at 3-0 in the AFC. Colts beating the Titans 41-20, and the Chargers beating the Broncos 23-20. To Cleveland, they had an upset win over Green Bay last night, down 10-0 in the fourth quarter. 13 fourth quarter points, a field goal at the end, and Cleveland pulls the upset for their first win of the year. Chiefs avoid 0-3 with a win on Sunday night over the Giants. Cardinals running back James Conner out for the season with a torn Achilles, same injury for Najee Harris. He's out for the season in L.A. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Lions and the Ravens, and the Sabres are in action at 7 against Columbus. First preseason game at 7 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Joshua Carty has it blocked again! This time Jordan Davis! The big man looks for the icing on one big cake! Eagles hang on!
Pretty rough beat if you had, the Rams plus 3.5.
Pretty great if you had the other side, though.
That's true. So the Eagles stay unbeaten. The Rams would have stayed unbeaten. Your unbeatens after 3 weeks. Colts, Chargers, Bills, Bucks, Eagles, Niners. Let's have a little fun here. Who will be the last unbeaten team?
Okay.
Now, in Week 4 schedule, Joe, a pair of these teams will meet. Eagles and Bucks. Someone takes their first loss.
Okay.
Who is it?
Where's that game?
Tampa.
Tampa has come very close in back-to-back games against teams that are not very good. So I'll go Philadelphia wins that game.
All right, the Eagles win. We'll eliminate the Bucks here. The Chargers play the Giants.
They'll win that game.
Okay. The Colts, 3-0, play at LA the Rams.
I think the Rams take the Colts out.
Okay. The Niners play Jacksonville at home.
Yeah, they'll win.
Okay. On to Week 5. Howard picks the Bills tomorrow. This is Joe picks the unbeatens. On to Week 5. So we're down to just in that scenario, Eagles, Bills, and Niners.
Okay.
Bills have the Sunday night game, of course, against New England in their snow rivalry jerseys.
Yep.
Bills win?
Yep.
Okay. Chargers host the Commanders.
I wonder if Jaden Daniels is playing by then. Chargers are...
Did you already knock out the chart? No, okay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, that's right.
They're at home. I'll say they win.
Yeah, because they beat the Giants. I forgot to write them down. Okay, they win. Chargers win.
Yep.
Eagles home against the Broncos.
Ooh. Yeah, they're at home. Yeah, Eagles win.
Okay, and the Niners are at the Rams on a short week.
I'll have the Rams taken out undefeated in back-to-back.
Wait a minute. There's something in that matchup. Don't the Niners always win? Isn't it
it the other way around?
One of them always beats the other. Shanahan either always beats McVay or McVay always beats...
Let's see.
I think it's Shanahan has him.
So Shanahan won It looks like he had won 7 in a row.
Okay,
but since then, 4 for the Rams, 3 for the Niners.
Okay, so you're taking the Rams.
I'll take the Rams.
Okay, Chargers, Eagles, and Bills go to Week 6 as the 3 unbeaten teams. All right,
Bills are off. No, one more and then they're off. Week 7 bye.
Yes.
So Atlanta.
Yes.
They'll beat Atlanta. Penix. I wonder if Penix is playing. They're talking about it was one game, but like it was so bad that Atlanta's talking about Cousins now. So
yikes.
Either way, I pick the Bills.
All right, you get the Bills. Chargers, Dolphins.
Chargers.
And Eagles, Giants.
Eagles.
Week 7. 3 unbeatens.
Okay.
Eagles at Vikings.
Did you see the report about McCarthy? He's not going to be back until week 7.
Okay.
So if he's playing, I like the Vikings defense. I'll pick the Vikings.
Vikings knocking the Eagles.
That'll be a low-scoring game.
Chargers.
Maybe a Carson Wentz revenge game.
Chargers hosting Colts.
Chargers win.
Okay. Week 8. The Bills and the Chargers, the only 2 unbeatens. Chargers host Minnesota.
I'll take Minnesota.
All right. Bills, Panthers. Bills are the last unbeaten.
Then the Bills will beat the Panthers.
I like how you just had Carson Wentz and or J.J. McCarthy knock off 2 unbeatens in a row.
I think their roster is awesome.
Their roster is very good.
And I love the coach. I don't know that McCarthy goes back in right away. Like they might have.
His numbers are worst quarterback in the NFL numbers.
Yeah, like he might not have been that injured in the first place when they went to it. Like I guess maybe he is, because where was the report? There's a report he's not coming back for like a month. And Wentz was fine yesterday. He didn't have to do a lot.
No, not at all. We'll get a call in here. Steven in Florida. Good morning, Steven. Welcome to Victory Monday. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. On to the Saints this week. Steven, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, with the game Thursday, it was really great to see Buffalo pull that out. People didn't remember they did win by 10 points. Now, granted, the defense did struggle, and I think the big surprise in that game was Tua's mobility. The defense just could not get him down. They came close a few times, but here's the main thing I wanted to say. I'm looking at the rest of the Bills season. And after yesterday, now we're only 3 weeks in, but a number of the opponents that the Bills have on the schedule lost yesterday. The Bucs barely beat the Jets. So, and now you got the Jets and the Dolphins fighting for who's going to get out of the basement of the AFC East first. But the thing I wanted to say is that this has been my concern looking at this schedule after the Bills beat the Ravens in that great comeback in Week 1. My biggest concern is this season. KC struggled yesterday. They're struggling on offense. The defense is basically what's winning it for them. So my biggest concern is the Philadelphia Eagles. If the Bills beat the Eagles, I believe the Buffalo Bills will be the first team or the second team in NFL history to have a perfect season by going all the way and winning the Super Bowl. But the defense, they definitely got to make some adjustments and step up because, going up against especially a team like the Eagles, they're not going to beat them if they don't do that. But I think Buffalo has the potential to do that this year and go all the way and finally bring home the Lombardi Trophy.
All right, thanks, Steven. If the Bills are playing the Jets in the final game of the season with an undefeated record, they should definitely sit their starters, though. I mean, I don't know if we have to get that on September 22nd, but I'm going to go ahead and say, you sit your starters. Every important player you have.
Yes.
Every important player you have. They all sit.
Yes. It would be tempting, though. It would be tempting.
I would not be tempted at all.
I'd be tempted to go be the best NFL team in history.
Congratulations. It cost you it cost you Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and someone's playing with a little bit of a he can play through an injury. No.
I bet you they would play him anyway. They should. Not the whole game, but they've had a lot of games in the past where they have played into around halftime, right, when they had nothing to play for. And if you had the bye coming the next week, I guess they'd play a little bit. I don't think they played the whole game, but they play some. Go get the lead and get out?
No, just don't play.
They will, though.
Don't play. There's not, I mean, the case against it is maybe in a month we'll have a conversation, or 2 months we'll have a conversation. Maybe they'll just lose to Atlanta. Maybe they'll just lose to the Patriots. Who knows?
Right.
So we can, dismiss this entire conversation eventually. But I'm on record today, and I will not move off this. I will not be convinced otherwise.
I think it's possible to convince me. I'm with you now, but I think it's possible to convince me.
Shane in New Jersey is up. Hey, Shane.
Hey, Jeremy. Thanks for taking my call. Was up in Buffalo for the game over the weekend. Elite weather. Wish I got to bring my clubs. I don't know. Maybe it's a little too hot for elite season.
Football, we're getting there. It's a little warm.
It's not humid though.
No, it's not. It's
That's
beautiful.
the other good thing about falls. If it is warm, there's no humidity.
Yeah, and it's also breezy in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was beautiful, but we bounced around. Shout out, went to Whalen. Had a great weekend.
Nice.
A couple of my things. One, I feel like the Bills kind of get a little stagnant in offense when they have the lead, and it's almost like McDermott going back to, like, I'm the defensive coach. We've got the lead. Like, let's just not blow this and let the defense seal the game. And we don't have the defense to do that. And it's been not only with Dable and Dorsey and now Joe Brady. It just kind of, in the middle of the game, just kind of goes, kaput. And then the other thing, I don't know the numbers on this, but it seems like McDermott was the one leading the charge for no tush-push with the competition committee, and it doesn't seem like we were using it. There was a couple times Thursday night where I thought we could, use the tush-push to get a first down, and it just felt like they tried to do something cute and creative and be like, hey, Lee, look, you can do it another way.
Well, I thought they were good in that, though, were they not? Their short yardage package the last couple of weeks, I think, has been effective, and I'm kind of encouraged to see them going to other things other than the tush-push myself.
Yeah, like I was at the game, so it's harder to say. But sometimes I'm just like, get the first down. Get the first down, keep the chains moving. Don't overthink it.
Yeah, thanks, Shane.
I'm watching. They did run the tush push against the Ravens on a 3rd and 1. They also ran it on 1st and goal at the 2. Cook was the guy behind them. They went left, though.
And they didn't get it. They got it on the 3rd, and they didn't push it.
Actually, it wasn't even really a sneak. Allen just called his own number and looked like went around the tackle.
Okay. And then
they lined up like a
on second down, Cook got stuffed, and on 3rd down, he leaped over and reached over.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Like, they're kind of doing it, it looks like, in some of these spots. But is that because McDermott's doing it on purpose to make a point to the league? Like, I don't know. Competitively, you still want to win these games.
There's a good point here brought up in the chat by Jason. I mean, your quarterback, does he have a broken nose? Is your quarterback's wearing a visor? Maybe we don't smash him into the pileup while that's the issue.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if he has a broken nose per se, but like he's wearing a visor to protect from whatever he got, smashed against the Jets. 803-0550, our phone number. Thanks, Shane, for the phone call.
They have not been in a situation where they've run it since the Raven game.
I have a fraught relationship with the tush push. One, I want it banned. I think it should go away.
Yep.
Period. Two, I know the Bills have been pretty good at it. They're not as good as Philadelphia with it. Three, sometimes I like that they run it because it does work pretty well. But if they run it 3 times in the same game, I start to think, all right, what? You don't have any other ideas?
Right.
That's in the AFC Championship game. That's where I am. Like, again with this? This is the huge game.
I still like when they run it on 2nd and 1.
Yeah, it's true too.
They did that a couple times last year, and then, yeah.
So I'm always conflicted with the tush push, just battling my own self.
I think in a year it's banned. This is it. Like Diana Rossini wrote a story about this. Like one of the insiders, like Jeffrey Lurie's going to need more than just the Jason Kelsey speech that he got at the last year's owner meetings to get it to hold up again.
Yeah, Schefter had a tweet this weekend that was kind of odd. That was, he wrote, "There's no guarantee." I gotta find this tweet. It didn't even make sense to me to put out there as a story. There's no guarantee they take up the tush push argument again this offseason.
Who? The Eagles?
The league.
Oh, the league.
The league won't. There's no guarantee there's even a vote this offseason, to which I thought, well, what's the opposite of that? There is a guarantee?
Yeah, there's no vote. There's no guarantee for new vote.
No, that's not the kind of thing that anybody guarantees. Who would guarantee it?
Yeah.
You need the competition committee to, what, they're going to come out in September and guarantee? Oh, I guarantee there's going to be a vote again. Because if you would say you'd guarantee there's a vote, why not vote now?
Right. If you were that close a year ago.
Right. It was a very odd, oh, okay. Thanks for not guaranteeing what there'll be a vote on in May. Which they could vote on it in March, table it till May. Who knows? There definitely no guarantee it goes away, but a strange thing to say there's no guarantee they vote on it.
A new proposal to ban the play would need a new author, more support, and more votes. One source told ESPN he did not know whether that could or would happen.
Right.
Right, like, what does that say?
That's not news.
Is that true, though, that, Green Bay can't propose it again? Is there a rule against that? Because if not, there were 22 teams that voted against it. Only you need one of them to say,
write
hey,
that
let's
proposal.
ban the tush push.
All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Butch, we'll get your call. Wide open lines for you. You got something you saw from this weekend? Has you thinking about the Bills? Where they land in the NFL hierarchy? It's near the top, if not at the top. Jeremy and Joe here on a Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday. You can join us here on WGR. I feel like, you're seeing these small departments of the defense that are problems rearing their head, and that's what leads Bills fans to wonder, all right, if you can't stop Tua, what are you going to look like when you play Herbert or the Chargers or the Ravens again? Because, this defense has let them down a couple of years in a row, and they're looking for it to start to trend in the right direction.
Yeah, I think third down defense was the biggest issue on that side of the ball on Thursday night. Otherwise, I thought they played pretty well. I mean, the Dolphins, 4.7 yards a play is not good. Like, the Bills pretty much held them in check. They were very good on first and second down most of the night. They were not good on third down. 10 of 15 is not a good percentage. Sean McDermott pointed out, I thought it was very interesting after the game, guys, and again on Friday, mentioned getting them in 15 third downs is a good thing, right? That's a lot of third downs you're forcing. That means you're playing very good defense on first and second, but they have to be better on third down, and they weren't, and that's something that was an issue last year. Understood. If anybody is concerned about that, they should be. I want to give the Dolphins some credit here because I thought the Dolphins did a nice job of getting Tua out in space a little bit where and a couple times he was flushed out, but they did move him a little bit, and that's not something that's normally a strength of his, and I thought they did a good job. And when you play a quarterback or a team that goes against the tendency, that can, that could be bad for them or it could really help them. And I thought on third down, it would help them a little bit. So no doubt about it. I mean, those are issues and areas, and, you look at it and say, why is that? Well, number one, sure, they didn't finish them. The pass rush had to be better. They did force him out of the pocket a few times. Again, they didn't finish the play. That's the issue. They didn't finish, and that's been the issue in playoff games where they didn't finish, and why they went out and signed Von Miller years ago, why they went out and signed Joey Bosa. You got to finish the sack. Joey Bosa was very close, but he didn't get it there, and he didn't finish. And then giving a lot of room on the outside to Waddle and Hill, and especially Waddle and Tre'Davious White, and I've seen a lot of criticism of Tre'Davious White, and it's fair that he definitely gave up some big plays. I also think he was basically probably he's probably thinking, or maybe even Bobby Babich, well, I'm not giving up a touchdown, though. I don't want to give up cheapy, right? So now, and when you do that, you're giving a fast guy a little bit more cushion and room. Now you're making it a bit easier on the offense. So these are things that they're going to have to look at.
I think each week of the season, I know each week of the season our defense has gotten better. That's a very strong offensive opponent that we faced last night. To your point, the first and second down defense was, I thought, the best we've played for the most part, I would say, over the last, however many games. They're a tough unit to stop. The third downs, however, in the red zone, we just went through third down as a defensive staff, and just not enough of things working together.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, Locker Room Audio, brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. We'll go around the league, brought to you by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. Shop Dash's Market. Tonight, it's the Ravens and the Lions. One of these teams will drop to 1-2.
Yep. And if it's Baltimore, that'll be a 3-game lead, by all accounts, for the 1 seed on them specifically for the Bills.
Yeah, if it's Baltimore, people in Pittsburgh might convince themselves their team is good.
They'll be in first place in the division?
Yes. Here's your funny stat. The Bengals and the Steelers are 2-1, and each have a negative point differential.
Wow.
Cincinnati's a -33. Of course, they got hammered yesterday. Pittsburgh's a -5 at 2-1. And their offense looks brutal.
Yeah,
with Rodgers.
They can't run the ball at all, and it looks like what Rodgers' offenses have looked for the last 2 years.
Yep.
3 years. Just ball out quick, and he's throwing fade contested balls. And sometimes they work. Like when he throws a touchdown to Calvin Austin, it looks awesome. But what is that? It's a contested ball to a small receiver.
The two divisions that look the most over right now are AFC East and NFC South. Bucks 3-0.
Yeah.
Panthers, Falcons 1-2. Bucks.
Yeah.
Bucks are 3-0 with a point differential of +6.
Yeah, everything's been really close.
Really close.
2 game-winning drives at the end of games. Mayfield is really he has gotten so much better, or maybe just noticing it more now. You can't bring him down in the pocket. He made a juke move on a guy in the pocket yesterday. You would have thought it was Lamar Jackson, and then he scrambled for 12 yards.
Baker is what people think Kyler Murray is?
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray. Did you watch any of that game?
I did not.
If I were that guy can't be my quarterback anymore. Just, it doesn't happen.
The only thing I saw from that game was a big Marvin Harrison Jr. drop.
There was a big one of those, but that quarterback, just body language, and I don't know, there are so many mistakes that offense makes. I would be done with him.
803-0550. Wide open phone lines for you. We're going to check in maybe with Paul Hamilton as well. Reach out to him about tonight's Sabres preseason opener with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sabres play 4 times between now and the Bills game against the Saints. So we'll have plenty to dig into with that, I'm sure. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I feel like, you're seeing these small departments of the defense that are problems rearing their head, and that's what leads Bills fans to wonder, all right, if you can't stop Tua, what are you going to look like when you play Herbert or the Chargers or the Ravens again? Because, this defense has let them down a couple of years in a row, and they're looking for it to start to trend in the right direction.
Yeah, I think third down defense was the biggest issue on that side of the ball on Thursday night. Otherwise, I thought they played pretty well. I mean, the Dolphins, 4.7 yards a play is not good. The Bills pretty much held them in check. They were very good on first and second down most of the night. They were not good on third down. 10 of 15 is not a good percentage. Sean McDermott pointed out, I thought it was very interesting after the game, guys, and again on Friday, mentioned getting them in 15 third downs is a good thing, right? That's a lot of third downs you're forcing. That means you're playing very good defense on first and second, but they have to be better on third down, and they weren't, and that's something that was an issue last year. Understood. If anybody is concerned about that, they should be. I want to give the Dolphins some credit here because I thought the Dolphins did a nice job of getting Tua out in space a little bit where and a couple times he was flushed out, but they did move him a little bit, and that's not something that's normally a strength of his, and I thought they did a good job. And when you play a quarterback or a team that goes against the tendency, that can, that could be bad for them, or it could really help them. And I thought on third down, it would help them a little bit. So no doubt about it. I mean, those are issues and areas, and you look at it and say, why is that? Well, number one, sure, they didn't finish them. The pass rush had to be better. They did force him out of the pocket a few times. Again, they didn't finish the play. That's the issue. They didn't finish, and that's been the issue in playoff games where they didn't finish, and why they went out and signed Von Miller years ago, why they went out and signed Joey Bosa. You got to finish the sack. Joey Bosa was very close, but he didn't get it there, and he didn't finish. And then giving a lot of room on the outside to Waddle and Hill, and especially Waddle and Tre'Davious White. And I've seen a lot of criticism of Tre'Davious White, and it's fair that he definitely gave up some big plays. I also think he was basically probably he's probably thinking, or maybe even Bobby Babich, well, I'm not giving up a touchdown, though. I don't want to give up cheapy, right? So now, and when you do that, you're giving a fast guy a little bit more cushion and room. Now you're making it a bit easier on the offense. So these are things that they're going to have to look at.
Are you seeing, Sal, what they maybe want to be on third down defense? It looked to me like they were more aggressive on some of those downs, and maybe it was a little more of a challenge for Trey White and even Ben. There was the one Tyreek Hill conversion on a third down that maybe they're putting their corners on a little bit more of an island in the name of going after that quarterback and not giving him time back there.
Yeah, that's a good question, Joe. I think so. I think the Bills are blitzing at a higher rate. I have to look now, and I can go over and look at it what their blitz rate is. But I think the Bills are blitzing at a higher rate than we have normally seen. Here we go. Right now, I have the Bills
second in the league,
according to Pro Football Reference, at second in the league. By the way, holy cow, what a gap!
Yeah.
Miami first in the league at 41%. The Bills next at 29.
Wow.
Percentage of blitzes. Kansas City is third at 27. So yeah, I do think so, because that's been a kind of a departure. You know, they have the personnel up front that they have, and they're using them. And you want to see, Joey Bosa was great the first 2 weeks. He wasn't bad in this game. He didn't finish, like I said. Greg Rousseau was better than I thought when I went back and watched the game. Like, after the game, a lot of people said to me, arrow down, Sal. Like, Greg Rousseau was invisible. Didn't show up in the stat sheet. He actually played a little bit better than I thought. One thing I do think is really important here, and you can't do anything about it now, and injuries happen, and all these other things happen, suspensions. I think Michael Hoyt is a big plan for this team. I really do. I think Michael Hoyt is going to be someone they're going to really employ on third down and other passing situations that allows people. You guys know, like, the way a basketball team works, right? Somebody's playing point guard because the normal point guard's off, so you move the shooting guard there, right? Like this right now, Javon Solomon's kicking inside. Ed Oliver's out. When Michael Hoyt returns, I think he's going to be a guy that they move around, and it's going to allow other people to do different things. So I'm interested to see weeks down the road, okay, how that looks and how that impacts some of the numbers and different things they're trying to do.
Couple teams joining the Bills atop the AFC. Chargers are 3-0 after beating the Broncos. The Colts are 3-0 after blowing out the Titans in Tennessee. An upset win by Cleveland yesterday. They scored 13 unanswered in the fourth quarter to beat the Packers after being down 10-0. The Bills' next opponent, the New Orleans Saints, get blown out by the Seahawks, 44-13, and that game was worse at half. It was 38-6 at halftime. Chiefs avoid 0-3. They beat the Giants on Sunday Night Football 22-9. Monday Night Football tonight between the Lions and the Ravens in Baltimore. The Ravens trying to avoid a 1-2 start. That game just after 8 o'clock. We will not have that game here on WGR because we will have Sabres preseason game number 1 against Columbus. The team just announcing what their roster will look like for tonight's game. You got some NHL regulars in there like Bo Byram, Owen Power, Jack Quinn. You'll get newcomers Josh Doan and Justin Danforth. Also Alex Gorgiev and Devin Levi are listed as the 2 goaltenders. That's tonight at 7 in Columbus on WGR. And also on MSG. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it, complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown from 5 yards out. Josh Allen looking like Magic Johnson on the fast break. It's a screen pass to Shakir. Has a blocker in front, racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown. As Shakir got great blocking downfield, got up the sideline and into the end zone. And the Bills have the lead back again. Back to pass, looking left, and stretching and reaching for it is Kincaid, and he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown. A 20-yard touchdown hookup. Allen to Kincaid, and the Bills are an extra point away from tying it up early.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Football Monday. Victory Monday. It is Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, your phone calls. We're going to check in with Mr. Paul Hamilton in a moment as well because it's also a hockey Monday. The Sabres play the Blue Jackets tonight, and we have the lineups.
Yeah, we have the roster.
So we
got some NHL regulars in there.
Yes. The
some prospects.
Sabres jersey debut of Michael Kesselring.
Okay.
So he'll be out there tonight with Bo Byram. Of course, Byram signed that extension. And the Sabres are going to feel good about their defense core this year. There's no doubt about that. On paper, they have a very good defense, and how will that change the way they play? So we'll get to Paul in a moment. When I get a call in quickly, it is Buffalo Bills Football Monday and a Victory Monday. Butch on the east side. Hey, Butch, good morning.
My guys, thanks so much for taking my call. I love MSG. I love WGR to all the fans who listen and watch this beautiful radio show. I love each and every one of you. I'm going to get right to it. And Jeremy, you've been around a long time, my friend, and we've been watching this same scenario, this same rodeo for years. I am happy, first of all, don't get it twisted, that we're 3-0. That's fine. I look at moving forward how to perfect what we have to be better than what we are. We started the first 2 games, and, Brandon Beane has done a wonderful job of filling the cabins with young talent, especially the last 2 years. Last year, we got maybe 4 or 5 out of the draft class that's actually performing. Maybe a couple players like Carter and maybe Cole Bishop is under investigation. But Coleman is playing well. Ray Davis is playing well. Now, this year, we came in I think we hit big on this draft class that's actually performing and actually on this football team that's ready to help us contribute to the 3-0. The reason why I say that is every single time Brandon Beane's with his kryptonite is loyalty. I love Brandon Beane. I love Sean McDermott, but Sean McDermott's kryptonite is loyalty. He has this thing with Tre'Davious White that he's so fascinated because of the Patrick Mahomes trade that we moved up and we took Tre'Davious and they took Patrick Mahomes. He has this thing. And don't get me wrong. I understand that if we win a Super Bowl, he gets one. I understand if we win a Super Bowl, Poyer gets one. I got that. Let them be and let them play these roles as statesmen, where they can help and groove the young players. Do not mess with continuity. We played the first 2 games with Dorian Strong starting at corner, and he was holding his own against the Ravens. Especially after he tackled Henry, it gave him a breathing thing that I belong in this league. We go against Miami, against the Cheetah. We go against Waddle. You bring in the slowest molasses cornerback just because Tre'Davious went. All of a sudden he was injured, and all of a sudden he's healthy now because he knows Dorian Strong is playing. It's a possibility that he might not get his spot. Now here goes. This is where I say Sean McDermott's weakness.
Well, that's what I was going to get you, Butch. Like the guy that's deciding which of those players gets the starting nod is not Bean. That's going to be McDermott.
Well, it's like this. It's common sense, man. I mean, if my grandfather can see that this guy is slow and this guy is fast, it's common sense in today's NFL. I mean, today's NFL is nothing but speed. This is why we took a Hairston at cornerback because he ran 4.2. Cheetah and Waddle was running speed. This man has 2-3 leg injuries. I had 2 ruptured Achilles myself. I can't run as fast as I used to be. So there was common sense. My thing is, this is the point, I thank you for taking my call, is that Dorian Strong. It's the same thing last year, Jeremy, when Dorian Williams was leading NFL in tackles. All of a sudden, Milano got healthy, you bench Dorian Williams. This is the same thing he does. But what I'm saying is I just want to move forward and just allow the best talent that we have to play, not by names, not by salary. Dorian Strong and Benford is solid at cornerbacks, and there can grow something very special if you leave them alone. Hancock is ready to play. Let him play. But at the same time, when you got people lingering around, it's like going to the gas station, and every time you get out of the car, you got the same guy asking you for $1. That's the same way I look at Tre'Davious White. You know what I mean? He's always just hanging around, but he's in the way. So therefore, moving forward, and thanks for taking my call again. I don't want to sound redundant. It's just that let's move with the players that's actually ready to play that can help us play. Watch the tape. The tape don't lie. He was trailing every time. He can't play press coverage because he's too slow. So you got to play six yards off the ball. That's guaranteed 4 yards every catch. I love you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Butch. I don't want to jump the gun and say like Dorian Strong is immediately ready for the job. He got a lot of praise for had good numbers against the Ravens. That's because the Ravens targeted almost everyone and succeeded in doing anything they wanted to.
Right.
And they hit for a touchdown on Benford, who is very good. They ran all over and threw all over and did what they want. And I don't know, your defense gives up 40 points. You want to say like, oh, that guy didn't give up any touchdowns. I think, well, being a corner is being part of an 11-person unit. It's one of the reasons I don't like quarterback rating when targeted. That happens a lot, right?
Right.
If you're a corner, you give up three completions for 18 yards and nothing else. What's the quarterback rating there? It's pretty good. But did you make the stops on 3rd and 12? Did you close down your side of the field? So I don't know. I don't know if Dorian Strong's ready. I feel like if he was, they would play him. And I don't know about the safety. Help me. He mentioned
Hancock.
Yes, Jordan Hancock. I don't know about him being ready. Is he going to play safety over who? Over Bishop? Over Rapp? I mean, the Bills consistently lean on the guy that knows the system better than the guy that's fast. That's how Rapp has the job.
Right.
And Bishop is their aggressive, potentially athletic, elite player back there. And what's his problem? He hasn't yet known what to do with all that athleticism. That's what has to come along. So I don't think it's just as easy as you put the fast guy in. Because the fast guy takes one step the wrong way, covering another fast guy,
right?
And he's cooked.
And eventually, they do want to put the fast guy in. They drafted one, right? He got hurt.
Yeah.
So, like, what are you supposed to do? And I'm with you, Trey. I'm actually surprised. He's 28th in the league in coverage grade amongst corners, which is actually pretty good. But I think a lot of that was the Jet game. Last week against Miami, he was targeted 6 times. That's what I'd want to look at more. How often are they going after you? And 6 targets in one game is a lot for a corner. So he's covering Waddle. That's a tough matchup for him. I can't imagine there are going to be many teams who throw out a number 2 receiver that's going to beat him that many times.
And there are multiple plays
as many times as that
where Waddle is getting the ball after Tua had held it for a good amount of time.
And the rush didn't
like
get
the pass rush is not getting home. It's getting pressure. It's not getting home all the time.
But again, like I think eventually they'll do the thing you want. They drafted Hairston. I just don't know when eventually is. Is eventually week 14? Is it week 9? Or is it next season?
Yeah. 803-0550. Paul Hamilton joining us now as we shift gears a little bit. There's a hockey game tonight. The Sabres and Blue Jackets play in Columbus. Columbus has already started its preseason. The Sabres get their first game of the preseason in tonight. You can hear it here on WGR. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Happy hockey season. Are you ready?
I am ready, absolutely. I was ready when the kids showed up for the Prospects tournament, and we had a scrimmage on Saturday, and now here we are for the first preseason game.
And the Sabres' regular season starts 2 weeks from Thursday. So we see 4 preseason games between now and the Bills game against the Saints. And 2 weeks from Thursday, they'll open things up against the New York Rangers. So, Paul, a look at camp. Camp ends and the preseason begins kind of, whatever. You still got bodies in there. You've got 2 teams. They're mixing their lineup. What have you seen that is different so far on this team? How they want to be different, play different, how they're built differently, even though the changes were not exactly drastic. They made their share of changes. So what do you see out of this group?
Well, right away we saw an NHL group. You don't always see that. It's mixed in, and the only time these guys have been mixed in was for the scrimmage, and now for this game, actually, which is what you'll see in preseason. Most of the, quote, star players will play more in the home games, so you'll see more of them on Tuesday, probably Thompson and Dahlin. You'll see them tomorrow. But I will tell you this. The best line by far in that scrimmage was the Kulich line with Doan and Quinn. They played very, very well. And the thing Lindy Ruff does with the scrimmage, he wants to see how players will do when they're dead. I mean, it's been a very, very difficult camp. And he wanted a scrimmage on purpose where the guy's legs are heavy. He got it. The legs were heavy. And all right, now how do you react? What's your plan now? Now that you're tired, now that your legs are heavy, you're going to loaf when you come off the ice. What's your plan now? So he did that on purpose. So it's really hard to say this guy really looked good or this guy really looked bad in that scrimmage type of format, except, as I said, for the Kulich line as he's centering Doan and Quinn. And, Kulich, you had to love the first goal that he got. I mean, he's at center ice. He causes a turnover, comes straight up the slot, no messing around. It wasn't a breakaway. I mean, there were guys, who had to get back to try to defend it, and he shoots from probably a little bit in from the high slot, and he beats Lyon, with that shot of his. And that's one thing Lindy Ruff talked about last year is Kulich needs to shoot more. He has an elite shot. We got to talk him into using it because a lot of the time he's looking for a pass because he was out there with Tage Thompson. And it was almost like message received. And it was just, if you're a Sabre fan, you're thinking, okay, maybe Yuri Kulich already looks to be better than what he was last year. And, of course, you expect that. I mean, he came on once he got to center and then started playing more. I thought he got better and better as the season went on. I mean, he had 15 goals in 62 games, and a lot of that was at the last half of the season or the last month and a half of the season. So, there was an encouraging sign right there, I thought, from Yuri Kulich, and an encouraging sign from that line.
Paul, they kind of have centermen that are all shoot first, aren't they? At least at the top of the lineup. I'm not even saying that's a problem. Just wouldn't you say Norris is kind of the same type of player where he's going to be a shoot first type of guy?
Yeah, and now Norris is quite capable of setting players up, but yeah, I mean he has an elite shot, and that's exactly what he does, and he normally will have more goals than he will have assists, which is fine. I have no problem with that. McLeod is interesting. I mean, to see. I mean, last year was the first year he became a 20-goal scorer. Again, another player that they had to convince to start shooting the puck, and it got good results. I mean, now you had a 20-goal scorer from a guy who had never scored more than 12 or 13, as I recall. So, and I think he's only done it once, so you don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's able to do that consistently, and get towards 20 goals every year. And when you have a two-way centerman underneath your top six who can get you 20 goals and is good in his own end and can win you some face-offs, Norris can also do that. I mean, part of the not the whole part, but part of the power play problem is you lose every face-off and the puck goes down. Now you've just lost 30 seconds off your power play because you got to go get it. Now you got to try to get back in the zone. There were some games for the Sabres that was challenging. And, so if you got a centerman like Norris who can win you face-off, now you have control of the puck right away, and you're not losing that time, and you're not losing having to get set up again, and maybe you won't get set up. So you would think that would help the power play also.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, we're going to see the Sabres' first-round pick tonight, Radim Murtka, who's going to play in the lineup. How have you seen him kind of blending in?
He hasn't been with the Sabre group. He's been with the second group, with the Amherst group. But you know what? I really liked him in the prospects tournament. I thought he skated very, very well. That first pass was usually on the stick. He was good at getting out of the zone. Did he make 18-year-old mistakes? Yeah, he did. I mean, but overall, and he scored like 5 minutes into his first game, and it was good to see how he, at the left point, kind of moved a little bit. So he gave the guy who passed him the puck a lane to get it to him, and then he had a shooting lane. So I thought, that's a pretty heady play right there to get that goal. But he didn't back down from anything. I mean, when guys came after him, which they will, he was right there, stood up to all of them. He didn't back off one little bit from any of that. So, is he ready for the NHL? No, he's not. I mean, let's not get excited here. I mean, from fans, I know everybody wants everybody in the NHL yesterday, but that's been a problem of the Sabres, rushing guys up to the NHL. And I think this kid, he can play in Rochester, and they're still figuring that out, but especially for a defenseman at 18, that's a little bit tough. So I think Seattle is a good landing spot for him, but, I really liked what I saw in the first impressions from this kid.
One guy that is, of course, ready for the NHL, Kesselring. How about your impressions of him and how he looks in this group?
You guys okay with him wearing number 8, or,
I like that's a fine defenseman number.
I've got no problem with that.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Doug Bodger wore it for many years with the Sabres.
I mean, the best defenseman in the world wears it, right, in Colorado. So
a lot of fans will be happy to hear him. Now, he was not afraid to fight. I mean, when he got the Gordie Howe hat trick in one period in Buffalo last year, he fought Malenstein right away in the second period. He didn't have any problem with that at all. I remember when he got traded here, he said it's not necessarily in his nature. He has developed that into his game, and he has promised Lindy Ruff it's going to be more into his game. That people are going to see him tougher, as he said, and I think he already has some toughness to him, especially when we're talking, a lot of Sabres over the years. We haven't seen a lot of toughness with his hockey team, so. Here's a 6'5", 215-pound guy that wants to be tougher and is concentrating on being tougher, and said, you are going to see that this year. He goes, that is going to be much more part of my game than it has in the past. And Lindy Ruff keeps saying, you guys keep thinking he's going to play with Owen Power all the time, and he's going to start with Owen Power, but it's not necessarily from what Lindy Ruff says. He goes, they're going to play with everybody. As far as the defense goes. And hockey coaches, you sit there and see these lines all through training camp and all through practice, and they start with them, and then 10 minutes into the first period, they're all juggled. That's the way hockey coaches roll. So I think he will play a lot with Owen Power. But as Lindy Ruff said, you got to go with what's happening in the game. Because if we need a goal, I might switch the pairs. Because all of a sudden you might see two offensive players playing together. Or if we're really sitting, defending hard to defend a one-goal lead, you might see us change the pair to more defensive pairs. So, Lindy's kind of he's not saying Power and Kesselring are going to play all the time, but he's kind of trying to temper it, saying they're not going to be out there every single shift together.
Paul, last week we talked about like who could make the roster with this Greenway injury more of an opportunity to do that. Guy we did not bring up, I don't think, but I heard Lindy talk about the other day and was with the NHL group. Mason Gearston. What can you tell us about him other than, like, this is a guy, when you pull up the stat sheet, you mentioned the penalty minutes first. Like, are the Sabres ready to have a fighter on their team?
If anybody likes Rempe of the New York Rangers, you're going to love this kid. I'm not going to call him a kid. I'm sorry.
He's 30. He is 30.
Yeah. That's my natural thing to say. But, yeah, they're going to love this guy. I mean, that's who he is. He's, if we're going on his skill as a hockey player, like Rempe, he might have the skill of making the East Coast League.
Yeah, he's at 0 career NHL points in 77.
So if you like Rempe, you're going to love him. And if you think Rempe is a waste of a roster spot, you're going to think that.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. But it's also a guy that if he's in the lineup or you need to put him in the lineup, I don't think people are going to be taking pot shots at Darlene. I mean, that's what I think you're looking at here, is a guy that will start discouraging some of that stuff that we've seen for how many years now, where people know they can just take liberties and nothing's ever going to happen. And as the Sabres grew a little bit last year, Alex Tuck would have to show up and take care of something, or Tage Thompson. And that's great. I'm glad they were willing to do it, but I would rather they not. I would rather somebody else. So, when he's in the lineup, you're going to see less and less of people taking pot shots at Darlene and Thompson.
And you do think he'll play? Like, not every game, but you think he'll be in the NHL this year?
Yeah, at times. I until I heard Lindy the other day, I kind of had my doubts. But it depends. I mean, if you're going to keep 2 extra defensemen in Jones and Bryson, then you keep 1 extra forward. Well, when Greenway comes back, you've got the 1 extra forward. Is it Danforth? What are you going to do with that? Or are you going to send Danforth down and is it Gertzen? Or are you going to keep 2 extra forwards and only 1 extra D? He likes Jones. I mean, he said he's going to sneak up on people, is how Lindy Ruff put it, Zach Jones from the New York Rangers. So it seems like, and in my depth chart, I kind of had it this way too, that he's the number 7 guy and Bryson's the number 8 guy. So Bryson could wind up in Rochester too. They have sent him down before, and he knows exactly what he's getting into, re-signing with the Buffalo Sabres. He knows he's not in the top 6. He knows he has to keep himself ready. He knows he might wind up in Rochester at times. So it's not like you're going to have a brooding player in Jacob Bryson. He knows what he signed up for, and he is a depth player, and that's it. I know people get all tied up in knots about the number 8 defenseman for the Sabres and why did they sign him and this, that, the other thing. And it to me, it's just a non-issue. It's a non-conversation. He's a guy that can keep himself ready. But, yeah, if they had signed him to be their number 5 defenseman, I understand the conversation. But I think some folks just get too tied up with your number 8 guy. To me, it really doesn't matter.
Paul, one more thing here. Going into tonight's game, we get our first test of, was that Josh Doan or Josh Dunn? Josh Doan, Josh Dunn. Josh Dunn, Josh Doan. Doan is the guy.
Both in.
Right, they're both in tonight. So Josh Doan is the Utah player that came in the Peterka trade with Kesselring. Josh Dunn is the Amerks guy who's a little bit older. But Josh Doan, I feel like people might like him quite a bit. There's some good stuff to hear about him.
Absolutely. He's going to be in the middle of the fray. Other teams are going to hate him. And that's good news for the Buffalo Sabres. I mean, they don't have many of those guys and he has an upside. I keep pointing back to a guy like Ray Ferraro, who I respect very much. He talked about him, saying in the beginning last year in Utah, he played 51 games with Utah. He was finding his way in the NHL. Yeah, his dad is a big player in Arizona over the years. But still, even with a dad like that, he had to find his way. And Ferraro said as the season went on, you could see him get better and better and better. And he feels with an elite shot that he has and the type of guy that is going to be around the net where goals are scored, that this is a guy that has an offensive upside. Whether it happens or not, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, he did score 26 goals in the AHL with Tucson, which is kind of what Quinn did that one year too, in about the same amount of games. So the puck was going into the net for him there. So it's possible. And as it turns out, as we've heard more about the trade, Kevin Adams would not do the trade without him in there. Utah wouldn't put him in, and he said then the trade's off. We're not doing it. And it got to a point, it's like, if you want Peterka, you are going to have to put Josh Doan into this trade, and they got what they wanted. So it'll be interesting to see how he grows under Lindy Ruff as a Buffalo Sabre, and to see, is there that offensive? He scored in the scrimmage, and it was on the power play, and it was one of those things where was he? He was standing right on the corner of the crease, so when Bo Byram knocked the puck out from under Lyon's pad, he was standing right there to tap the puck into the net where he was supposed to be. So, it doesn't matter if he has a good shot then, because he just tapped it into an empty net. But I'm very curious to see how, I know what we're going to see from a forechecking standpoint. He's going to be in the middle. He's going to have guys mad at him and all that kind of stuff. I know what that's going to be about, but I'm very curious to see, what is this offensive upside? Is there going to be an offensive upside with him?
Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton ahead of tonight's game between the Blue Jackets and the Sabres, the first preseason game that'll be from Columbus. And you can hear the game here on WGR. On Geertsen, Mason Geertsen is his name. He's played 25 games in the NHL, has never recorded a point. And I was trying to find how many shots he's got in 25 games. I'll see if I can find that for you. But I guess you could make as many points as you want about how that's a deterrent, like pot shots on Dahlin or not. And my belief is not to say, like, hey, when you fight back and you say that's not okay, we won't take that. That looks good, and you feel better about that, and teams come together. I think the reality is in the NHL, those shots happen anyway. Like, you've got a guy dressed in the lineup, you're still going to smash your captain in the face. You're still going to take a elbow. This is the Sabres' most famous don't go after our captain moment, a team that has guys that fight and mix it up. Peters is there, Mayer's there, Collette is there. They go out and they do the job. I feel like a lot of times the argument is, if he's in the lineup, it won't happen. And I just think that's not really true myself. I think those shots will still... You're telling me Mason Geertsen's going to dress... He's going to take the 12th forward spot and no Sabre will get hit? Right. I just don't think it happens less. I think you're more likely to have a response, but I don't think the hit happens less.
He has in 447 AHL games, 19 goals, and 840 penalty minutes.
All right. He's coming for Rob Ray's record.
That is the most unbreakable record in Buffalo sports. The Rob Ray record. I think he's like he's got 3,000 something, and Dahlin is like their active leader with 300. That record will never be broken. But maybe this guy will take a shot at it.
Maybe.
Single season, maybe. If he just gets in a fight every night he's in the lineup.
It's going to be tough. Thank you to Paul. We'll check with him tomorrow, because there's a game here in Buffalo tomorrow, and we can, of course, look back on the game from tonight. Josh Doan.
91 for Josh Doan. They did a good job of the numbers don't look alike. 91 and 44. Okay. It's tough to get further apart than that visually. Like if they had worn 44 and 47,
right,
that'd be more confusing.
803-0550. All right, fine.
Oh, he looked up on the TV.
I did.
You can't look up. Get Up is on. You can't look now.
Yeah. This Eagles team reminds me of the Patriots and Chiefs dynasty.
A week after they were talking about Jordan Love, like, could he be the best quarterback in the NFL? Is Jordan Love the Packers' problem? Like 20 minutes ago.
Right. That's how it goes. 803-0550, Victory Monday, Football Monday here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Sal, as we're looking at blitz percentage and how the Bills are second in the NFL in blitz percentage, do you know where they are in pressure percentage? How often the quarterback gets hurried, knocked down, or sacked per dropback?
I do because I have it in front of me, but I'll let you say it.
Number 1.
That's right.
Doesn't that sound nuts?
According to Pro Football Reference, 30.7% if we're looking at the same number.
Oh, look, let's all what?
Right.
Sometimes it's hard to contextualize. It feels like they never get to the passer. They lead the league in pressure percentage.
I mean, this is a great example of what I just said a little while ago, right? It's a great example, Jeremy, which is, oh my God, we can never get pressure on the quarterback. They're actually, according to these numbers, and maybe this can be subjective in some way, the way people measure this, they're actually the best in the league at it.
Yeah.
You got to watch the rest of the league, folks.
But
right? That's the lesson here. You have to pay attention to the rest of the league. You can't just focus on your team and think because they don't make every play that they're not that good or they're not doing things right. You can't just watch Red Zone and every single time they go, let's go to this game, look at this highlight, look at this great catch, and think, why is my team not doing that? Well, they're showing you only the highlights of those games. And what you have to contextualize is the fact that every team in the league has a lot of different kind of areas they need to improve or things they're good on. And the Bills are actually really good at this when the rest of the league is not as good. And it might seem like that because all you see is them making plays.
Yeah. To this point, there's probably a comparison here to make, Sal, which is close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Because someone out there saying, congratulations on your pressure rate, I need the quarterback on the ground. Because if I go to quarterback knockdown rate, now they're a little further down the board, middle of the pack. And if I go to sacks, the league lead in sacks, the Broncos and the Rams have 12. The Bills only have 6, which is down the board a little bit. Now that, again, sack percentage would matter based on how many dropbacks and game script and all that. But the point is they are pressuring the passer, and they're maybe not getting there as much as they want to. That's what Bosa is here for. That's what hopefully Rousseau can get a little bit better at. And that's kind of the Michael Hoyt point you bring up. Let's see how he fits in. Drake May's new nickname there in New England is Drake Maybe. As they walk the line of, is this guy the guy? Is this guy Drake good enough? Drake Maybe.
Not the most creative nickname I've ever heard in my life, but it fits, right?
Yeah.
I would be...
The Patriots turned the ball over 5 times in this game.
Yeah, there were a lot of fumbles from the running backs.
Yep.
Stevenson had 2. They put Gibson in. He fumbled. Finally, they put the rookie in, Henderson, who probably should have been playing the whole time. So, yeah, a lot of turnovers. The one that came right after May hit his head on the ground.
Yep.
Otherwise, he's not looked spectacular through 3 games, right? It's looked okay.
Definitely not spectacular.
There's still signs that there's a good quarterback in there.
Yeah, I think he's...
But I don't know how much help he has. The line, it's still struggling a lot. Diggs doesn't do anything down the field. He's just a slot guy.
Yeah, he plays in the slot, and they've got...
And he had the injury, too.
They're outside guys, Butte and Demario Douglas, all right. Mac Hollins' appearance yesterday. I watched them a little bit.
Yep. But 1 and 2 through a not that hard part of your schedule.
No, you would have thought they would be 2 and 1. I mean...
they've not done anything that makes you think, they could be a little challenge to the Bills this year in the division. They were the team for that, and they've not done anything through 3 games that makes me think they'll be within even 4 games once we get to December.
Their next 3 games, they play the Bills next week, not this week, but the following week. But other than that, it's Panthers, Saints, Titans. So they could get back on track. We'll see.
Just got a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things. Obviously, we're running the ball really well. James Cook looks like he's shot out of a cannon every time he touches the football. Our O-line is doing such a good job of communicating and working together. In the passing game, we got guys that are in the right spots. Teams are typically playing some soft zones against us, which just some underneath stuff that we're just going to keep taking until they take it away. So, part of the reason that I think, we're having such success is, again, guys know what they're doing. They're in the right spots. And then when there's plays to be made, they're being made.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Any Instagram indicators what the Bills did with their long weekend? Anybody out and about? Traveling the world?
Not that I saw. They probably went to Josh's house, right?
No, I'm just saying, he could have left town. Home Thursday night win. Leave town Friday.
They got practice on Monday, don't they?
Leave town Friday, come back today.
Okay, so like a 2-day trip.
You might even have Victory Monday off, right? If you win on Sunday, you get Monday off.
Right.
So is it out of town Friday, get back here for practice on Tuesday?
Okay.
Should ask Sal that.
Where do the players go?
Yeah. Hop on a jet, get somewhere, go to a game, go to another football game. Maybe go back to your alma mater, watch a game on a Saturday.
That is something that you'll see, actually.
Yeah.
Right? Kelsey was doing this a lot, wasn't he, a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Him and both Kelseys. They were all over the place. Could end up a Blue Jays game. They clinched the playoffs over the weekend, right?
Yes, they did.
Drive to Toronto. Could have done that. You wouldn't go cross country, though. Like, Allen's not going home to see his parents, right? In California. That I would bet they're not doing. Cross country. Unless he's got access to a private jet.
Right.
Which, if any Bills player, he would be the one.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday.
Did you watch back any of the Dolphins game?
A little bit. Yeah, I went back and watched the first half.
I was really looking. I watched the coach's film. Like, is there stuff down the field? Like, was it there? Were they trying for it at all? Did they have to play the game that they chose to play? And I don't think they had to, because the Dolphins definitely came out. Like, they backed up, like, right out of the gates. Like, everybody was backed up, nothing over the top. But there were moments where if Josh really wanted to zip it in there were big plays to be had. And they stayed on schedule and didn't need it. I don't think Miami is going to be this competitive team going forward. It's more what I'm thinking about from watching that game. Is less, the Bills, did they play with their food a little bit, whatever. It's that Miami is they've got bad problems. And I don't know that them just playing close to the Bills is enough to make me think they're going to win 8 games. Last year they started 2-6, and they managed to win 8. Like, I don't think that they have that in them again.
Miami, could they win 8? Have you seen this week's schedule?
For the league?
Yeah.
Miami, by the way, Monday Night Football, right?
Right, against the Jets. It's another Monday night doubleheader.
Okay, good. I like that.
And you might not if you see the games.
Why?
It's Miami and the Jets, and then it's Bengals-Broncos.
Ooh. Yeah, the Bengals, how soon? What's the earliest that we can flex teams out? Because the Bengals are going to be, I think, a tough watch going forward. And I'm sure they've got more than just that primetime game. They host the Steelers on, it looks like, Sunday Night Football in a couple of weeks. Like, that's not going to be a good game to watch. They have another primetime game against the Ravens later in the year, against the Dolphins later in the year. Like, they should be flexed out of all of those games. Should be willing. You can make exceptions when you have a backup quarterback in. Any time of the year. That should be allowed. Hey, it's week 4. Bengals are on Monday night. No, we're not putting that on.
Yeah, flex it. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Howard picks the Bills tomorrow.
Will he pick 17-0? When will he pick 17-0 is a better question.
Right.
Because he might not do it tomorrow because he picked 5 losses last time. Then they'll beat New Orleans. If they're undefeated going into the bye, will he pick 17-0?
No.
That'd be 6-0 going into the bye.
It's a good question.
When would he pick it?
When does it stop? When is it stop sounding ridiculous to talk about 17-0? Or I guess when is it allowed to start?
I think if they're undefeated after the Chief game,
that's when it's real.
Their record will be, what is that, week 10? And they'll have played 9. If they're 9-0, yeah, that's more than halfway there. You beat the Chiefs. You got Tampa left, you've got Philadelphia left, and then you got a bunch of bad teams. I think if they get to 9-0, it's a real conversation. Them going undefeated.
And then the conversation is, just sit them against the Jets and don't worry about going
undefeated. Their backups could beat the Jets.
Could. I would want to sit.
It would make that game way more entertaining. I mean, it's a red helmet game, and one of the disappointments of where they put the red helmet game for me was that it was the final game of the season.
Don't you remember the Twitter poll we put up, this was training camp a couple years ago? Which would you prefer, to go 17-0 or 15-2? And 17-0 lost that poll.
I do not remember this. This happened?
Yes, it did.
More Bills fans said they would. Why? Because of the pressure of being 17-0?
Yeah. Because of what it would mean if you lost.
But the pressure's already turned up to 11, isn't it?
And how am I going to find that poll? How am I going to find it?
I could try to find it for you. But
because I don't know the exact language that I put in there, but I posted, what would you prefer? Bills 17-0 or 15-2?
Yeah.
Can I do only the advanced Twitter search does not allow you to do the search by polls.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're going to find it, but we did ask that question, and 17-0 lost.
Interesting. I believe you. I would definitely take 17-0. Because the thought? Does anyone think they would be less likely to succeed in the playoffs because of 17-0 versus 15-2?
It depends. I mean, have they locked up the 1 seed and don't need to play the Eagles or the Jets?
But they could do that with 15-2 even.
That's what I'm saying. If you're 15, you're 15-0.
Yeah.
You've clinched the 1 seed.
Yeah.
You're playing Philadelphia.
Right.
What do? Play? You've clinched home field. You can have a month to get ready.
Yeah.
You tell me to go out and play and try and beat the Eagles?
I would be stunned if they took 3 weeks off.
I'm not. I don't dispute that.
Should they? Again, I'm going to be tempted if we get there. I hope we do. I hope we get there. I hope they're 9-0 after beating the Chiefs and this becomes a thing.
Well,
they just don't play anybody that I would be threatened by. What are their odds of going 9-0?
I mean, could the Browns do to the Bills what they just did to the Packers?
Sure, they could. Their defense is great, and the Bills could stop the Bills' run game and force them to do things down the field that they don't want to, and the game is close, and they get some luck. What was the luck yesterday? They got a block kick?
Yep.
That's what happens. They get a block kick. Yeah, that's possible. Is it likely? It's likely in the sense of they have so many games against bad teams. And the odds of one game going in that direction is likely, isn't it? They have too many games against bad teams for them not to lose to somebody surprising. Because if they don't lose to somebody surprising, they're losing 1 game. 2 games. That's it.
Good point here in the chat on YouTube from David, who says, you got to start Josh at least, hand off, and then get out of the game. Got to get the consecutive start streak.
That's right.
That's a good point. That's fair. Extendo Sports coming up, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Points Show. Sal is coming in. Top of the hour here on a Victory Monday on WGR. All right, Mondays are flush full of stats, and here's a good note for you from OptaStats. File this under, somebody checked that out? Yeah, somebody did. Because, you put together this tapestry of NFL games. Anyway, here you go. Russell Wilson is the first quarterback in NFL history to throw for under 200 yards and no touchdowns, then throw for 450 or more, then throw for under 200 and no touchdowns. Under 200, 450, under 200.
That seems hard to do.
Yes.
Given he's the only person that's ever done it.
Russell Wilson's career, he was really good for a time, so we will remember that. But I feel like in 10 years, kids are going to look at list of Super Bowl winning quarterbacks and be like, who's Russell Wilson? Was he good? That'll be
you think it's that bad?
I do. I think people will forget about him.
Do you think he's... This is a question.
Hall of Fame?
Here's a debate culture perfect type of question for them today. Has he played himself out of the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep. He's not a Hall of Famer. We got to go.
10-time Pro Bowler.
Wow.
He played in the NFC. There were no star quarterbacks out there.
Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show next.
Hi, everybody. What's up? Would help if I turned on the mic. I'm a little bit discombobulated today. Sal Capaccio with you for a couple of reasons, by the way. A couple of reasons. Number one, it's a Monday. It's a Buffalo football Monday. And the Bills did not have a game yesterday to talk about. We had a game on Thursday to talk about on Friday. So that's number one. So I'm a little bit kind of disjointed thinking about, okay, Monday, extra point show, got to go over the game, got to talk about it. That was on Friday we did that, okay? Number two, I am not normally big headphone guy. Today I'm big headphone guy. I like my earbuds. Dan Dale is producing today. Hi, Dan. I like earbuds, and today I forgot my earbuds.
Look,
so I'm wearing my Beats,
which,
by the way, they're great headphones, but I just don't love wearing them for radio. I like the earbuds because I like to have a little bit more of a, not an enclosed sound in my ear sometimes.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. I kind of like the big earphones. Makes
really?
me hear more. Sometimes I
like
get
them when
worried
I'm
about
listening
the
to music.
headphones.
Yeah.
I get worried that they're just going to fall out.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I can't have that.
When I'm on the sidelines doing the Bills broadcast, I only put one earbud in one ear. The other ear I keep so I can hear what's going on with the crowd or something going on the sidelines. So that way I can report on it and say, oh, yeah, I heard Sean McDermott yelling at the official or whatever, something like that, right? And I want to hear the natural sound. How loud is the crowd? But I'm big headphone guy today. If you're watching on the stream, by the way, you can come and see big headphone guy today. Sal Capaccio with you. No studio Capaccio today. We are at the WGR Sports Radio 550 Just Call Jed Studios here in Amherst. But you can come and watch us on the stream because it's a Monday. It's a Buffalo Football Monday. When you watch on the stream on a Buffalo Football Monday, you'll see, got the Victory Monday shirt going on, even though it was a Victory Friday, and now it's a Victory Monday because we roll into the week, and that's how we roll. And, of course, every single Monday here on a Buffalo Football Monday on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is the Catholic Health Extra Point Show, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premium Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Yeah, so I think we settled now that it's like everything was kind of a bit different this morning. Getting in here, thinking about, okay, there's no game to talk about. Do we want to just kind of look at the rest of the league yesterday, which I will do? Do we want to focus on what happened on Thursday? Can't do that. Did that on Friday. But, of course, what we do on Monday is we take calls. So I want you to call me at 803-0550. By the way, you could also check us out on the stream, WGR 550 on YouTube. And when you do check us out on the stream, you can comment in the chat box. We call that the bullpen. Say hi to the bullpen. Hi, bullpen. I probably can't. I want to recognize you early every Monday, but let you know that if I don't chat with you, that's because I'm doing the show and we have other things going on. So you could chat with each other and, of course, comment on anything I say, but it's not that I'm ignoring you. I see you. Thank you. Hello. We love you. We got Owen also monitoring the bullpen and working the video stream. What's up, buddy? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was great. Had a great weekend. Just watching a whole lot of football and not having to stress about the Bills at all, which was awesome.
You a fantasy player too?
Oh yeah,
okay.
Big time. So,
how'd that go for you this weekend?
We're all right. I'm riding the guillotine ride tonight. I need David Montgomery to stay alive. I need him to score like 15 points. I'm going. Jer and me are on the cut line.
Oh, really?
So he's got Goff and Andrews tonight.
Man.
I've got Montgomery. I'm up by like 10.
I could just sit back and relax in that. You know why? Because I picked up CeeDee Lamb and Michael Pittman last week.
And you
and then
outbid
Lamb got hurt, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I know. And I bid on Lamb, a number I thought was going to blow everybody out.
And
then I woke up that next morning to your bid on Lamb, and I lost out.
Hey,
and I knew I needed him because my team is not as strong as I was hoping it would be. And you got me last year.
I don't have much money left though in the old bidding process, but I did get him, and I had a big week this week, and I'm like, okay, I think I'm good for a little while here. By the way, I didn't even notice you have a camera on you now.
I do. I got one in here.
When did that start?
I know we got cameras in the producer booth and in my booth. when we went to training camp, we needed some sort of travel cameras.
All right.
And when they're not traveling, like at Bills games, or we did our pregame stream over the weekend or on Thursday now.
Wow.
Those travel there, and then when they're not out, they're in our producer booth.
Now that you have a camera, I have to ask you, like, do you think about what you wear coming in here versus when you didn't have a camera?
I try to. It escapes me a lot of mornings because it's 4:30 when I'm leaving the house.
Yeah, I totally get it.
I will get halfway here the times that I don't think about it and go, oh man, I might look like a little bit of a weirdo.
Well, or you could just say, hey guys, my camera's not working.
Right.
Today.
Yeah. I can't always pull that.
Don't you control it?
That's exactly right. I've got all
you
the
control
strings.
when you're actually seen on the stream and in the bullpen.
Exactly. So I'll keep myself off. I like this shirt I'm wearing today, so I
yes,
put
I do too.
right
You
on.
look great. You look great. You came in here. I'm like, he's ready. He's ready for the warm weather here today. We have another nice day out. By the way, real quick, Owen, Sabres do open tonight, so I'm interested in watching that. They're in Columbus tonight, preseason, obviously. Paul Hamilton's actually going to join us at 11:30 for a quick preview today on a Buffalo Football Monday. We'll turn it into a bit of a Hockey Monday late in the show as well, just to kind of give you a quick preview, but excited to see the guys back on the ice.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I went and called the last Prospects Challenge game with Paul and Brayton, and
I love it.
That was super exciting. Just get back in the arena, see some guys play, and now we'll get a little bit closer to full regular season NHL action tonight. It's going to be super exciting. So.
I love it. All right, well, that's Owen. He's producing today on a Buffalo Football Monday. We got Dan Dale producing on the audio side behind the glass, and we are ready for your phone calls at 803-0550 as the Bills now head to week number 4. Already week 4 in the NFL, right? I mean, we wait so long, and then bam, 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 it just happens. At 3-0. And they are just looking standings-wise, okay? When I say looking really good, like, yeah, there's things on the field that you need to improve, and they need to improve. But, folks, they are looking great in the standings right now. They're only, in the entire NFL, 6 undefeated teams at 3-0. 3 in each conference. The Bills are 1. And when you look at the AFC, there's only 3 each, three undefeated teams in the AFC. And right now it's the Chargers and Colts along with the Bills. If you look at their schedules, Chargers actually have the Giants. They should beat them, but man, the Giants fighting for their season now. Then they get the Commanders, the Dolphins, and then they play the Colts. They play each other 4 weeks from now. So it's a ways down the road. But if you look at their schedule, it gets a little bit tougher. You look at the Colts and their schedule. They got the Rams this week. The Rams will be looking to really bounce back. There's a game on the West Coast. I think this is a tough one for Indy. Their undefeated start to the season could end right away this week. We'll see. And then, of course, there's the Bills. And the Bills right now at 3-0 have 2 home games coming up, one against a Saints team that they will be, I think, what is the line? Is 16? Did I read 16 and a half? Is that right, Owen? Yeah, okay. 16 and a half, something like that, 16 and a half. I mean, the Bills should take care of business against the Saints. It would be a drastic, terrible upset if they didn't. But if they go to 4-0, then you're looking at the Patriots at home on a Sunday night, and the Patriots just can't get out of their own way offensively, turning the ball over yesterday like mad to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then the Bills go to Atlanta for a Monday night game, and holy cow, did the Atlanta Falcons offense look terrible yesterday against the Carolina Panthers. Atlanta, through 3 games, has only scored 22 points. So, I mean, what we're looking at here is a real look at 6-0 at the bye. I mean, then you get some reinforcements back in Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. When I was doing a lot of the rounds on radio, TV, whatever, during the offseason, going on local radio, other markets, going on national radio shows, whatever, even here on WGR, I would say, people would ask about predictions. What do you think about the Bills? I'm not into necessarily giving you a record prediction. I don't even like doing score predictions on a game-by-game basis, right? And but I did the one thing I kept saying this year. Not that it was just some huge novel concept that only I thought of, but I was very, very real confident that this could be happening this year. The one thing I kept saying was this team is going to get the 1 seed. And one of the biggest reasons was the schedule. Yes, because of them. They're a good team. They have an elite quarterback, of course, right? But they had everything and have everything set up this year for them to get the 1 seed. And it's playing out before our eyes. I think if the Bills don't get the 1 seed right now, it would be a massive upset, to be quite honest with you. I wonder if there is a website I used to go to that would have that. Maybe I can find that, but exactly what the odds are to get the 1 seed. But let's see what it is right here. Buffalo. No, I don't have it. I have the odds in front of me. Someone could find it. But either way, they have to be the number 1 odds to do that. Like that to me is a big deal. And you could say, well, Sal, they've lost at home in the playoffs. Yes, that's right. They did lose to Cincinnati. They did lose to Kansas City at home in the playoffs. I get it. I think Cincinnati was obviously a bit of a different type of challenge because of what happened. DeMar Hamlin, they played the previous week. They were gassed. I think they just had nothing left in the tank. Not an excuse. Just think that Cincinnati, the Bills didn't get a pass rush that day. Whatever. It was a bad loss. Kansas City, I mean, they were trotting out A.J. Klein to cover, Travis Kelce. And one of the things and the reason why was because the Bills had to play that year in the first round. The Bills have lost players in the first round almost every year that they've played in the playoffs, or at least been banged up. To me, it's not just the home field; it's the bye that matters. That's the reason it matters. And if you can get to the end of the year and get that 1 seed, and you can get that bye, you get 2 weeks to rest up, reformulate your game plan, recalibrate. I just think that everything is set up this year for this to happen. And then you have to get there then. And you have to do it. You have to finish the deal, get to the Super Bowl at that point. We're a long ways from that, but you got to start thinking about how this season sets up at some point. And over the next 3 weeks, the Bills have the Saints at home, the Patriots at home, at the Atlanta Falcons, then they go to a bye, then they're at Carolina before a big matchup against the Chiefs here. And how big is that? Well, where will Kansas City be at the time? So last night, the Chiefs, they did not play really good football last night, but they played a team and the Giants who played terrible football last night, to be quite honest. Offensively, at least. Offensively terrible football. I mean, that sequence by Russell Wilson and the Giants offense near the end zone was just terrible, if you hadn't seen it yet. They have a chance to go make it a 1-score game with about 3 minutes left, which is still possible. You have the 2-minute warning and I think a timeout or 2 still. And they just looked like a team that had never practiced a play inside the other team's 10-yard line. It was terrible. And the Chiefs come away with the victory. We would all love to have seen the Chiefs lose. But man, they don't look anything like what we're used to seeing the Chiefs. Now, that said, remember last year we kind of said the same thing all year. They couldn't get to 30 points last year. And then they did a couple of times. And then, of course, they did in the playoffs against the Bills. But this Chiefs offense looks very, very pedestrian and out of sorts. And last night, passes behind the line of scrimmage they couldn't complete. Mahomes picks it up, and Collinsworth talks about how great of a play. It was a terrible play. Yes, it was good hustle by Patrick Mahomes. Smart. Give him credit for that. Their number 1 play right now is just chucking it deep to Tyquan Thornton and hoping something happens. So now they have the Ravens next week, by the way. I saw today people debating, who do Bills fans root for when it comes to Ravens and Chiefs next week? And my answer to that is kind of a nuanced answer. I think if the Ravens, you want the Ravens to lose tonight to the Lions, right? And if the Ravens do lose tonight to the Lions, I think root for them to beat the Chiefs next week, because then the Ravens would have 2 losses already, including one to the Bills, so you're already 3 games up on them. Give the Chiefs another loss. But if the Ravens win tonight, I think maybe you root for the Chiefs next week, because then you could still, both teams would then have 2 losses. I think the further you push them down, the better. And the Chiefs are going to struggle anyway to win their division. So I'm not too worried about them catching the Bills, but sure enough, they'll have their opportunity. Because remember, it doesn't matter. Even if you finish with a better record, you got to win your division. And right now, the Chargers look like the better team there. 803-0550 is the number. I think Billy disagrees a bit. He's a little worried about Toronto. He says here, hi, Billy, you're first up on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. He's worried about KC, I should say. Go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Sal, I mean, I've said this over and over again. but do teams not have video on Patrick Mahomes? I mean, you're talking about the end of the game. How about the end of the half? If you're 350 pounds and there's a loose ball on the ground, just fall on the damn thing.
I know.
Pick it up so the
Yeah, I know, but you know what? It's just you're trained. You do scoop and score drills. You're right. I mean, we'd all love to see it. If they would have fell on it, then the Giants would have had a golden opportunity. But the guy has it in his hands. He wants to score. I get it. That's what you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, Sal, you say they lost it at the end. I'm in a football pool, a big pool, and I need the Giants to cover this game. I know it's a tough ask, but everybody covers against Kansas City. Everybody knows that from last year, and I need Kansas City. It's 6-6. Of course, the quarterback throws a terrible interception. But the thing that I've said, and I hope Buffalo learns from this. I hope other teams learn from this. When there's 2 minutes left in the half, I don't care if you don't score. I mean, I want you to score, but there was nobody better in football than Tom Brady of either they're getting a field goal or a touchdown or he's running the damn clock out. I kept saying to my buddies, please run the clock down. Don't give Mahomes the ball back with a minute left. Run one play. Make them use their last timeout. But no, they got to throw the ball. Mahomes, who everybody knows when he's cocking his arm at the end of the half, he ain't throwing the football. He's faking for you to jump up so he can run around you. He goes to the sideline, throws an 80-yard bomb. What do we have? Pass interference, field goal with no time left, 9-6 Kansas City, and I went to bed. I said, we should be up 3 to 7 points at the end of the half. But no, they play Mahomes dumb again. He gets the field goal, and of course, Kansas City gets the cover, and I lose my pool.
Yeah, you are very, very upset today about it, and I can tell. I'm very sorry about you not covering. That you are very upset today about this, and I'm sorry that you didn't win. And I appreciate the passion about that. I really do, because you're hot today, Billy in Toronto up there, baby. If people go to work with Billy, you see Billy hanging out, just console him today, okay? Console him north of the border. Thanks, Billy. Let's come back south. Matt in South Buffalo. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking my call.
I
just had a question with the suspensions for the defensive linemen being, about halfway over now, and they can start practicing after the Saints game.
Yep.
I'm just wondering what roster moves do you think the Bills will make or have to make to accommodate bringing them back to the active roster? And just one other quick question: is there any discussion on keeping Prater as the kicker, or are they going to bring Bass back, assuming he's healed from his injury? I'll hang up.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. Okay, so these are two separate questions and issues. They're good questions, but let me just give you a generic answer that you're not going to love because it's generic, but it's true. There's still time to sort these things out. There is no pressure to do that right now. And what I mean by that is, yes, just so you know, maybe Matt is understanding the rules. He does understand the rules. What he said is right, but maybe some people are under the impression the Bills have to make a roster move next week when these guys practice. They don't. They're still suspended for 3 more games. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt. They start practicing with the team. They're back at the facility after next week. The Bills do not have to make any roster move to put them on the roster. They cannot put them on the roster until after week 6. So once that happens, then you're looking at that. We have 3 more weeks till then. Actually, 3 more weeks. After week 3, we just completed week 3. After week 4, after week 5, after week 6. There you go. So basically 3 weeks from today. And listen, unfortunately, injuries could happen, right? So I don't know what roster moves they would make. I would assume at this point, if everybody stays healthy, that maybe Javon Solomon would be a guy that you would probably take out of there because he seems to be kind of the last man on the depth chart there right now of the active players at defensive end. As far as defensive line, that's a really good one. Maybe you just put Ogunjobi on the roster. And by the way, when I say that, I mean active. So let me see. Roster move. They'd have to release somebody, right? So I don't know the answer to that specifically. And I don't know where they would go. But you have to remember there will be probably injuries to have to at least sort through. Now, as far as Prater, again, here's the thing that you have to remember that's different about Bass's situation versus Hoyt Ogunjobi. Even if Tyler Bass is totally healthy, the Bills have no obligation to put him back on the roster. They can ride this out as long as possible. With an older kicker in Prater, yes, I know he's made some big, long kicks. Maybe you wait until the weather gets a little tougher. Maybe you see where his leg is. You make sure that Tyler Bass is healthy. And then in the middle of the season, you activate Tyler Bass and you move on from Matt Prater. I don't know. Maybe you just keep him in there all year if he keeps making kicks. I don't think it's a bad problem to have, but it is a decision you have to make at some point. But the Bills don't have to cross and make that decision next week. Tyler Bass and Max Harrison are both eligible to start practicing next week. Even if they start practicing, either one, the Bills then have 3 weeks to even activate them. Hoyt Ogunjobi definitely start practicing next week, and the Bills, again, have 3 weeks before they have to activate them. So there's your answer there. I don't know. And when I said Javon Solomon, by the way, I didn't mean releasing him. I guess they could do that. But I meant like active-wise, who's actually playing. But, I mean, if you release Javon Solomon or Landon Jackson, they're both subject to waivers, and they're probably getting picked up. So I don't know how you do it. And then as far as defensive tackle is concerned, I mean, what do you have there? Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker. There's going to be some tough decisions coming. Jamarcus Ingram was inactive last game. Is that where you look? How about Damar Hamlin? Sam Franklin's been great on special teams, but he's taken a roster spot. Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen at linebacker. I think they want both those guys, but they're both playing roles right now. Tyrell Shavers at wide receiver. You know what this comes down to? And by the way, if you have not heard Matt Bovey and I have done It's Always Game Day in Buffalo for a while, but if you've not heard the last podcast we did last week, two podcasts ago, it was last week during the week on Wednesday, him and I had a really good debate that I heard from a lot of you on about Landon Jackson not being active. And Matt's position is, you're a third-round pick, you need to be active. Like, you got to be beating somebody out, and it's not a good look. I mean, he didn't say it's Brandon Beane's fault or Landon Jackson's fault, but my position is different than Matt's, which is, I don't think you have to do that at all. I think that it just shows it's a sign of a good roster. If Landon Jackson's a third-round pick for the Carolina Panthers, he's probably playing no matter what. He's active every game. That's not the case here. And oh, by the way, Javon Solomon's kicking inside sometimes. He's filling a role vacated by Ed Oliver's injury and Michael Hoyt. So I don't see it that way. The roster matters. Everybody in the roster matters. Building a good roster matters. That's why you have decisions like this that Matt just brought up. It's a really good debate, though, so go check it out. It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. We're going to do another podcast later today. You can find that online wherever you pod, and, of course, at Sal Sports on YouTube where you can watch us. Dane in Lakeview. Hi, Dane.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. Long-time season ticket holder. I have not noticed this before in previous years, but on the Bills sideline, toward the scoreboard, the guy goes out on the field with the orange oven mitts, and I'm wondering, what is he signaling?
He is parking an airplane. No, I'm just kidding. He's not doing that. He looks like he's parking an airplane. It's a great question, Dane. I'm sure other people have noticed. I'm surprised you've never noticed before. What are you paying attention to during the TV timeouts?
Last year they had him too.
He's been there for decades.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, no, here's the reason, Dane, but I'll tell you why. I just said it on purpose. It's a TV timeout. So the guy in the orange mitts who comes out on the field, this happens at every game, he comes out there when there is a TV timeout. So when TV goes to commercial, he stands there to let the referee know that they're not back from commercial yet.
Got it.
So when you see him out there, you know it's okay to look down at your nachos and your beer, and you're good. But when you see him walk off, put away the nachos and beer and get ready to cheer again.
Yes. I love your insights. Everything. GR is awesome. You guys do a great job.
You got it, Dane. I hope I helped. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
You got it. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe you don't notice that. Orange oven mitts guy. Yeah, he looks like he's parking airplanes out there. He's not. He is signaling. He's standing there to tell the official they are at a TV timeout. Do not start the clock yet. Do not go run a play. Got to wait for TV to come back. So, it's a great thing to look. It's the same thing at a Sabres game, by the way. Right, Owen? You know this from playing goal. If you see the red light come on, it's a TV timeout. You can go get your water.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put out they also have the people plowing the snow on the ice.
Well,
That
that's true,
helps,
too.
But the red light does always go on when we would have media timeouts.
Yes.
When I was in the North America League, we would have the same thing.
Yes.
All right, red light's off. I got to get back to the net.
So, as a fan, if you're at a Sabres game, you look at the red light in the penalty box area.
Yep.
During a break, if you see it go on, go to the bathroom.
Right. Yeah.
You're good. Come on
that's
back.
your time to run. Exactly.
Right. If you're at a Bills game, you're at the game. You see the guy with the orange mitts on the sidelines, just off the Bills sideline, like near the scoreboard end. He's about the 25, 30-yard line. He comes out. He's generally got another guy with him carrying a cord, maybe even a monitor. But anyway, he's out there. He's signaling to the referee, we're in a TV timeout. You see that? You can go to the bathroom real quick. If that doesn't happen, they're starting play. When he's done, get back in your seat. Let's go to Tom in Florida. Hi, Tom. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Greetings from the Sun Coast. Three things. Number one, you are an excellent broadcaster. I've been in media 40 years, and what a brand you've created for yourself. And also, tip of the hat to Chopin Bulldog, too. Secondly, special teams. Can you speak a little bit about the emotion that those players go through? It amazes me. They come in probably their only action of the game, and they are so hyped. And I think that's when penalties occur. And I think the under-the-radar play in the Ravens game was when the Ravens punted. And I thought that Ravens special teams player could have pinned us at our one. And his emotion and his speed carried him into the end zone for the touchback. And now Josh is starting from the 20, not as one, with a whole different, play set to call. And thirdly, confidence. What does confidence mean to an athlete? And my example is quite simply, any team that comes to Buffalo to play the Sabres believes they're going to leave with a victory.
Yeah.
Any team that comes to Buffalo to play the Bills hopes that they can score an upset. And I think a lot has to do with, the mindset and mentality going into a game. It takes a long time to get there. We had a long run where, players came to Buffalo to play the Bills that thought they were going to leave with a victory. So I just think that is again, often looked mental part of the game.
Yeah. All right, let me touch on all three. First of all, number one, thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it, Tom. And I work with an excellent group of broadcasters as well, as you have pointed out, Chopin the Bulldog and so many others here. Thank you, and I really appreciate that. Number two, I'll take the confidence one first. I think that we all know that confidence plays a role in anything in life, right? When you're confident in doing something, it doesn't mean you won't make mistakes. It doesn't mean that you're not going to achieve the level at which you believe you're going to perform in anything you're doing. But I think if you have that confidence to step in and do it, it makes it so much easier in a lot of ways to do that job. You could also be overconfident and you could look past something. When your example, you said, teams coming to town. Yeah, we got the Sabres. You could also overlook them. But confidence is important. I see it. We all see it in our kids in a lot of ways in athletics when we play. I see it in my son, but I see it too in NFL players, believe it or not. If you don't have the confidence that people around you are doing the right thing or you can get the job done personally, then it's going to impact you. There's a saying in basketball, shooters shoot. Shooters shoot. Even if they miss 6, 7 shots in a row, they keep shooting because they're confident, because they're shooters, that they're going to make the next one. All right, special teams, the emotions. It's a great point you brought up, Tom. He's so hyped. He's trying to keep it out of the end zone, and he's going so fast, and his emotions. But, it also just physics, right? Physics plays a role in this. But special teams emotions, I agree with you. It just sets the tone on so many plays. And, man, how many big special teams plays did we see yesterday in the NFL? Holy cow. If you're a special teams guy or girl, you love special teams, yesterday was for you in the NFL. Yesterday was for you. Blocked field goals, blocked punts, punt returns, kick returns, didn't matter. Yesterday was a special teams day in the NFL. You start the game with a big special teams play. I don't know if you remember, Tom, last year, Reggie Gilliam against the Jets, special teams just pounded the return man and forced a fumble on the opening kickoff. The Jets were done after that. See ya. So you're right. But you got to do your job. Can't ride the wave of emotion. You got to be hyped. You got to be emotional, but you got to be under control. And that goes with the confidence as well. We'll take a timeout. Thanks a lot for the call, Tom. Thanks a lot for the kind words. We're late to the first break, but that's okay. We'll do that here. We'll come back, and we'll take more of your phone calls on a Buffalo Football Monday on WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day.
This morning, what roster moves do you think the Bills will make or have to make to accommodate bringing them back to the active roster? And just one other quick question: is there any discussion on keeping Prater as the kicker, or are they going to bring Bass back, assuming he's healed from his injury? I'll hang up.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. Okay, so these are two separate questions and issues. They're good questions, but let me just give you a generic answer that you're not going to love because it's generic, but it's true. There's still time to sort these things out. There is no pressure to do that right now. And what I mean by that is, yes, just so you know, maybe Matt is understanding the rules. He does understand the rules. What he said is right, but maybe some people are under the impression the Bills have to make a roster move next week when these guys practice. They don't. They're still suspended for 3 more games. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt. They start practicing with the team. They're back at the facility after next week. The Bills do not have to make any roster move to put them on the roster. They cannot put them on the roster until after week 6. So once that happens, then you're looking at that. We have 3 more weeks till then. Actually, 3 more weeks. After week 3, we just completed week 3. After week 4, after week 5, after week 6. There you go. So basically 3 weeks from today. And listen, unfortunately, injuries could happen, right? So I don't know what roster moves they would make. I would assume at this point, if everybody stays healthy, that maybe Javon Solomon would be a guy that you would probably take out of there because he seems to be kind of the last man on the depth chart there right now of the active players at defensive end. As far as defensive line, that's a really good one. Maybe you just put Ogunjobi on the roster. And by the way, when I say that, I mean active. So let me see. Roster move. They'd have to release somebody, right? So I don't know the answer to that specifically. And I don't know where they would go. But you have to remember there will be probably injuries to have to at least sort through. Now, as far as Prater, again, here's the thing that you have to remember that's different about Bass's situation versus Hoyt and Ogunjobi. Even if Tyler Bass is totally healthy, the Bills have no obligation to put him back on the roster. They can ride this out as long as possible. With an older kicker in Prater, yes, I know he's made some big, long kicks. Maybe you wait until the weather gets a little tougher. Maybe you see where his leg is. You make sure that Tyler Bass is healthy. And then in the middle of the season, you activate Tyler Bass and you move on from Matt Prater. I don't know. Maybe you just keep him in there all year if he keeps making kicks. I don't think it's a bad problem to have.
2025 Josh Allen shouldn't exist. You should not be that gifted, that fast, that talented, jump over linebackers, yet he never throws interceptions. Usually 6'6" guys with that engine and that ability, I mean, they are letting it rip. Josh, you get all the upside and you get none of the downside. I mean, listen to this. His last 12 games, including the playoffs, 30 total touchdowns, 1 pick. That makes no sense. His ability to control, have the discipline to not just, I'm going to let it rip and throw it through that coverage is unbelievable.
That's Colin Cowherd. Josh Allen. I mean, Allen, I have not looked. I'm guessing he's still the favorite for MVP. I don't know for sure, though. I'll have to look at the odds. But, I mean, even after a kind of pedestrian type of game again, statistically, it was very good efficiently. But, not wowing. 3 touchdowns. Yeah, I mean, I guess not pedestrian. It was better than that. But, not throwing a ton of yards, I guess, right? And then the week before that, obviously, that was a game where definitely the numbers were a bit down. He's still doing everything, that an MVP does. And it doesn't have to be just about the best stats. And his stats are good. Real good. Somebody called last week and said they think James Cook could be in the conversation for Offensive Player of the Year on top of Josh Allen in the conversation for MVP. I think that's a great point. He's starting off and looking terrific right now. I always do a breakdown on Tuesdays. Every Tuesday after the Monday night games are played, I put out there a statistical chart of where the Bills rank in all the different categories on offense and defense, and you see the ebbs and flows. I include the last few weeks where they ranked. It is a cumulative ranking, so where they are now in the league overall, and then where they were after 2 weeks and where they were after 1 week. And you can kind of see the evolution and how it changes. Third down defense is going to be kind of fluctuating here for the first few weeks after all the stats. That's an area where they have to get better. I thought it was interesting. Sean McDermott on Thursday night after the game and then again on Friday with the media mentioned getting Miami in 15 third downs. That means you're playing really good first and second down defense. He's right. Not good enough on third down, 10 for 15. That's got to get cleaned up. I thought you got to give the Dolphins credit. They did some things with Tua. They got him out of the pocket. He also was flushed out. The Bills didn't finish the sack. He was flushed out, and then guys are downfield because you have to cover for longer. That's just the simple nature of football. You'd love to see more stops there, no doubt, and they have to get those stops, especially on third and long. But when you don't get the quarterback on the ground or they get him out in space and they have a good plan to do that, and the receivers who have a lot of speed are out there running around for a while, it's tougher to cover. You have to watch the whole league. You have to look at what the other team is doing. And that's a point I made just a little while ago in the bullpen again. Hi, bullpen, how are you? Having a good discussion on that whole podcast debate I had with Matt Bove about Landon Jackson not getting a jersey. And Matt's argument is, well, he's a third-round pick. He should be getting a jersey if not something went wrong. I don't think that's correct. And Matt and I have a very good talk about it. I think it means your roster is strong. And if you do want to make the case that maybe he shouldn't have been drafted and you could go in another spot, totally understand that. I also would say, though, what third-round pick would be getting a jersey other than him based on where the roster was? Because there are guys, we do have De'Aaron Walker, obviously, TJ Sanders, but I'm going to tell you, when Larry Ogunjobi comes back, they might have to make a choice and say, is it TJ Sanders who doesn't get a game day jersey? That's something you have to think about. I think it may be Larry Ogunjobi who doesn't as well. But it's the sign of a good roster. The draft isn't just about playing this year. It's about developing talent. James Cook, while he wasn't inactive, didn't play a lot his rookie year. And there were people wondering, James Cook is a bust. He's not playing. Why is he not playing? Yeah, he's pretty damn good. A.J. Epinesa was inactive the first couple of games of his rookie year. Now look, he's not an elite, all-pro player, but he's a solid player that they signed to a contract extension after his rookie contract was up. This is not new. But the big point I wanted to make here was how you have to pay attention to the league and don't just look at it with a laser focus on the Bills. 11 of 38. I did this last week. I didn't look since yesterday. 11 of 38 third-round picks this year were inactive the first 2 games. 11. And then 4 more were inactive for at least one of their first 2 games. That's 15 of 38. I guess almost half, right? A little bit less than almost half. Of third-round picks in the league that aren't even dressing for all their games. It's not like a Bills issue. That's just something that happens around the league. Guys get drafted, they make the team, but they don't get game day jerseys. Because if your 3rd-round pick and your 4th-round pick and your 5th-round pick are all playing, and we know because the Bills, the defensive line, they have to because of, and TJ Sanders is a 2nd-round pick, obviously. Deion Walker, 4th-round pick. These guys are playing because Ed Oliver's hurt, because Larry Ogunjobi's out, because Michael Hoyt's out. But if you're relying on your mid to late round picks to be dressing and contributing, then you probably means you don't have a great roster, to be quite honest. The better scenario is it's hard for them to get on the field. Like, that's a good thing. I don't know why it's a bad thing. That's where I lie on that. It's a good debate, though. Thank you very much. Bullpen again. Appreciate you today. Appreciate everybody watching here on the YouTube stream, WGR 550 on YouTube, and, of course, on a Buffalo Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. So, the Bills played on Thursday night. On Friday, we heard from Sean McDermott, who gave us a bit of an update on Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. And that's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. And the update is, we'll see where it goes. But the good news is, neither were put on injured reserve. Now, we knew that about Ed before the Sunday game against the Jets the previous week, the 4 days before that. Now, Ed Oliver's missed 2 games. But I think the really encouraging news here is Matt Milano was not placed on IR before the Dolphins game. So his pectoral injury then that's an indication that he will be available within the next couple of games, hopefully. And maybe even next week, based on Sean McDermott saying that he thought he might even practice last week and he didn't. So we'll see. They give him a little extra time. And hopefully he's on the field Wednesday. So the Bills, nothing today or tomorrow. Wednesday, they're back on the practice field. The only notable injury from the game would have been Keontae Jenkins, a linebacker they called up from the practice squad, who has a leg injury. So it's great. The Bills obviously have some guys banged up. Ed Oliver missed, Matt Milano missed. But when you can go through a game and you come out of it, and the only guy who has some sort of injury you're even thinking about is a guy that you elevated from the practice squad, and hopefully even he's okay, that's very good. That's very encouraging, and it gets you on to the next week, which is Sunday, September 28th against the New Orleans Saints. We'll get a weather update from Pat Hammer on Friday on that, but it looks like it's going to be beautiful. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you. Late last night, the Chiefs beat the Giants 22-9, and it was a game in which the Giants had everything right there to try and take it offensively, but could not do it. And give the Chiefs credit. I'm sure they were doing a lot to take away Malik Neighbors, but holy cow. I mean, they didn't even throw to the guy, really. He did wind up with 7 targets at the end of the game. I think maybe 1 or 2 in the first half. The rest were kind of later. 2 catches for 13 yards. Just took him away. Wan'Dale Robinson, a player that's played nicely for them, 1 catch for 26 yards. So give the Chiefs credit. But they did not look like the Chiefs we have come to know. In the first half yesterday, I tweeted this out, at Sal Sports on Twitter if you're not following. I tweeted out last night, I know there's a half left, but at the end of the first half, the Chiefs averaged 3.57 yards per play. Other than the game they rested all their starters last year and got blown out by the Broncos, the Chiefs, through a game, hadn't averaged that low of a number since 2014. Now, by the end of the game, they were at 4.6, which still is not great. It's actually exactly what the Giants averaged, 4.6. But it just goes to show you struggling to move the football. And I'll go back to the point I made earlier today. It's just another team in the AFC where, man, if they're going to be struggling all year, and yes, they're going to get Rice back, they're going to get Worthy back and all that, they're going to get better. The Bills are in a position here where everything is set up for them to get that 1 seed, and that's what this season's about. This season is about getting that 1 seed now. Winning your division first, getting the 1 seed as a part of that. Sal Mayorana is going to join me at 11. It is a Monday, but it's a different kind of Monday. We had the reaction show on Friday with just your phone calls. So today we are actually going to talk to somebody, not only about the Bills, but we got some MLB playoffs coming up. So we'll just touch on that because We got a week left here, and it's a Monday, and we talk with Sal throughout the summer and every Monday about football and a little baseball. What's a tiny sprinkle of baseball in there with the last week headed here, but mostly about the Bills. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw from the Buffalo Bills. Sal Majorana from the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle is going to join me at 11 a.m. Paul Hamilton with a very quick preview on the Sabres tonight at 11:30. So, while it is a Buffalo Football Monday, we're going to sprinkle in a few other things because we know the Bills had already played on Thursday, and then we head towards the Saints this coming Sunday. Thanks for being with me. Sal Capaccio. We'll take a timeout here on WGR. So, I mean, what we're looking at here is a real look at 6-0 at the bye. I mean, then you get some reinforcements back in Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. When I was doing a lot of the rounds on radio, TV, whatever, during the offseason, going on local radio, other markets, going on national radio shows, whatever, even here on WGR, I would say, people would ask about predictions. What do you think about the Bills? I'm not into necessarily giving you a record prediction. I don't even like doing score predictions on a game-by-game basis, right? And but I did the one thing I kept saying this year. Not that it was some huge novel concept that only I thought of, but I was very, very real confident that this could be happening this year. The one thing I kept saying was this team is going to get the 1 seed. And one of the biggest reasons was the schedule. Yes, because of them. They're a good team. They have an elite quarterback, of course, right? But they had everything and have everything set up this year for them to get the 1 seed. And it's playing out before our eyes. I think if the Bills don't get the 1 seed right now, it would be a massive upset, to be quite honest with you. I wonder if there is a... website I used to go to that would have that. Maybe I can find that, but exactly what the odds are to get the 1 seed. But let's see what it is right here. Buffalo. No, I don't have it. I have the odds in front of me. Someone can find it. But either way, it's got they have to be the number 1 odds to do that. Like that to me is a big deal. You guys are good. You pay attention. I appreciate that. See, I'm just testing you. No, not really, but thank you. John says, after my talk earlier about getting jerseys on game day, John says, who on earth said James Cook was a bust? I never heard that until just now. Yeah, maybe bust was too strong, but people were definitely down on him, John, is the point. He had 89 carries his rookie year. Hey, you drafted this guy in the second round. Why is he not playing more? He fumbled his first ever carry in the NFL, if you remember that, at L.A. And, like, he just didn't, let's see, what his number, remember the first year, attempts. James Cook, let's remember James Cook, second-round running back the Bills took. Second round. He had one carry and fumbled his opening game. Then he had 11 the next week because the Bills blew out the Titans. You ready? Know what his carries were after that by game? 1, 0, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5. It wasn't until towards the end of the year when he actually had double-digit carries in 3 games. The point I was making was you can't just take a draft pick and say, that's where he's drafted, he's got to play, period, or something's wrong. Like, there's time to develop guys, too. And when they're ready to play, they're ready to play for whatever reason. There doesn't mean that the team is perfect choosing that all the time. You know? But that's the point I was making. 803-0550 is the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. It is a Buffalo Football Monday. We are going to have Sal Marana of the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle come your way after the top of the hour break. We'll have Paul Hamilton at the bottom of the hour. We'll still sprinkle in some of your phone calls. And yes, today, I will not forget. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, it's all coming your way. At the back end of the next hour, 1 hour down, it went quickly. Keep it rolling. 803-0550 here on a Buffalo Football Monday on WGR.
This morning, what roster moves do you think the Bills will make or have to make to accommodate bringing them back to the active roster? And just one other quick question: is there any discussion on keeping Prater as the kicker, or are they going to bring Bass back, assuming he's healed from his injury? I'll hang up.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. Okay, so these are two separate questions and issues. Hey, Sal Capaccio here, but let me friends at Window give you a generic answer that you're not going to love because it's generic, but it's true. There's still time to sort these things out. There is no pressure to do that right now. And what I mean by that is, yes, just so you know, maybe Matt is understanding the rules. He does understand the rules. What he said is right, but maybe some people are under the impression the Bills have to make a roster move next week when these guys practice. They don't. They're still suspended for 3 more games. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt. They start practicing with the team. They're back at the facility after next week. The Bills do not have to make any roster move to put them on the roster. They cannot put them on the roster until after week 6. So once that happens, then you're looking at that. We have 3 more weeks till then. Actually, 3 more weeks. After week 3, we just completed week 3. After week 4, after week 5, after week 6. There you go. So basically 3 weeks from today. And listen, unfortunately, injuries could happen, right? So I don't know what roster moves they would make. I would assume at this point, if everybody stays healthy, that maybe Javon Solomon would be a guy that you would probably take out of there because he seems to be kind of the last man on the depth chart there right now of the active players at defensive end. As far as defensive line, that's a really good one. Maybe you just put Ogunjobi on the roster. And by the way, when I say that, I mean active. So let me see. Roster move. They'd have to release somebody, right? So I don't know the answer to that specifically. And I don't know where they would go. But you have to remember there will be probably injuries to have to at least sort through. Now, as far as Prater, again, here's the thing that you have to remember that's different about Bass's situation versus Hoyt and Ogunjobi. Even if Tyler Bass is totally healthy, the Bills have no obligation to put him back on the roster. They can ride this out as long as possible. With an older kicker in Prater, yes, I know he's made some big, long kicks. Maybe you wait until the weather gets a little tougher. Maybe you see where his leg is. You make sure that Tyler Bass is healthy. And then in the middle of the season, you activate Tyler Bass and you move on from Matt Prater. I don't know. Maybe you just keep him in there all year if he keeps making kicks. I don't think it's a bad problem to have.
Into the end zone, almost untouched for a 2-yard touchdown run. The cook is in the kitchen. Back to pass, fires, it's intercepted. Picked off by Terrell Bernard. Coming the other way and out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Terrell Bernard, Mr. Fourth Quarter, comes up huge. He read Tua like a book.
1-2. Driven deep to right center field. Way back. See ya! A grand slam for Ben Rice. What a Sunday for Rice, and the Yankees take a 5-1 lead. Oh, Benny boy. 24th homer, 61 RBIs, a huge hit.
We're winding down the baseball season. We're firing up the football season. Sabres start tonight. A lot going on. Our guy Sal Marana is going to join me right now from the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. He's on the Western Hotline. Of course, it is a Buffalo Football Monday here at WGR, but we're going to sprinkle in a little baseball, sprinkle in a little hockey today. We got a lot going on, and it's the Catholic Health Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday, brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Also, by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premium Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. All right, Sal, let's start with the Bills. We'll get into the Yankees and the final week of the season basically here. But I painted a picture to start the show that, man, everything is in front of this team to grab the 1 seed. The one thing they haven't done in this 5-year reign over the AFC East is get the 1 seed. Everything is right there for them. Good morning to you, and do you agree with that?
Good morning to you, Sal, and I do. I mean, they could not have scripted a better start for the first 3 weeks of a season than this. You know, obviously they win all 3 of their games. The AFC East is pathetic, 2 0-3 teams, and then the Patriots somehow losing that game yesterday, just unbelievable. I mean, Pittsburgh is not good, and the Patriots handed them that game. So, I mean, they're in complete control of the division already. You know, the Chiefs are 1-2. There are a couple good teams in the AFC. I think the Chargers could be a problem. Obviously, the Ravens are going to be a problem, but they've got the tiebreaker. But, yeah, I mean, you know, summer just started or just ended, Sal, and the Bills are already thinking about the 1 seed, which is it's kind of crazy when you think about that.
Yeah, it is incredible. And if you look at the schedule, it sets up really nicely for the Bills. I mean, seriously, Sal, they're not going to be underdogs in any game unless maybe late in the year the Eagles could come here as a 1-point favorite. We could see about that. They're going to be favored in every game. And really, they have a very strong look at 6-0 at the bye, which would be an amazing position to be in.
Yeah, they do. I mean, look, the Saints are terrible. We saw that yesterday. I don't think the Patriots can come in here and win. I think that'll be a tough game, similar to the Miami game, but the Bills should prevail. And then I was thinking, Sal, that the Falcons game could be tricky on the road on a Monday night, but then they lose 30-0 to the Panthers yesterday. So, you know, what was that all about? Now, I mean, maybe if they move back to Kirk Cousins, they did yesterday in that game, I don't know if that'll be a permanent thing. You know, maybe they have a better chance, but I did think that was going to be a tricky one for the Bills, but it's kind of hard to think that way after the way the Falcons played yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you. And actually the Falcons, boy, I thought their offense would be pretty darn explosive this year, as long as Penix could at least do a certain type of job, a floor. But holy cow, they've scored 22 points, I think it is, or whatever, in 3 games. It's pretty crazy to think about. They're not off to a good start. I want to find their game right here, what they scored yesterday. But either way, Falcons, yeah, you're right, 30-0 yesterday. 42 points over 3 games, just not getting it done. Sal Mayorana, Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. All right, let's kind of get in the nitty-gritty of the Buffalo Bills. What have you really liked, and what still concerns you maybe after 3 weeks watching the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, what I really like is James Cook. I mean, he has come back. You know, he got paid, and he looks as motivated as he's ever been. I think he's been, you know, Josh Allen clearly is the best player on the team. But James Cook right now, Sal, might be the second best player on this team. He is such a weapon. I love the way he's run the ball. He just looks dynamic. And, you know, we saw him really the first 2 years, I would say, of his career. He did not strike me as a guy who was going to be a dynamic, game-changing back. And we started to see more of that last year, I think. But now this season, every time he touches the ball, Sal, I feel like he's got a chance to break a big one. So I really like the way he has played. I think he's been a tremendous, for the first 3 games, he's been tremendous for them. And then obviously what I don't like, which, you know, I'm not breaking news here, the defense, I think, has struggled. I mean, you can barely even count the Jets game because that team is so anemic on offense that wasn't even a challenge. But in the 2 games where they played, you know, teams that can play offense, the Bills have struggled. And I don't like this third down defense. I mean, it was brutal last week against Miami. So they've got some things to clean up there. But I also think they can do that. I think they've got the personnel to get that turned around. So that's what I like. That's what I don't like so far.
Yeah, and obviously people pointing to lack of deep ball passing, lack of explosive plays through the passing game. I think one thing we've seen is this team is just about, hey, we're going to avert mistakes. You're going to make mistakes, and we're just too good for you to overcome your mistakes. And I think that's kind of the philosophy. Now, look, it almost burned them against the Ravens. Then they had to go out and do it at the end of the game. But look at these games. Other than the Jets, that's exactly what happened. That's the blueprint. The other team made mistakes. The Dolphins, the interception. But even before that, the roughing the punter. Huge mistake right there. And, of course, against the Ravens, putting the ball on the ground with Derrick Henry.
Absolutely. The Bills have no turnovers in 3 games. This has been a thing going back to last year. They've got this league record. They've not lost the turnover battle in 24 straight games. It's a league record. So that is the hallmark of these Bills teams is they don't make the killer mistake, and they do. The other team generally at some point is going to do that. Now you mentioned the downfield passing game, and that is another concern for me. And look, the Bills seem to be a team on offense that can do whatever it needs to do that particular day to get the job done. But there's going to come a point where he's going to have to throw the ball downfield. And I still, we've seen it for 3 games. I don't have a lot of faith in this receiving core getting open down the field. They do a great job underneath, and Allen has been very patient and, again, done exactly what is needed to do. But at some point, they got to push the ball downfield, I think, right? I mean, there's going to be a team that eventually is going to come up and really play them tough man-to-man press coverage and make those short passes difficult to complete. And he's going to have to start moving the ball downfield. You just hope this receiving core has enough to get open and get separation and give him some windows to throw.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't disagree with that at all. The Bills go into next week against the New Orleans Saints as very, very large underdogs. Favorites, the Saints are large underdogs. Jeremy and Joe asked me this morning if there's any danger of overlooking them. My response was, I don't see the Bills really ever doing that under Sean McDermott. Yes, they had a stinker in Jacksonville a few years ago. Things like that do happen sometimes, but I think the hallmark of a Sean McDermott team has been consistency. When they have a team they're supposed to throttle, they generally do. Tennessee last year, Jacksonville last year, Houston the year before that. It just seems like that's not something we worry about with the Bills.
No, you're right. I mean, and sometimes we snicker when we listen to Sean McDermott, give flowers to all these teams that we know the Bills are probably going to drum. But it's true in the NFL. You can't take anyone lightly. And look, it almost burned the Bills the other night, right? I mean, Miami, nobody gave Miami a chance to come in. They're driving for the tying touchdown with 3 minutes to go. And like we said, they make the killer mistake and the Bills survive. But you can't count any team in the NFL out of any game. We just saw the Browns. I mean, for crying out loud. How did they beat the Packers yesterday? Stupid things happen in the NFL. So I don't give the Saints much of a chance in this game. I've already made my pick for the paper. I've got it 34-14. So I'm expecting the Bills to take care of their business. But yeah, they are facing for the second week in a row a desperate winless team, and those teams can sometimes be dangerous.
By the way, the Browns' defense is really, really good, and that's a big reason why they were able to stay in that game until late and maybe making a couple of plays, including on special teams. Last one at the Bills, and then I want to talk about baseball and the Yankees coming out. Last one with football, I should say. Who is the biggest threat outside of Baltimore? And we know the Bills already played them. I guess I would ask you, what do you think about the Chargers and the Colts and what they're doing and even where the Chiefs are?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Colts are obviously improved, but they don't worry me, Sal. They're 3-0. I'm not really too worried about the Colts. If the Bills were to see them down the road in the postseason, I think the Bills are a better team. Now, the Chargers are a different animal. That is, I think, a really good team. Their defense has been incredible this year. They would give Josh Allen and the Bills a heck of a fight. And then Herbert, I've never really been a huge Herbert fan, but he seems like he is finally starting to emerge as a superstar quarterback. He's been kind of there's their tier one guys, right? And Allen's in that tier one, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes. I always figured Herbert as a tier two guy. I think he's starting to push now into that tier one. They've got a really nice team. I think they're going to be a big threat too. I think the Ravens and the Chargers might be the two teams that are right there with Buffalo in the AFC.
Sal Mayorana joining us here on the West Her Hotline. You can subscribe to his free Yankees newsletter, Pinstripe People. Go check it out. It's online. You can check him out at his Twitter feed. And, of course, 1 week left here in the Major League Baseball season. Okay, the Yankees are 2 games back of the Blue Jays. And the way that the schedule sets up, they might have a look at it. But, boy, they have to win it outright, Sal, because the Blue Jays have the head-to-head. And, of course, there's no one-game tiebreaker anymore. So, I don't know. I still think 3 games might be a little too much to overcome here.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I mean, the Yankees do have the easier schedule. They've got the White Sox for 3. They're all at home.
Yep.
The White Sox for 3, they're horrible. They should sweep them. And Baltimore, look, they just took 3 of 4. But that's a team that could still give the Yankees a little bit of a problem next weekend, or this coming weekend, I should say. If the Yankees go 5-1, Sal, Toronto would have to go 2-4, and I don't see that. Now, they are playing the Red Sox, and the Red Sox are battling for their lives, so that's not going to be easy for Toronto. And then they finish, I think the Rays are the last team they play. So I don't see the Yankees doing it. Sure, it's possible. If they were to go 6-0 and really put the pressure on the Blue Jays, I guess it could be possible. But I think it's going to be the top wild card for the Yankees. And that's good because they'll play that series at home. Just got to figure out who it's going to be against, because right now that race is wide open. That's between Boston, believe it or not, Cleveland, and Houston now for that number 2 seed, or number 2 wild card seed.
What do you think about the what do you think about a Yankees Red Sox best of 3 to open the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been looking at for really the last few weeks, because it just felt like Toronto was going to win the division, and then the Yankees and Red Sox were the clear 1-2 wild card teams. Now that's changed with Cleveland winning, 10 games in a row. All of a sudden, Houston has dropped off a little bit. Things have kind of changed. The Red Sox, I think the Yankees are locked in at that top spot, but I don't think the Red Sox are locked in at number 5. The Yankees could see the Guardians or maybe even the Astros in that first wild card series. So that would be a big change, because I really thought it was going to be the Red Sox probably the last 3 or 4 weeks.
All right, so what do you give me the rankings? What's the concern level? Who would you rather face if you're a Yankees fan out of those teams you mentioned?
I would say Cleveland, because I think the Yankees are clearly a better roster than Cleveland, but you don't want to be playing a team that is that hot. Now, what could happen, Sal, the Guardians are playing the Tigers. In fact, they're home against the Tigers for 3 straight. They could win the division.
That's right.
Which would be one of the greatest, it would be the greatest comeback in baseball history.
Wow.
I mean, they were 15.5 out. So they actually could win the division, and Detroit might get pushed into the wild card round. So I think the Tigers, as bad as they've played, they're a pretty good team. I don't really have a preference, honestly. I mean, I would prefer, honestly, Sal, I would prefer it wasn't the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Because for one reason and one reason only, I just could not stomach losing to the Red Sox. So I don't want to have to worry about that.
I totally get it.
You know what? It's going to be a tough series no matter who they play. It really will be.
And then, of course, the Blue Jays having this magical season, this magical run. It's kind of going a little bit of sideways here, but how do you think the Blue Jays will fare given their bullpen issues over the last month or so?
Yeah, they have. They haven't played as well. For a while there in August or whatever it was, when they really took control of the division, they looked like the best team in the American League. Now, I think right now they still have the best record, but I'm not sure that they're playing at that same level. We'll see. Their offense is still pretty dangerous, but you're right, their bullpen's a problem. I think right now the Yankees match up a little bit better with the Blue Jays than they did the last time they played them. Actually, the last couple times they've played them. So I do feel a little bit better if they have to end up seeing the Blue Jays. And I don't think the Blue Jays are a lock. They're not a lock to win the AL. They might have the best record, but there's holes on that team.
I don't know if you saw, but on the Yankees broadcast a few days ago, Michael Kay gave a nice shout-out to John Simon, Howard Simon's son, who works for the Yankees, and he got married to his now wife, Carly. They talked about it on the broadcast because the entire PR staff, except for the PR director, went to the wedding, and that's how they treated him. It was great that they were able to do that. So that's really cool, and it's a good transition for me to ask you about Howard Simon's Mets, and a lot of people in Western New York, their Mets. Wow, what happened to the Mets, Sal?
Yeah, that is stunning. I mean, you talk about collapses. We talk about Detroit. The Mets were the best team in baseball in the middle of June. They had the best record, 21 games over 500, and they have completely gone in the tank. And what's crazy about it, Sal, is Soto got off to a really kind of a terrible start for him while they were winning all those games. Now he has been basically the Soto that we had last year with the Yankees, but the rest of the team has just gone in the crapper. They're pitching. I mean, they're relying on 3 rookies in their starting rotation. And, those guys have pitched okay, but then they get to their bullpen and they've just imploded. They have one guy they can count on, Diaz, as the closer. And everybody else has just failed miserably. Plus a couple of their top guys, Alonso and Lindor, haven't been great down the stretch. Soto has been great, but the other guys really haven't. the Mets are the Mets, man, right? These things just seem to happen to the Mets. And I feel bad for Howard. I feel bad for Mets fans because if they miss the playoffs, what an off season that's going to be for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, real quickly, big win for Syracuse. That was cool to see, huh?
It was cool to see, and then the quarterback got hurt.
I know.
Terrible. I actually watched the game because I had nothing to do Saturday, and I was shocked by how well they played against Clemson, and then to see that kid go down, it really put a damper on that game. It's one of their best wins that program has had for a long time, and it really did take some of the fun out of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Now Ricky Collins takes over, and he's a highly rated recruit out of high school. He did play at LSU. He transferred to Syracuse, but definitely Steve Angeli, you got to feel for the kid. He was off to the same start as Kyle McCord last year, and Kyle McCord led the nation in passing, which was crazy, right? Or at least the ACC. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he was off to a great start. By the way, real quick on that, Fran Brown is the real deal, I think, as a coach and human being, it seems like. Now, look, I'm not saying he's going to win national championships at Syracuse, but I think at least, Sal, we've seen bad coaching. I think this is what a good coach looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's got the program turned in the right direction. Clearly, they are starting to do better in the NIL, too.
Yes.
I mean, this guy has attacked that. I think Syracuse is throwing some money at players, and that's going to help. They have to do that. If they're going to compete in the ACC in a Power 4 conference, they've got to do that, and I think they have. He's obviously a good recruiter. I will say this. I even tweeted it. I did not like his clock management in that fourth quarter. There was some crazy, dumb things that Syracuse did, but they ended up holding on and getting the win, so that was good. But you're right. I think he's the guy that can get this thing. Well, he's already got the thing turned around, and I think they're in a good spot moving forward with him as head coach.
Yeah, you're right. I thought Jeff Nixon was a little bit too aggressive, the offensive coordinator in that scenario. Pinstripe People is the name of the newsletter. What do you got going on this week at Pinstripe People as we look ahead to the final week of the regular season?
Yeah, just put out the weekend edition this morning. I've got I'll have one out Friday morning after who are they playing next? I forget. Who are they playing?
White Sox?
The White Sox.
There you go.
That, and then I'll have the one Monday. And then once the postseason starts, I keep doing it, cranking them out. People are enjoying it. So, subscribe. It's for free. And I always appreciate those plugs. So
you got it.
Great job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, buddy. And appreciate you. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad we were able to do this today. We'll do it again when there's a Monday after a non-Sunday game, okay?
All right, sounds good, Sal.
All right, you got it. Sal Mayorana on the West Her Hotline. Always doing a great job. If you're a Yankee fan, if you're a baseball fan, I mean, he puts his blood, sweat, and tears into his Pinstripe People newsletter. Check it out, please. It is really awesome. Just type it in, Pinstripe People. It's free. Just sign up. Just put your name on there with an email. You get it all the time, and there's historical stuff. There's current stuff. It's Yankees especially, but it's baseball as well. Sal Mayorana right there. All right, let's take a look around the NFL yesterday and this weekend. What happened? It started off, of course, with the Bills' big 31-21 win over the Miami Dolphins on Thursday night. Then the Panthers. How in the world did they beat the Falcons 30-0? You want to know how? Because Michael Penix wasn't that good. 18 of 36 for 172 yards and 2 touchdowns. They did put Kirk Cousins in. Is Kirk Cousins the quarterback when the Bills play the Falcons coming up on Monday Night Football in a few weeks? All right. What else happened yesterday? That Cleveland defense, the Browns, 13-10 over the Packers. They have a big special teams play. They the turnover. They had a couple of turnovers, and yesterday was a lot of special teams plays. They had did they block a field goal too? I think somebody might have. Can't remember if they did. I remember that they had somebody's going to tell me right now what it is. Either way, defense was great in the fourth quarter for the Browns, but the entire day it was really good. 183 yards passing for Jordan Love. They really couldn't do much in the passing game. But the Browns, even though their numbers on offense weren't that good, this is how they're going to have to win games. They were 4 of 13 on third down. The Browns, the two teams combined here, Packers had 230 offense, Browns had 221. Both teams combined for 3.9 each, and 3.9 for the Browns, 3.8 yards per play for the Packers. Ugh! But they still won. Packers no longer unbeaten. Jacksonville beats Houston. I don't think either of these teams is very good, to be quite honest with you. And I tweeted yesterday, someday there's going to be a documentary on how quickly and much C.J. Stroud regressed.
I know. He looks like a completely different person.
But what happened was, after I tweeted it, I had a lot of people saying to me, well, he was really never that good in the first place. Okay, if you want to say that, be my guest. As a rookie, the dude had 4,100 yards passing, 23 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. He was that good as a rookie. Now, maybe some was inflated because of schedule. There were some advanced stats to show that it really wasn't as good. Whatever. That's fine. You can't tell me he wasn't pretty good his rookie year. He was very good, and he certainly regressed. But yesterday, 204 yards, a touchdown, and 2 picks. And out of that 204, one was a 50-yard blown coverage that he got to Nico Collins for a touchdown. And then on the other side, I mean, the Jags, what are they doing on offense? 20 of 40 for Trevor Lawrence, 222, and an interception. I just don't think either team is very good. Bengals get rolled by the Vikings, 48-10. How about this guy, Isaiah Rodgers, who has 2 touchdowns on defense, 1 a pick six, 1 a fumble recovery. Doesn't go well for Jake Browning's first start taking over for Joe Burrow, at least this year. I mean, Steelers, there's a big debate on Steelers Twitter and Patriots Twitter about like how the Steelers actually won. Like, there's people saying, oh, my God, the Patriots gave the game to the Steelers. And there's people saying, well, they took it because they went and got the ball on the ground. Either way, I mean, this was not a great offensive showing by either team, and especially the Patriots, who just kept giving the ball away. And the Steelers did force some of those turnovers, of course, and they did win 21-14 to go to 2-1. Patriots now 1-2. Eagles win on a walk-off blocked kick return touchdown, although they didn't need the touchdown. The blocked kick is what they need. They were up by, 33, so it was, at the time of the blocked kick, it was 27-26. They get the blocked kick. The game is over, but then Davis returns it for a touchdown. Eagles stay undefeated 3-0, Super Bowl champs, defending. Rams go to 2-1. Speaking of blocked kicks, return for a touchdown. Jets had one, but then they blow it in the end to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield and company. 233 yards for Baker Mayfield. Tyrod Taylor throws for 197 and 2 touchdowns. Not enough as the Jets go to 0-3. Buccaneers go to 3-0. Indy rolls again. They are the second highest scoring team in the NFL behind the Ravens. Bills are third. Indy 41-20 over the Titans. And Cam Ward going through some growing pains here. But Daniel Jones looks pretty darn good. 3-0 for the Colts. Tennessee Titans 0-3. Washington Commanders get a nice fill-in performance from Marcus Mariota. Not great. Did it just well enough. 15 of 21, 207 and a touchdown. Jaden Daniels sits in this game with the injury. Trey Tucker, 145 yards and 3 touchdowns receiving for the Vegas Raiders. Not enough. They lose 41-24. Raiders 1-2, Commanders 2-1. The Denver Broncos had a lead on the Chargers. They took the lead. Chargers come back. They win the game on a Cameron Dicker 43-yard field goal to remain undefeated. 23-20 over the Broncos. AFC West is going to be really, really fun to watch this year. Broncos fall to 1-2. Seattle all over New Orleans. Saints come to Buffalo next week. 44-13. The score in that game. At one time, it was 44-6 in that game. 31-14. Bears beat the Cowboys, and Caleb Williams looked a lot better, but he still missed a lot of throws he should have made. And he still threw for 4 touchdowns. 19-28, 298, 4 touchdowns. Dak Prescott, 251, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. CeeDee Lamb injured. Should be okay, though, going forward. Bears go to 1-2. Cowboys also 1-2 after the loss. 49ers might have lost Nick Bosa, excuse me. We'll see about that. They get a fill-in performance from Mac Jones, thrown for 284 and a touchdown. They had the lead. They blew it. They come back. They get the game-winning field goal, 16-15. 16-15. Over the Arizona Cardinals. What a score that is. We'll take a timeout. Talked about the Kansas City Chiefs game last night. We got the Lions and Ravens tonight. And we got Paul Hamilton up next to talk about the Sabres game also tonight, opening their preseason in Columbus.
Just wondering what roster moves do you think the Bills will make or have to make to accommodate bringing them back to the active roster? And just one other quick question: is there any discussion on keeping Prater as the kicker, or are they going to bring Bass back, assuming he's healed from his injury? I'll hang up.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. Okay, so these are 2 separate questions and issues. They're good questions, but let me just give you a generic answer that you're not going to love because it's generic, but it's true. There's still time to sort these things out. There is no pressure to do that right now. And what I mean by that is, yes, just so you know, maybe Matt is understanding the rules. He does understand the rules. What he said is right, But maybe some people are under the impression the Bills have to make a roster move next week when these guys practice. They don't. They're still suspended for 3 more games. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt. They start practicing with the team. They're back at the facility after next week. The Bills do not have to make any roster move to put them on the roster. They cannot put them on the roster until after week 6. So once that happens, then you're looking at that. We have 3 more weeks. Hey, everybody, Sal Capaccio here for Reimer Home Services. They are your go-to for the $89 furnace super tune-up. That's right, basically 3 weeks from today. Make sure your heating system is present and ready for Buffalo's brutal winter injuries could happen. Right? Give Reimer a call. So 716-302-HORN. That's 716-302-4676. At this point, everybody stays healthy. Buffalo winters are no joke. So between the snow, the freezing temps, and the ice really needs to be in top shape. He seems to be the last thing you want is man on the depth chart there right now. Cold snap of the active players. Reimer's thorough, reliable tune-up helps make sure your heat stays on and your stress stays low. Maybe you just, while you're at it, why not put the extra mile for home's air quality? And by the way, Reimer is offering $250 off roster move. Whole home, they'd have to release somebody, right? Keep your family breathing cleaner, healthier air all season long. And I don't know where they would go. This offer can't be combined with any other discounts, but don't wait. Take it from me. Skip the headaches. Save money. Probably call Reimer today. Have to at least they're your $89 furnace now, super trader go-to. That's 716-302-HORN. Here's the thing that you have to remember that's different about 4676 Bass's or go online and check them out at callreimer.com. Even if Tyler Bass is totally healthy, the Bills have no obligation to put him back on the roster. They can ride this out as long as possible. With an older kicker in Prater, yes, I know he's made some big, long kicks. Maybe you wait until the weather gets a little tougher. Maybe you see where his leg is. You make sure that Tyler Bass is healthy. And then in the middle of the season, you activate Tyler Bass and you move on from Matt Prater. I don't know. Maybe you just keep him in there all year if he keeps making kicks. I don't think it's a bad problem to have. It is that time of year again. One of my favorite times of the year. Jeremy's like fall's elite. Yeah. What's the best sports month? September, October. I think maybe I might be partial to October. You got baseball playoffs. You got the NFL in full swing. And you have your Buffalo Sabres starting the regular season. But tonight starts the preseason. So one of my favorite times of the year is when we start to talk to Paul Hamilton about the Sabres actually on the ice. Not about the draft, not about free agency, all those things that are happening. Tonight, the first glimpse of the 2025-26 Buffalo Sabres in Columbus. They take on the Blue Jackets. You'll hear it right here on WGR Sports Radio 550, starting puck drops at 7 p.m. Paul joins me right now on the West Her Hotline. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Sal, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to talk to you. How'd you spend your weekend? You watch any football without the Bills on?
Watching Red Zone. I mean, keeping track of the fantasy teams, watching, because you don't get a chance really to do that all that often. So, whether I'm watching the Bills or I have the Sabres going on, sometimes we're on the road. So I don't get the opportunity where I don't have to have a notepad in front of me and just enjoy some NFL football. So, yeah, it was a fun day.
Paul, a lot I'd love to get to, but we don't have a lot of time here. So I do want to start, though, with what happened last week. I was on the air when the Rasmus Dahlin situation broke about his wife and the letter that was written. Very, very scary. Obviously, very, very good news that she's on the road to recovery and hopefully all is well. Where does that stand with him as far as, playing, and have you guys spoken with Rasmus Dahlin and just your thoughts on that situation?
Well, I think the fact that, he didn't want to get too far into it, and I totally understand. But, just the fact that she's in rehab now and seems to be coming out the other side and is okay after her heart transplant, I think allows him to be here. And she's back in Sweden, her home, so I'm sure she has family and whatever looking after her. But he said she's really attacking rehab really hard, and he's really proud of her the way she's doing that. Obviously, I mean, if she still was in rough shape or whatever, he would not be here. He would be with her. But for that to happen when you're in France on vacation, and you go from vacation to next thing you know, being resuscitated numerous times. I mean, not just once, but numerous times, and then on life support. I mean, it's just, and then she winds up getting a heart transplant for her ailments. So it's just, I'm thankful to hear that she's okay. Very nice. I don't know her all that well, but I have met her, and a very, very nice person, and thankful she's headed in the right direction.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And obviously we'll be, keeping Carolina in our thoughts with Rasmus Dahlin and his family as well. Sabres in Columbus tonight. Let's turn to what's going to happen on the ice tonight and the lineup. The lineup is out. Now, there's only so much you can do with the lineup to make this happen, but I really got the sense, listening to Lindy Ruff, that they want to start fast, and that means this year, when the regular season starts, start fast, which means they want to keep as much of the group together to get as many reps as possible. Kind of the opposite of like a football team, right? With the preseason and not playing your starters. I feel like the Sabres here, Paul, really want to make sure they're hitting their stride as soon as the season begins.
Yeah, and we've already seen the morning skate for tonight, but quite honestly, Sal, what I'm looking at right now is the morning skate for tomorrow. And they'll have a morning skate. They're practicing right now. So these are the players that will play the home game, and generally that's what happens. You get a few veterans sprinkled in on the road, but Dahlin, Thompson, maybe Tuck. I think Tuck has a pretty good chance to be in the lineup tomorrow. Zucker, Lyon, those guys, will be in that group that plays at home. But as I look at the lineup for tonight, you basically have 2 Sabre lines and 2 Rochester lines, and 3 Sabre defensemen and 1 junior defenseman and 2 Rochester defensemen, and you have a Rochester goalie and a Sabre goalie. So he basically split the roster right down the middle, but the Sabre lines are more of the youngsters: Kulik, Doan, Quinn, Krebs, those Power. Byram is still a youngster. Levi, those types of guys. So that's what they're you're going to see on the road games. And that's why a lot of preseason games are also so one-sided, because the other teams do the same thing. So Columbus will have a lot of their NHL players probably in the lineup being home. And then tomorrow they'll have a lineup similar to what Buffalo has tonight, and the Sabres will have most of their NHL players. So that's usually the way it goes in preseason, although I got to give last year credit because if you recall, the Sabres were in Europe, so the whole Sabre team were Rochester guys playing the preseason slate. They did pretty well, if you recall. They won a couple of games. They didn't back off, even though they were an AHL team playing an NHL team, and did pretty well.
Yeah, and speaking of Europe, Lindy Ruff talked about the difference between last year and how training camp and preseason looked, and really they felt a lot better this year. They feel a lot better not having to go to Europe. The other thing that he feels really good about, and I think Kevin Adams, very striking to me how much they talked up how much better they feel they'll be at the blue line, how much better they'll be of keeping pucks out of their own end. It feels to me like, Paul, they're extremely confident in the upgrades that they made.
And they should be. I mean, I think they are better defensively. I think the fans of Buffalo will like Kesselring and what he brings. He's huge, by the way. I mean, I know he's big, but wait till you see him. I mean, he's just... I didn't think we'd see a partner for Owen Power that's actually quite a bit bigger than Owen Power, but he is. I mean, and the Sabres now basically have towering defensemen. They have Power, they have Kesselring, they have Samuelson. Dahlin is fairly tall. So, I mean, they've kind of switched that around a little bit. And, a guy like Timmins doesn't take a back seat to anybody as far as, being harder to play against. You get that with him. You're going to get that with Doan, who is going to play tonight. I mean, he's in the middle of everything, and fans, I think, are going to enjoy watching him play too. He's an agitator. The other team is not going to like him. He is going to be around the net where goals are scored, and I saw an example of that right in the scrimmage here on Saturday where, he was part of the number 2 power play. And Bo Byram, he gets the puck's under Lyon. He gets the puck loose, and it comes out in the crease. Guess who's standing there? Doan. He's right there in the crease where goals are scored. How many times have we seen pucks pop loose and there's no Sabre to be found because they're not around the net, they're on the perimeter. So, and there's an upside to Doan too, possibly. I mean, this is a guy that did score, I'm going by memory, I believe it was 26 goals in the American Hockey League. So he's got a good shot. It took him a bit to maybe get used to the NHL last year, but his second half of the season was a little bit better playing with Utah. So there's a possibility that there could be an offensive upside, maybe a little bit like McLeod, if you remember last year.
Yeah.
He had never had more than 12 or 13 goals, and by the time he was done, he had 20.
Yeah, Paul, we know that the Sabres are dealing with a few guys injured. You hope you get through the preseason and training camp without any additional injuries. But what are the updates on UPL, Alex Tuck, and Jordan Greenway?
Lindy Ruff he said it was possible we could see Luukkonen today or tomorrow. Didn't see him today. We've seen him, stand behind the bench and watch practice, so he's around. But, so we knew he wasn't going to play in either game, and whether he practices tomorrow. So he's kind of that close. He's getting there. The reason Alex Tuck didn't participate in the scrimmage, it was his first practice of camp. So what the group did is they actually practiced first and then scrimmaged. And Alex Tuck did everything in practice. But Lindy Ruff didn't want to stretch him out into the scrimmage then being his first day. And he said, he felt probably not ready to play today, or doesn't want him to play today, get another good skate in, which is happening in front of me. He's doing everything in the skate. Pretty good chance you will see him in the lineup tomorrow unless he has a setback.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. One final question for you, Paul. I'm just really curious about the goaltending situation. Obviously, they plan on UPL being their number 1 goalie. That was even basically stated, so there's no question there. But what about behind them? Do you think they have an initial plan on where they think guys fall, or will they just let this thing settle where it is at the end of camp?
Oh, yeah. The plan was Lyon to be here and then Levi to be in Rochester, backed up by Leninen and Ratslav. I imagine those two might go back and forth between Rochester as a backup and Jacksonville as a starter in the East Coast League. But then Georgiev shows up, and I had a chance to chat with him, and fans will be able to hear that interview on the pregame with Chopin the Bulldog today. But, he felt this was a good opportunity for him, and I'm kind of thinking why. I mean, what's what's happening here, you know that the structure of the goaltending, I mean, he's into a lot of competition. And if Luukkonen comes back, are they going to carry 3 goalies again? Are we going to do that again? I know Lindy Ruff doesn't like it. I know Kevin Adams would not prefer that. You could send Georgiev to Rochester, but he's not the starter. Levi's the starter. So then he's signed to be the backup in the American Hockey League. Now, he would have to clear waivers to go down there. Maybe they're thinking, all right, if Luukkonen's back 100% and you got to send somebody down, then maybe somebody would claim him off waivers. That's why, I said to you last time we spoke, it just seemed to me that maybe they're a little more concerned about Luukkonen, that this possibly could go on. And that's why at this late date, Georgiev, who had, as he told me today, he hadn't had an opportunity. He was looking for one, had talked to other teams, and then had a long conversation with his former assistant coach with the New York Rangers, Lindy Ruff, and decided this was the place for him. So he decided to sign and come.
All right, Paul, we'll be all over the coverage tonight, and you will be, and we'll be monitoring that at PHAM1717. It's that time of year, buddy. Great to talk to you, and we will again soon. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, that is Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. And, oh, yeah, let me tell you, when Paul comes on, his reports are brought to you by Equitable Advisors. Planning for your future is about more than just money. Let Equitable be your guide, and by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. You know what I got? One final segment left here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. We'll run through everything we need to at the end here, which is sit up, stand down, and hey, buddy, I haven't forgotten about you. We'll do it all after this time out to wrap up the program on WGR. So, I mean, what we're looking at here is a real look at 6-0 at the bye. I mean, then you get some reinforcements back in Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. When I was doing a lot of the rounds on radio, TV, whatever, during the offseason, going on local radio, other markets, going on national radio shows, whatever, even here on WGR, I would say, people would ask about predictions. What do you think about the Bills? I'm not into necessarily giving you a record prediction. I don't even like doing score predictions on a game-by-game basis, right? And but I did the one thing I kept saying this year. Not that it was just some huge novel concept that only I thought of, but I was very, very real confident that this could be happening this year. The one thing I kept saying was this team is going to get the 1 seed. And one of the biggest reasons was the schedule. Yes, because of them. They're a good team. They have an elite quarterback, of course, right? But they had everything and have everything set up this year for them to get the 1 seed. And it's playing out before our eyes. I think if the Bills don't get the 1 seed right now, it would be a massive upset, to be quite honest with you. I wonder if there is a... There is a website I used to go to that would have that. Maybe I can find that, but exactly what the odds are to get the 1 seed. But let's see what it is right here. Buffalo. No, I don't have it. I have the odds in front of me. Someone could find it. But either way, it's got. They have to be the number 1 odds to do that. Like that. That to me is a big deal.
Just wondering what roster moves do you think the Bills will make or have to make to accommodate bringing them back to the active roster? And just one other quick question: is there any discussion on keeping Prater as the kicker, or are they going to bring Bass back, assuming he's healed from his injury? I'll hang up.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. Okay, so these are 2 separate questions and issues. They're good questions, but let me just give you a generic answer that you're not going to love because it's generic, but it's true. There's still time to sort these things out. There is no pressure to do that right now. And what I mean by that is, yes, just so you know, maybe Matt is understanding the rules. He does understand the rules. What he said is right, but maybe some people are under the impression the Bills have to make a roster move next week when these guys practice. They don't. They're still suspended for 3 more games. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt. They start practicing with the team. They're back at the facility after next week. The Bills do not have to make any roster move to put them on the roster. They cannot put them on the roster until after week 6. So once that happens, then you're looking at that. We have 3 more weeks till then. Actually, 3 more weeks. After week 3, we just completed week 3. After week 4, after week 5, after week 6. There you go. So basically 3 weeks from today. And listen, unfortunately, injuries could happen, right? So I don't know what roster moves they would make. I would assume at this point, if everybody stays healthy, that maybe Javon Solomon would be a guy that you would probably take out of there because he seems to be kind of the last man on the depth chart there right now of the active players at defensive end. As far as defensive line, that's a really good one. Maybe you just put Ogunjobi on the roster. And by the way, when I say that, I mean active. So let me see. Roster move. They'd have to release somebody, right? So I don't know the answer to that specifically. And I don't know where they would go. But you have to remember there will be probably injuries to have to at least sort through. Now, as far as Prater, again, here's the thing that you have to remember that's different about Bass's situation versus Hoyt and Ogunjobi. Even if Tyler Bass is totally healthy, the Bills have no obligation to put him back on the roster. They can ride this out as long as possible. With an older kicker in Prater, yes, I know he's made some big, long kicks. Maybe you wait until the weather gets a little tougher. Maybe you see where his leg is. You make sure that Tyler Bass is healthy. And then in the middle of the season, you activate Tyler Bass and you move on from Matt Prater. I don't know. Maybe you just keep him in there all year if he keeps making kicks. I don't think it's a bad problem to have. All right, time for sit up, stand down. We'll get to Hey Buddy in a minute as well. This is the part of the program where I say, hey, let's sit up on something in the NFL that maybe we haven't been talking about, we have to pay attention to, and then maybe let's stand down on something, okay? All right, let's sit up on the Browns defense. Folks, they're good. All right, well, they allowed 41 points to the Ravens, but they're still good. 17 and allowed week 1. And 13. And this is a really good defense. And yes, they did allow a lot of points. And actually, some of it was a little bit more garbage time against the Browns a little bit later. The Ravens, I mean. And part of it is the reason why they give up points, their offense can't get out of their own way. They give short fields up, things like that. But if you look at some of their statistical rankings, like the Browns defense is, I think, at least something that's going to, when the Bills wind up playing them late in the year, it's something that you're going to have to be very aware of. And I don't expect the Browns to be this juggernaut on offense. But defensively, you ready? Here's the Browns' defensive rankings right now. First in total yards a game. Second in yards per play. First in rushing defense. First in rushing defense per play. Fourth in passing defense. 11th in passing defense per play. I mean, what's hurting them, though, they're not good in the red zone. They haven't been good on third down. But they are not allowing much breathing room. So good job by the Browns. That's your sit-up. Your stand down. My stand down today, I think we have to kind of start standing down a little bit on Drake May and anointing him a little bit too early. And not that a lot of you did necessarily, but I really liked his game last year and what I was seeing from him. But it's not coming together the way I thought it would right now for him. I mean, C.J. Stroud's a different story. He's third year, and last year this started to happen. But a lot of times this happens, right, with these rookie quarterbacks that come in. They look really good. And it's not like Drake May had an amazing year last year. He didn't. But he was pretty good. I liked what I saw. It's not coming together this year for him like it did last year, to at least in a lot of ways what you see. Statistically, let me get you Drake May's stats here. Hold on. What does he got here? Hold on. Reference. Let me go to his reference page real quick. There we go. Drake May this year. He has 68 completion percentage. Not too bad. That's actually overall for his career. 72. Let's see. 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I don't know. It doesn't look as good. I guess the stats aren't as bad as I thought they were. But I just want to stand down on pushing him up to, oh my God, Drake May, this great quarterback. He's been okay. He hasn't been great. Relying a lot on Hunter Henry, by the way. If you have Hunter Henry, good for you in fantasy. So sit up on the Browns defense. Stand down on, not on Drake May, but on getting too quickly to put him a little bit higher on the pedestal than a lot of us did, and even me in that regard. Let's get to Hey Buddy.
WGR Sports Radio 550 presents. Sports Radio 550.
Now, the easy one, there'd be two buddies this week, would be Steve Angeli, quarterback Syracuse. Feels so bad for him. Out for the year, but a lot of times I do UB, Syracuse, a lot of college stuff, but that would be the easy one. I got to thank all of you. You're all my buddies for, once again this year, every year I have a friend who comes up. His name is Mike, comes up from Florida, big Dolphins fan, goes to a Bills game, Bills Dolphins. He keeps doing it every year because loves the atmosphere. People treat him right. And, people inside that stadium. Are there some bad apples? For sure. No doubt. This year, Mike's wife went to the game, her first ever non-Dolphins home game, right? It was a game on at a different stadium at all. And afterwards, she said the energy was amazing Thursday night. She loved it. It was great. You all showed them a great time. We had dinner. Thanks to my buddy Dennis DiPaolo for a great dinner. Thanks a lot to everybody who really made it a great time, for my friends that were in town this weekend, but all of you. You just, Buffalo, man, you embrace people that even if they wear a different colored jersey. I know, like I said, some bad apples out there, but I think everybody generally treats it with respect. So thank you so much, all my buddies out there, my buddies for coming up and taking care of them. My buddies came up. And my buddies are all of you for taking care of them. Thank you for listening. We have One Bills Live up next here on WGR. Hey, Sal Capaccio here for my